Hello, I'm Zendi, and welcome to Call of Cthulhu, the 1931 Files, Session 3. So, joining me this week, we have...
Petson Winter?
Amsel?
And this time some kind of wizard.
So...
I will hold it
Apparently
against you in our...
ready.
Yeah, I will hold it against you if you kill me immediately, because then your character might meet an unfortunate end in Urban Arcana. Just putting it out there. It's not that I'd hold that sword of Damocles above your head. I don't regret a single decision that's been made by the dice for me.
But the blade turned magnet.
My one piece of advice is that you don't attempt to ever climb anything.
Oh god, yes.
And
Yes,
after
my
last
character
week's
now has a
adventure-
fear of climbing. Or at least scaling down stuff.
Not unfair after what happened.
Yeah. I would. I actually do.
Right then. So, Scout, since you are now joining us in this first session with you, would you like to introduce your character a bit? Mostly
Why,
for the benefit of the audience.
I would absolutely love to. Okay, so this poor unfortunate gentleman's name is Caleb McGuinness. He's a tall, well-built man with a neatly groomed beard and brown-red hair. His skin is usually quite pale, and his eyes are green. Beneath a finely tailored suit, it hides the paranoid follower of all things occult. He's got a dead, rich family, and a little bit of mixing up with people of more ill repute, I would say, has gotten him in the ship before, and he's decided that he wants to kind of, enjoy a life of excess, indulge in the mysteries of a cult, and, get away from doing a normal, boring job the moment he's got a chance.
Fair enough.
Yeah, he was born and raised in Salem to parents that were originally Irish immigrants that left after one of their various potato famines, and he is age 24, and right now he has no mental disorders. I'm sure that won't last. Also, I will add that even his gear is randomly rolled. All of his magic shit is rolled. All of his characteristics were rolled. There was one re-roll that gave him 1 extra point. And that's it. That's all he's got going for him. He is not a good character. That's him. Yes, magic shit being some books. I rolled for all of his magic books. Quote unquote magic books.
Yes. And currently he's working as a bartender, correct?
That's right. At in a particularly well done for itself location, of which other people might be able to meet him. As of right now, he's probably serving up a fine glass of overly priced whiskey to some police commissioner.
Right. So, let's get right on into things. So, I'll just move Clarence off down here to basically gay baby jail. That's Rob Dad is not able to join us this week. And Ethan and Joan. At the end of last session, you two had received an invitation to join the Hermetic Order of the Silver Twilight, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And we both accepted.
Mm-hmm. So, it's been a couple of weeks. The actual Lodge Master has been out of the country on some business at the moment. Well, for a little while, but he has invited you to come and meet with him late tonight after the lodge hours would normally be over. to actually discuss all of the various details of your membership. And
I'd love to go.
okay. And Caleb, while technically that is not a time at which you're obliged to work, the Lodge Master, a Dr. John Scott, invites you to, requests, more than invites in your case, that you stay behind after everyone else has left for an hour or two, as he is entertaining some guests outside of normal lodge hours.
All right, sure. That sounds about right to me.
Excellent.
He'll, without most complaint, just, mix up a couple of extra drinks, make sure that he's got one sat there to the side for himself. That he never sips when the boss is looking, but I'm pretty sure they're both aware that he's drinking as they go.
Yes. So. I shouldn't have any of the dynamic lighting stuff turned on this map, as it is just a drawing, more or less, of the... Yes, there is an unreasonable amount of ginger hair in the party. We need to thin it out. Shock you all white.
Or black as the night.
I know you can't use your regular mic, but can you possibly turn your laptop mic's volume up a bit? It's a little difficult to properly make you out, I'm afraid.
I'll see what I can do.
Either that or bend over really hard into your laptop microphone. So that you're all up inside it like this.
Hey.
Is that any better?
A little bit.
Yeah.
What?
Okay.
But, it will hopefully be enough.
Okay.
So, it turns out that after hours for a gentleman's club like the Hermetic Order is actually around 10 p.m. So it's almost complete. Actually, it's February. It is, in fact, just completely pitch black outside now.
Ah, of course.
But the Hermetic Order is in a rather affluent district of the city, so there are plenty of street lamps and a semi-regular police patrol even at this late hour. It's very little danger of any muggings.
You always got to play right by the roses.
Mm-hmm. So, when Ethan and Joan arrive, Dr. Scott, a slightly handsome and slightly above average and slightly tall gentleman, is waiting for them in the lobby area. He's leaning slightly on a large cane and smiles as he sees you enter. Ah, you must be the two that I'm expecting. Dr. John Scott, the official Nobel philosopher. He smirks a little at his somewhat extravagant title of the Arkham branch of our society.
Pleasure to meet you.
If you would come with me, we have one of the bars prepared. You can pick your poison, and don't worry about anything of the legal sort.
Alright, then.
He leads you through a couple of doors into a large bar area. It's almost deserted, other than the bartender.
Hey up there, gents and lady.
Hello.
Dr. Scott.
Caleb, my regular, if you would.
Of course, whiskey with more whiskey in it. He pulls out a tumbler and pours a double measure, and then very obviously pours another double measure and places it on the counter for him. What'll it be for you two? I can even mix up something particularly fancy if it takes your fancy.
I'd rather not.
Just water for me, please.
Oh, goodness me. Water. Alright, fine. Do you want ice in it? Yeah, I can't believe you've got some slices of lemon there.
Lemon sounds fancy enough.
Just a nice
Excellent.
fine.
That'll be grand. Alright, he pulls out 2 tall glasses and rummages in like a very fancy looking cool box that actually manages to keep ice cold through an entire day without electricity. Go figure. Very fancy it must be. Fills up the glasses, slices up a lemon for one of them, and then slides the glasses over, and then just takes a bite out of the lemon that's left over. Tappa, tappa, tappa.
So, let me tell you about the Hermetic Order. Our society is something of an old one now, but organizations like ours have something of a drab reputation these days, thanks to that delightful Mr. Crowley and his Golden Dawn. But we try to maintain a greater level of decorum than that. No orgies, no turkey sacrifices, and no attempts to summon Satan. So if you're looking for that, I'm sorry, that's not what we are.
Well, thank goodness for that.
I'm certainly not looking for some date.
That's probably for the best for your long-term survival.
Clearly. That flips.
What we are, instead, is an organization of ladies and gentlemen dedicated to bettering ourselves and gaining knowledge. When you... Sorry?
Sounds like my kind of group.
Yes. I would expect that you would fit in quite well. So, while when you have your formal initiations, you'll have a long lecture about it. There are 3 main principles that we look towards. For the novice level, which is what you'll be joining us at, the knowledge of all sorts of sciences. Chemistry, physics, biology, all of that sort of thing. And for the second...
Quiet. I keep whispering, thinking I still have a mic up to my face.
Ah.
Yeah, you got to get all up ends, my friend. All up ends.
It is definitely better than it was even when you are whispering. You can generally make out what you're saying, even if it isn't the easiest thing. For the second degree, the degree of initiate, the focus is more on classical philosophies or modern philosophies. Don't worry, none of that dreadfully nihilistic German sort. Well, you can look into that if you want it. We aren't going to restrict you from anything. But we have very few nihilists among our ranks. They tend, in my personal experience, not to be particularly drawn to the group ethic here.
No kidding.
The third level is the degree of master, which I would very much hope that you would stay with us to attain. That degree... I'm not strictly supposed to tell you this, but there's no harm in it, I'm sure. It is concerned with the mysteries of the supernatural.
Oh my.
Don't worry, we haven't actually managed to do anything. And if any of our members had, it would well, we would have to make some sort of new degree for them then, an Archmaster or something of that sort.
Archmaster.
That is the sort of knowledge that we would be offering you. Enough for your satisfaction at any of those levels. Now, there is a slight matter of membership fees.
Oh.
We offer membership on an annual basis or on a lifetime basis. The annual basis comes in at $500. The lifetime basis, $5,000. But lifetime members get their drinks 50% off.
What a bargain.
That doesn't seem to be something you're particularly interested in. He frowns slightly at the glass of water.
Sorry.
I'm not. I gave up drinking a long time ago.
Why would anyone give up drinking?
Bad experiences. Bad experiences.
Yeah, but you just drink it and they become gooder experiences. Just takes time, perspective.
Yeah. To each their own.
Yeah.
Oh, Doc Scott, before I let it completely skip my mind, seeing as we're here a bit late, I happen to have acquired something, and when I've read it, I might need advice. I don't know.
Right. Well, when you... Sorry, are you saying that you need advice now, or that you think you might need some advice after you finish reading it?
I would definitely say afterwards. As of right now, it's already baffling enough, but I imagine I'll be done something more beyond than baffled later.
Interesting. Well, Caleb, you know you can, of course, always bring these things up. Yeah,
Well, if not here, then where?
exactly. I can say for certain that even the lowest of our members will do you better than a Freudian. Now, even Joan,
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
when I spoke to Winston, as after having heard what happened to him, I'm sure you understand, I wanted to see if he was all right immediately. He mentioned that you had encountered some sort of cube, although he himself didn't see it. But you had mentioned it.
Yes. Well, while we were searching for Mr. Abernathy, we had encountered some sort of metallic, well, somewhat biological gelatinous cube.
Somehow it was both metallic and biologic at the same time.
Interesting. I don't suppose you have any photographs of it.
Ish.
Unfortunately not. We were too focused on rescuing Abernathy at the time.
Yes. Yes. You're... amazing.
I wish it were now. I wish it were.
Right. Your priorities were definitely in the right place, but I've heard a little bit about odd cubes turning up. Especially now that civilized folk are starting to penetrate the upper Himalayas. It's completely out of place, no good reason. Giant building-sized cubes. Although none of them I can recall being described as semi-organic, semi-metallic, but actually, if you wait here, I will head to my private office and get one of those accounts that I've read.
Of course.
He skips. He places his whiskey down and then slinks out.
Sure. Caleb tops up his glass the moment he walks away and then turns to face the other two now left in. So, you guys have seen some of the freaky stuff before then, eh?
Once or twice. I might have read a little bit about it.
In here.
Well, I've been here a couple years myself, and at least you've got yourself a little bit more together than some who have come around here, have?
Hopefully, at least.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, name's Caleb. Pleasures to meet you.
I'm
I'm
Joan.
Ethan.
Pleasures. So what is it you folks do when you're not off chasing the mysteries of the Orient and the occult?
I'm an antique dealer.
And I'm a book dealer.
So pretty much still the same thing.
Pretty much.
Well, somewhat.
Well,
I
fair
focus
bit.
it.
Tell you two what then? I've got both antiques, and books aplenty in a relatively secure location. If either of you would like to join me for a nightcap, or a night, pause and glance over your drinks, a night water, then, you know, I might be able to show you quite some interesting additions to my collection very recently.
Sounds fascinating. I always enjoy seeing rare books. Maybe we can do trades with them.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to be, you know, taking them out of my hands at all. That would be, they're a bit rare for that, that's for sure. But they are English translations so far as I've glanced.
Sounds like a nice thing to see.
Absolutely. I mean, my car's around front, so how did you lot get here anyway? Car or carriage?
Car.
I rode along with him.
Yeah, fair enough then. I will escort you back to mine after this if it's of interest.
It sounds like very lovely.
Excellent. Yeah, Caleb just goes back to drinking and waiting.
Okay. Then a couple of minutes later, Scott returns. This time, not alone. With him comes a lodge official you have met before, Carl Stanford. Though you didn't meet him on screen. He himself is a little shorter, around 5'7", and very slightly built, with short blonde hair, wide blue eyes, and very soft, almost feminine face. He smiles broadly and approaches, offering his hand to the pair of you.
I will shake it and say, Mr. Stanford, lovely to see you again. How have you been?
The pleasure is all mine, Miss Argent. I've been very well. How have you been? And you as well, Mr. Everett.
I've been quite well.
Good. I'm very glad to hear that. When John mentioned that the two of you were here, I couldn't help but heading down. So, one thing he did mention, but he forgot to tell you, is that your membership fees for the first year, Mr. Abernathy has already agreed to cover those. And if you wish to purchase a lifetime membership fee, again, that $500 deduction will be applied to it. But now I've said that, I can take my associate treasurer hat off. And he takes his drink with a small nod to Caleb.
Hey up, Stanford.
Scott then steps up and says, right, yes, this is one of the accounts. It's a recent expedition to Everest. The climbers had some geological trouble, very unexpectedly. And while searching for shelter, as they very much expected the geological trouble to lead to an outright blizzard, they discovered a small cave that wasn't marked on their maps. Oh. The notion that it was a small cave was rather quickly dissuaded, as passing through the entrance, they found themselves in a large chamber, around 30 foot across, dominated at its center by a metallic cube, 20 foot in every dimension, but was vibrating slightly.
So the exact same size as the one we saw.
That is rather odd. I don't suppose that you encountered any earthquakes there.
I'm sorry, any earthquakes?
Yes.
No, we didn't encounter anything of the sort.
Hmm. Well, that is rather odd. They're two of the same sort, but your one looked like it was alive, and this climber's one made earthquakes.
Not the cube. Is there any other similarities to any other of the reports that you know of?
Please roll your personal luck.
Alright. Let's see.
You will mind as well?
Just Joan here.
It's not great.
That is a tremendous relief. Thank you for sharing that, Scout.
That's pretty good to hear.
Although if they could, figure out what the hell is going on, that would also be nice. Right. For, the one person who watches these and doesn't know who Saban is, he's another streamer and a friend of pretty much all of ours. And
We all met watching his stream.
yes.
Pretty much.
Yes. Okay. Moving on back to the luck roll. Unfortunately, Dr. Scott shakes his head and says, I had thought there was more than one, but it does actually seem that this is the only one that has any explicit descriptions of it. Although... one moment. He flicks through a couple of pages and says, yes, here we are. This particular group of climbers, unfortunately, not taken that seriously by most folk. I trust they're not completely insane because I personally know the group leader. He was one of the people I had the good fortune of encountering during my stay in England these past few weeks. And it's about this passage in their log. As the group pressed up the peak, coming up towards the final approach, we had an encounter that caused us to turn back. No abominable snowman of the local legend. We instead encountered what can only be described as a moth or butterfly, but just as the altitude we encountered it at was far higher than we would expect, so was the size of the beast far larger than it should have been. Indeed, it came up almost to the shoulders of our guide, one of the locals, and himself somewhat small, but still. The moth man must surely have been 4 foot. Unfortunately, its body could not be retrieved, as the methods we had to resort to drive it off resulted in casting its wingless body off of the peak.
Sounds like that's quite a terrifying experience.
Most likely, if... well... But, I am a little surprised that you thought it was terrifying rather than simply dismissing it out of hand.
Well, you yourself have said that you trusted the leader of this group that wrote this report, didn't you?
Yes. But I have met that leader several times and have grown to build up a rapport with him. This is the first time we ourselves have met. So you have taken my faith in him with better taste than I expected. I am just going to run this book back up to my office, and then we can... well, I think by then you can make your decision as to whether you will be a lifetime member or not just yet. And again, he steps out.
I'll just be a quick minute or two while cleaning up Con Candy real quick, just in case you haven't gotten a Skype message.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so we will wait through that.
Oh yeah, Crazy Bob says punch some fish people for me.
Or moth, case may be.
Yep. Also, yeah, now new secret plan is, of course, to show all the players the Yellow King. I'm kidding. I'm kidding, it's not to show them the Yellow King, but I will totally show them my other awesome books. Because they're awesome books. And they would go to waste when I inevitably get destroyed by the Yellow King.
Yeah.
The question is what it'll be like when I go to the doctor, because he also strikes me as the kind of person who'd be like, "Nonsense! I want to read this book as well." And I'd be like, "No, you really don't." And you don't want to read the book.
Sanity roll just from looking at the cover.
Correct.
Wow.
And then if you read through it, fucking GG. Which this character tends to do overnight in this game. In this very session. But he will totally show Ethan and Joan the Pert Imhru and of course Malleus Maleficarum because it's a fucking classic. Everyone has agreed. Fucking classic.
I'll agree to that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just also sad that Rob can't see my other purchases. This character, by the way, his house when you get in is going to be fucking batshit mental when you see it. It's a delight.
I expect Rob will watch for you VOD, so...
Oh, I hope he's so jealous of the
I'm
shit
sure
that I
Ethan's
got.
house is filled with Civil War antiques.
Civil War antiques, eh?
And at this point, it was like 80 years ago.
Yeah. I mean, like, because I needed to find ways to spend more cash, I just spent double the worth of stuff on the same object just so that it would be better than it usually would be. So, for instance, the house is worth $5,000, but I spent 10 grand on it, so it's overly secure. I've got a Buick, but instead of spending, I forget how much a Buick is, I spent another $2,000 or something on it, so it's fucking really, really, really hard to kill with guns. Fucking super hard to kill with guns. That was it. I turned it from 1400 to 2400.
Yeah. It's...
What's the usual, like, AP rate of a Buick? Is it like 10.5?
Yeah. Yeah, you basically, doubled yours.
Yeah, the chassis went from 10.5 to 2010, and now the windows are 10.5. They're very hard to shoot. I mean, they wouldn't be hard to shoot with some of the shit that I've also got that I also can't use, but I have it because it's fun.
Well,
Also, a complete diving suit. Why would I not have a complete diving suit?
Despite them being the unofficial currency, nobody else has one.
Well, there you go. I'm glad to have changed that factor.
wish I had thought about it when I was making my character.
Well,
I needed to spend more useless shit, honestly. Spend on more useless shit.
yeah.
Oh god, I've just read something amazing, and it's, Dave just went, I would totally rub my beard against Sabian's beard with the intent to lock lips. No context provided.
No context needed.
If you say so. Right, I will be back in just a second.
Sure thing. I should check what I've got for, like, stuff that's edible, because all I have right now is just this yogurt. And I really actually don't fancy the 3 pence ramen that I've got, aka 6 cents. If you're spending 6 cents on a pack of ramen, it's got to be pretty much just plastic.
I've got leftover macaroni salad my mom made last night.
I did for breakfast have leftover spinach and cheese pasta, which I made. It was quite nice.
That was lovely.
I'm one of those people who have just conveniently talented family members. Like, my mum used to be a professional chef, and so I've just been taught how to cook by her, so I cook real good. Hooray!
Yeah.
My nan was a masseuse. Now I know how to do proper massages and shit. I got fucking waifu skills on lock.
It's great. Scout, best waifu.
Exactly. Fucking strongest waifu 2016.
That was a somewhat odd thing to come back to.
I think even better is Stray saying, like I said last week, get some glowing seaweed on that diving suit and wander around scaring teenagers. Scoob and D. Yeah, and of course every villain in Scooby-Doo always went.
Well, the mummy went kind.
That's true, he did. He did. I do remember Coin very well. Yeah, we're talking about how I'm a well-trained waifu. I've got waifu levels off the fucking chart. I'm chef trained and masseuse trained. I clean. Fucking come the shit at me. I will beat all of your other waifus in an arm wrestle. Apart from that one that's actually a dragon princess. I mean, she wins because she's also a dragon.
I'm back. Sorry about all that.
Well,
No problem.
it's quite alright.
You missed Scout talking about what a waifu you'd be.
Fucking, what do you mean would be? I am.
You
Fucking
are.
sweet, strong waifu.
Right. Sorry about the tapping noises. That's basically me trying to give some sort of indication to myself. Edit here.
Ah.
At least that's the intentional tapping noise after a small pause. The regular tapping noise when I just put my glass down. Yeah, that's just me
Just a
not
thing that
having a giant mic boom stand that would always get in the way.
Fair point.
Mm-hmm.
Right then. So, yeah, I assume that you don't have any more in-character conversations to have while John Scott is conveniently out of earshot.
Nope, we've just invited into my amazingly secure house to check out my cool magic shit.
Okay. Well,
It's all about constructing that rapport, you know.
Mm.
I've got that rapport game on lock.
Okay, so a couple of minutes later, right about when you would expect John Scott to come back, you do not get a John Scott coming into the room. You hear a gunshot from the area of the lobby.
Oh shit.
Oh no. Something bad has just happened.
Ah, fuck. Shit. Any of you good in a fight?
Possibly.
That's not the kind of answer I was hoping for. And I will reach under the bar and pull out. Let's see here. What we got hiding under the bar? Always valuable questions to be concerned with.
Rolling for that.
No, I do keep weapons under the bar, but for some reason my character sheet thing is broken, so I can't scroll down it. 1 second. There we go. Okay, now I can. I pull out an SMG and a Colt.
Right.
Who wants a handgun? Who wants an SMG?
Joan will reach into her leg strap there and pull out her own Colt and say, "No need. I always carry my own on me."
Ah, you're a woman I like then. And you, my lad Ethan.
I'll take the Colt.
Excellent. Here you go. We'll write you the values. How trained are you with a Colt? With a one-handed firearm?
Short firearms is what I'm trained in.
Yep. What's your percentage? Because I don't know how many shots you've got.
I gotta check. I think it's it's 40 something, but I think I just improved it.
I think that's still only going to be 2 shots around. Okay.
Yeah.
Alright.
And, well, you and the party members, Carl Stanford will pull a sword out of his walking stick.
Archaic.
There you go. That's the details. Enjoy your pistol. Caleb will shoulder his SMG and hop the counter, pausing to drain his brandy, and then, you know.
And as you are about to head out, having taken the time to distribute weapons, you hear another gunshot.
Son of a fuck.
Better get going.
Yeah. Is there some kind of check involved with fucking ultra double timing it?
No, you can just take the sprinting action.
Sweet, I guess that's the thing I do.
Same here.
I'll run after them.
Okay. So,
Look, save you trip and break your nose. Damn it!
you run out into the lobby, and when you get there, John Scott is laying in a pool of blood. He appears to have been gut shot, and he is unconscious. The front door has had the lock shot through and seems to have been kicked open.
Alright, sprint after.
Yeah. Carl will say that he will stay and attempt to treat John Scott.
I'd recommend calling an ambulance first before attempting to treat him.
You're an ambulance.
And you are running out onto the street, yeah.
Rock and roll.
So... as you run out, you see a man in a very cheap-looking suit, just sprinting away from you with a smoking pistol in one hand.
How far away is he?
At this point, he's a little over 20 yards away.
Alright, cool. I'm gonna shoot him. A bunch. With an SMG that's got a base range of 40.
Yes, your SMG does in fact have a base range of 40.
Fuck yeah. And that's 3 shots around. I just hit the dicey dice. Oh, and you got turn off things first.
Yeah. I'm bringing up the turn order because if you don't kill him in just initial shot, we do basically have to go into initiative.
Okay. Do I have to roll for each 3 shots? Certainly hope I do, because that first one didn't hit.
Yeah, so you are firing 3 shots in semi-automatic, yeah?
Correct.
And yes, you roll for each bullet.
Sweet.
So, he has 2 dodge rolls that he needs to make, or probably die.
It's only a D10 per high velocity round. Fuck.
Actually... okay, yeah, that does actually work. Then he dodges 1 bullet and is clipped in the shoulder by the other.
Fuck. Really only just barely clipped.
Okay, so... it is now time for initiative. So that is 1d10 plus your dexterity value.
This initiative one works. Oh.
D10 plus dex. Sweet. Assassino! Let's fucking ice this mook.
So looking at my character sheet, it doesn't look like any of the stat changes I made last week saved.
Well... bugger.
Yeah. Go back to the chat log and figure out what changed and
Just said I fucking douched the shit out of that roll. PC HD remaster of Final Fantasy X and X-2. That's actually not the worst idea. Of course, no money. Never mind. Must forget that is a penny in my Steam account, not a tenner.
Right.
Very random distractions there.
Pets. Can I ask that you save looking for your changes until after your turn, at least, because your turn is first.
Of course.
I'm sorry, that's what happens when you are the only PC to roll above a 5.
It's also true. Not to mention my dex score is absurdly high.
Yes, actually. That is in fact absurdly high. So, currently the assassin is about 20 yards away. You can run up closer. You can shoot him. You can do a lot of things. You could even break out into a chicken dance.
I won't do that. I think I'll try shooting him.
Okay, from where you are? Or...
From where I am.
Okay, I think that's outside of the first range increment on your gun, though.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll get a little bit closer then to the range.
Okay.
5 yards in.
Yep. And please do 2 attacks.
I think this is plus 8 to, or I think my 40 there should be like a 48 if I remember correctly. Not that it matters.
No. That doesn't matter, and he fails his 3rd dodge. So he's not wearing armor, so you don't have to worry about hit location.
He's got HP rounds anyway.
Yeah, but those don't ignore body armor.
Alright, they just mostly fuck it.
Yeah, they go against half its value. So the damage on that gun is 1d10 plus 1.
Oh, whoops. Flash R. I feel like Rob.
Oh man. Yeah, that's what I should have tried rolling. And I should do that next time. A higher number. I'll remember that.
Right, so he
Lucky
has
for you, that's my specialty.
lost more than half his hit points in 1 attack, so he has to make a roll to save against shock.
Seems like he's been thunderstruck.
60.
I thought occurs that we might want to try and take him alive so we can question him.
Yeah.
Sexy has no range to destroy his lost HP. Sexy does have a range. If he needs binoculars to do it, then there's a case for range to be made there.
So, while Caleb's shot only grazed him, Ethan takes this man right in the back, and he falls into a spreading pool of blood.
Fucking quality shot, Ethan.
So we haven't killed him.
Really? I hope we
49.
deck the bastard.
He's more useful alive to us than he is dead. Then we can question him on why he shot Mr. Scott.
Doctor. He's
Dr.
Dr.
Scott.
John Scott. He didn't. Come on now. He's not a mister.
Well, he's still technically a mister. It's just more polite to refer to him as a doctor.
Yeah, he didn't get his PhD in. I forget what it's a PhD in, just to be called Mr. Scott. sort of saunters over to check the assassin.
Okay. He's currently alive, however he has a massive hole in his back, which is bleeding and will soon stop him from being alive.
Either of you
Healer is
have
out
any-
on whatever he's doing.
Either of you have medical training?
I figure if you put a thumb in the wound, the blood will stop pouring out quite as quickly.
Right, so I'll take that as no. Okay then.
No, mate. Wish I did. Wish I did.
Let's quickly get some answers out of him before he dies then.
He is also unconscious, and
Damn it.
I plug the wound. I loot the body.
okay. What shitty loot does he have? Please roll luck.
Sure. Bam! A 6!
So close.
That's such a better
So-
score than mine.
So close to a crit. Do I manage to plug his gaping back wound with my thumb with a 6?
You were looting his body.
It's true.
You would have passed your first aid roll there.
I don't know if I would. I'm pretty sure it's like 5%.
First aid starts at 30.
Oh, fucking hell. Well, I wasted that one.
Oh.
Obviously, it was more important for me to rifle through his pockets and hope that there's something good before it gets blood-soaked.
You are able to locate his wallet, and it's actually somewhat heavily packed. 3d10 times $5. So, $70 cash. He also has in his hand a Colt Pocket Hammerless in .32. And he does actually in a pocket, but you are able to fish a bit of paper out of right before it gets stained with blood. A scrunched up note, which let me just show to players.
You have to or why would there be a possibility of overexerting yourself to find a key?
I will say, Caleb,
Yep.
you work in the lodge.
There's
You
no
know.
basement.
There is a basement.
Uh,
You also know that at this time of night, the back door is locked and bolted.
Alright, fuck. Gotta check the back door. Let's just let this gooner bleed out. We'll have the cops deal with it. I will, however, be taking this wallet. Thanks, mate.
And, well, because of your 6, originally there was meant to be a section at the bottom of the note that was stained with blood. However, you found it very quickly. So, it isn't stained with blood. There are scribbled in pencil some nonsensical syllables.
Ooh. What would these be? Big fan of vowels, this guy. Fucking loves vowels.
They are mostly consonants. Oh, and also, that reminds me. Yes. He also has, in his pocket, a heavy golden statue.
Okay.
Statue of the heavy.
What does the statue look like?
1 second. As I completely forgot to actually get a handout of this. Despite it being a very important thing. So,
I think I've got my character sheet sorted out, by the way.
Okay, that's good.
Great Scott, he must have overshot you.
I will ask for an occult roll.
Happy to do it. Let's have a look here.
Everyone or just Scout?
Whoever looks at the statue.
Bam. Caleb ain't working tender for no fancy fucking building for no reason.
Right.
I'll let you guys do all the occult shit then.
Look, I've got fancy books for you to read. Just, don't look at the one that's got the yellow symbol on the front of it. What yellow symbol?
Yeah.
This one? Damn it!
Oh,
Right.
I have
So-
a really good fact.
Wow.
Those of you that pass your occults identify this as a representation of the Philistine god of fishes, or the god Dagon.
Oh shit, Dagon.
However,
Alright,
unlike
rock
the
on.
scale in that
It was in his pocket
in
the
that
whole time.
picture, it is actually about 6 inches high, 6 inches across. It's not humongous.
Okay. Otherwise, you will take sanity damage, wondering how you managed to pull that out of a man's pocket. That makes no sense.
Oh no.
It's just his pocket of holding. Don't worry about it.
There you go. As long as it doesn't get to level 5, then the burst damage it does is just stupid. Anyone who gets that reference, well done. Cool, look at the tits on that one. Alright, like to wonder why some goon with a pistol's holding a statue for Dagon.
So would I. It's quite odd.
Yeah, mate, you hold this. I need both hands. Well, I don't need both hands. I like both hands for this gun.
Okay, I'll hold on to it.
Just remember today's Friday the 13th.
Mm-hmm.
And good day to
Well, no,
be
right
called
now it's
Cthulhu.
Saturday the 14th right here, so I don't mind. I made it Friday the 13th, pretty much unfucked.
You have, but we haven't yet.
Good luck.
I said it's still today called Cthulhu.
I have to be honest. Until it actually started being Friday the 13th, I didn't realise it was going to be Friday the 13th. So
Same.
Yeah.
If I had realised it long enough in advance, I would have planned a completely different adventure.
Oh.
And it would have been horrible and you would have all died.
Oh.
Wow.
Or more likely you would have all gone insane horribly.
Yeah.
I wouldn't go insane. I've already got plans to be an inside-out meat puppet. Don't take this away from me.
You can do that. And also be insane.
Wow.
I guess I'd technically be out of my own head. Ew.
Alright, then. So, what do?
Back door.
Back door.
Back door.
Okay. So, are you heading through the building or around the building?
Through the building past the dock, I guess.
Okay.
See if he's still alive and shit.
He is. Carl appears to have successfully bandaged him. Although, he hasn't been brought back to consciousness just yet.
Yeah. Hey up, Stanford, we've dealt with old blokey face back there. There's probably going to be talk with the Rosses in a second. Back door might be unlocked, gonna go chase a lead. Have a good one. Just run past him.
Good work, Caleb.
We're going with him, so he'll have backup.
Is there any cost to continuously just using the sprint action?
Not mechanically, because fatigue point systems are complicated and you have to just constantly adjust sliders. And nobody
Alright.
likes a game system that is entirely tables and sliders. But I will I will penalise you if you just run around a lot.
For now, I will
And,
continue to Terminator my way around the building.
Okay.
Just the arms are fucking angled straight. Tick, 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 tick.
Yeah. And normally, if you sprint, you can't attack in the same turn.
Noted.
Okay. So yeah, you get to the back door. The bolt's drawn across. Sorry. So it is fully bolted. Do you try the lock?
It's better than going tomorrow.
Yeah, it is better than going tomorrow.
Definitely.
Yeah, I guess. I'll give it a go.
It seems to be locked.
Interesting. Alright.
Didn't that note say something about finding a key or something like that?
Well, they might have fucked up that bit. Let's check the actual back. And then go around through the back door and see if there's another opening.
Okay. It really doesn't seem like there is any opening. And taking the time to also test the side door into the kitchen, that's also locked and bolted.
Hmm. I wonder if this lad's already knocked a place over. Is there a way to know, like, the local area? Is there somewhere that might have, like, occult shit near Peabody and Armitage?
Peabody and Armitage are streets.
Well, I mean, that corner then, is there anywhere in that like, how far are we actually from that location?
It's more or less on the other side of the city. So let me bring you across to the map of Arkham.
So,
You may have to give it some time to finish to fully load as the sensible definition that it's supposed to be.
okay, let's see here. Alright, and which side are we on right there?
You are in the Silver Twilight
there it
Lodge
is.
in Uptown.
Sweet. And Peabody and Armitage up here? Oh, right there. Okay. Alright then. Seems really odd that unless they really want him to go very, very far after trying to knock a place over.
It does seem odd. Maybe we should go and see who is he in cohorts with.
Can't ain't bloody hurt to try. Tell you what, we'll want to pile in my car.
I was back farther away from the mic than.
Okay.
Yep. Caleb just sort of invites everyone to hop in his car while he, goes to make sure that he has all the shit. He would like his pistol back, but we'll let you keep the... In fact, no, he'll let you keep that pistol because it's way better than the shitty one he looted off that assassin. You can hang on to the Colt for now. For now.
For now.
Exactly. You can hang on to a far superior pistol with high velocity rounds in it. Oh yeah, have we decided where my actual house is located?
Nobody has decided where their houses are located. This is the first session that the map of Arkham has actually been used. Probably
Alright, then.
because it's the first session that's been in Arkham.
Alright, cool. I my place is gonna be on the corner of Lower South Side and East Washington.
Okay. If you could make a little mark in your appropriate colour on the map, I think you should be capable of doing that. Yeah.
There you go. That's my house. Ain't it lovely?
Yes.
How long does it take to drive that distance then, from Lodge to corner of Armitage and Peabody?
Oh god, I've accidentally zoomed out too far. The map has gotten fucked up.
I was noticing that.
God, the map got better as I zoomed out.
You have to zoom out to a certain degree, and then if you zoom out any further, it turns into, like, singular pixels per square.
Ah, I see.
So, I'm sorry, viewers. It'll get better eventually, I promise. Yeah. You are basically driving across the entire city, so you're looking at, driving.
Now I understand what I'm looking at. Okay.
I'll try to get a less temperamental image for next time.
Fine.
It just needs resaving in a lower res, I think.
Yeah, probably.
It is a cool map, though.
Yeah.
At this time of night, given that the roads are mostly empty, if you're willing to actually drive as fast as you can and not bother about the speed limit, you can probably get her in 20 minutes. Speed limit, you're looking at an hour and a half.
Let's call it a conservative 40 minutes then, and I will be trying not to get pulled over by the Rosses.
Okay. So whenever you see a police horse, you slow down.
Yeah, I'll slow down. Also, before we leave, I'm gonna look just vaguely around the lodge for a car that's been parked and is waiting for an assassin to climb back into it. Like, is there a car that I don't recognize as being fancy enough to be from Uptown?
I live in Uptown too. Somewhere.
I've been living in an Uptown, girl. Uptown is in the bottom left corner where the lodge is, so and it's also going to be where all the fucking fancy schmancy bitches are going to be around here.
Yeah.
Pick somewhere eventually.
So if there's a Ford Model T, we'll know who's the fucking assassin, Jack.
Someone just really likes Model Ts.
Yeah, but then that person has 5 of them.
It's also very true.
Yeah. Roll luck. Let's have something resolved that way. As well, I don't have to explain myself to you. I'm the GM.
Yeah, you're the GM. 22.
Yes. So you look around and yeah. You at this point you look and you see a beat up truck with rust starting to grow around the tires pull out and starting to drive away northwards.
You know what? Gonna pretend I wasn't looking at the truck and just head on back to where we were, because if they're heading to the meeting place, then they won't know we'll be expecting them there. I guess that means that it might take a bit longer for us to avoid the most direct route, in case they're going the most direct route to get there, right?
Yes, but I will suggest something here.
Shoot.
They're probably going to notice the fact that the guy they were waiting for is lying dead in a ditch, basically.
Alright, what are the odds of winning a car chase if this guy gets a 5-minute head start on us?
What's your driving skill?
Now that's the $1,000,000 question. Base 20.
Might want to let me drive.
Alright. I'll just be like, fucking pull out, go, and I'll climb in. We'll action movie the shit out of this.
Okay.
I throw keys over.
Okay. God damn it, roll 20.
And you said I'd never get use out of race car driver. It's like these guys in their truck thought they could get away, and then they just suddenly see me pulling out and fucking like a green English racer or something. Ethan don't care much for lawns. Where have you chosen for your house?
The little blue X there
Oh, neat.
on 3 streets. So.
Maybe I should
Can't have
eventually
much
consider getting a house in this neighborhood, considering how much I'm going to be here.
It's definitely a nice neighborhood. It looks like there are apartments there, which wouldn't be a terrible choice.
Yeah.
I'm really getting annoyed at this point. Not at you guys, but at the goddamn map.
Did you
Right.
zoom out again and it's gone and done its fucking thing?
Look at the stream. Like, look at
Oh.
the image quality I'm getting.
See, to me, I just am actually looking at a perfect, clean map.
Same.
Mhm.
That must be nice for you.
It is, it's wonderful.
Wow, that is pretty bad.
Yeah. Oh well.
Stray says it's fine.
Yep. Rock and roll, I
Well.
say. Rock and roll.
Yeah. I can work with it. It's just irritating.
Well, you can actually still make out street shapes, and that's all we need for a car chase, unless we're driving through houses.
You don't
Hopefully
even
not.
really need that for the chase. The chase is going to be mostly abstracted. Speaking of, time to start with abstraction. So, Joan is driving, yes?
That is correct.
And what is Joan's drive skill?
50.
50.
Caleb is just surprised that a woman knows how to drive in the 30s.
I travel a lot for my business, so
Right, you are. Well, I've had a few to drink, so you take the wheel.
probably for the best in that case.
In sheer pride's sake, he'd probably drive, but no, he's a few brandies deep. He knows he's not an amazing driver.
Luckily for us.
And already knows she's better at driving than he is.
Ah.
Driving at one time.
I don't know, drive fast, drive dangerous, leave it to the woman driver, that's what I always say. Yeah. Caleb McGuinness, the not actual player, isn't a sexist. Because he's not in the 1930s.
I'm going to take that as a compliment and we're going to leave it at that. Okay? Alright.
Right you are, love.
Okay. So your vehicle is... What is your vehicle, actually?
It is a Buick 121.
Okay, so you are taking that, not Ethan's car. Very well.
Presumably
It is our-
Ethan's car isn't bulletproof.
Fair.
I didn't think of that.
That'll come in handy.
It's a great car.
Okay, so your vehicle is faster than theirs, probably better maneuverable, but
I
they have a
thought
bit of a
about
head
decking out my
start.
Mercedes. I would have decked out my Mercedes.
I was very tempted to go with the Merc. Just because I had that much fucking money.
Same. That's why I did.
Although, while the Mercedes isn't bulletproof, it is even faster than the Buick is, which is the other point. Really.
Still rather have the armored car.
Fair enough. Yeah. I have reminded myself of the rules in the book as much as I bother with those. So yeah, Joan, please make a drive auto roll.
Right away. No.
Okay.
It wasn't a critical failure, so that's something.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's just fucking. If you turn the clutch on this fucking thing immediately, then you would never be allowed to live it down.
My rolls are not on point tonight.
So the
Oh!
There it works. Thank
time
God.
to roll that again. Let's see. Is that a regular critical failure or worse?
Oh, it's the worst
They
failure.
they start driving off, and you well, are you actually outright chasing them, or are you just trying to head towards the meeting point?
Oh, in this case, it's chasing because, of course, yeah, we've just gacked the guy they're meant to be meeting. They're probably not going to the meeting point.
Yep.
Okay, so they head around a corner with their small lead. You turn around that corner, and you see that their van has driven straight into the front of a shop.
Well, fuck. That was you are a good chase.
Okay, we'll go with it. I'll take it.
Piles back out with the gun,
Right.
ready to shoot at people.
Hold on. Right. Ethan, roll 1d6, and Joan also roll 1d6. Let me move everyone who's NPC back over there. So this guy has taken 2 damage. This guy has taken 4 damage. Right. So a couple of people are starting to stagger out of the van. Please roll your initiatives.
Maybe I'll roll higher than a 1 this time.
That'd be neat. Let me know how that feels.
Feels pretty good.
Oh, nearly beat you, Mr. GM. I beat one of them.
Ah,
Fucking 25! You killed us so quick! You're so quick! Ethan God's Bolt of Justice Everett. Fucking off the gun.
you a skill monkey or a dex roll, I'm your guy.
Apparently.
As long as it's not a cult.
You got us for that.
So Joan, well, Ethan goes first. You do have a decision to make. Where are you pulling over the car?
On them.
Let's not do that.
You can try to ram them, it's just that then Ethan will have to shoot from the moving car. I'm assuming that you are going to stop the car so that you guys have a stable place to fire from.
Yeah, I'll pull a hard stop so that Ethan's side of the van is right, right in front of the 2 citizens or wherever they are there.
How far away?
Let's see here. Let's go
15.
with, probably about here.
Where is here?
Right about there.
Okay. So, the 3 of you are about that far away. Okay, Pats.
Okay, I've refreshed the page now.
Then
I got that red. I've got that red box of disconnecting, so I had to refresh the page.
Ah.
Otherwise, my macros are gonna take forever again.
Fair enough.
Alright, so for this car sequence, someone needs a whip, a fedora, and a compulsion to give that statue to a museum.
So, that will serve us for...
That would probably be Ethan, actually, or just naming a price.
Yeah, there is your truck. Well, there is their truck. That is about where they are placed in actual terms. Actually, yeah. Yeah, that other guy would probably be in the back, so they're probably placed about there. So, yeah. Ethan, the car has stopped. You are in it. You have a gun. What are you going to do with your life?
And another.
Are our targets there?
Yep, those are the people that are stumbling out of the car you were chasing.
I'm gonna fire at the one on the right.
Okay. Fair enough.
Alright, or stage right.
Might be stage. I have no idea which side that'd be.
Stage right would be what the audience gets
Oh,
from
I
the
know,
perspective.
but I don't know what.
Can you use your arrow to point, as Scow has confused me? Okay.
Hang on. This one.
Okay, so you're going to shoot at a somewhat competent one. Excellent.
Okay, good. Okay. Nope. And nope.
Apparently
Okay.
you spent all your checks on being quick.
Joan. What do?
Let's see here. I will open the driver's side door, get out, and take a shot at. Let's see. At this guy. So, grab this.
Okay. Actually... Oh, hold on 1 second, because I've forgotten something.
Mm-hmm.
Ethan, you have Dex 16, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so have you seen in the book where the section on point blank range is?
No, I have not.
Okay, when someone is within your dexterity in feet range, you have double skill.
Oh.
So both of your shots actually hit that guy.
Isn't his dexterity range also just the first range cap on a pistol anyway, so he's always shooting a double?
No, because the range on a pistol is 15 yards. His dexterity is 16 feet, which is
Oh, feet, sorry. Feet.
5 yards or so. So, yeah.
Stupid yard-feet conversion.
It's easier than the yard to meter one.
Yard and meter is... You're right, yeah, no, meters are still pretty fucking arbitrary in that context. Should be dexterity feet and dexterity inches.
No, that breaks the thing.
Is that trying to go by 50 counting down by a 2/3?
Yeah. Well, I know for a fact that 24 is less than 2/3, so yes. He is able to dodge both of Ethan's shots, and Joan has rolled a hit on him, and his dodge against her. This man is on fire. He has dodged all of your bullets.
Can't have much dodge left in him now.
He literally has no dodges left in him.
It doesn't work either. He doesn't give a shit about fractions. Doesn't give a shit about decimal points.
Yeah.
What hell do we live in? Oh no, he gets to go before I get to gat. Oh no, that's the other one. I still
Yeah.
get to gat at the guy who spent all of his dodge, right?
Does Joan just have one attack with her pistol?
Yes, unfortunately.
Really?
Ah,
But you've got short arm
40%.
60, haven't you?
40%.
40. Ooh.
oh well. The other guy, one of these guys now gets a turn. So Ethan and Joan are both out of their car and shooting. He's actually going to shift around here, get partially in cover. Damn it, how do I turn off snap to grid on a token?
You click the token, right click, make picture. I believe it is. That will give you free movement on him.
That is not an option I have.
Um,
Is drawing. Okay.
Is drawing, sorry. Good. I was close. I wasn't
Yes.
far off.
So he staggers back around there and yeah, right, so
I mean, they've got bulletproof doors for cover if they're standing in front of them open.
yeah,
Yeah, that's what I was assuming.
those will help. So for each of his 3 shots, Ethan is 1, Joan is 2.
Oh,
Don't worry. He's very bad with his gun.
Oh dear.
you say that now, but you're telling I'll roll very low if this happens.
Hi.
So,
Failure to gun blows up in his face.
oh no, that isn't a malfunction. Right, so Joan
Oh, dear.
is hit once and Ethan is critically hit.
Oh god.
Wow.
Dodge like you mean it.
Joan and Ethan, you both need to give me 1 dodge roll.
Okay, let's see here.
Dodge.
There you go. Oh, come on.
Hooray.
Right, so, Joan is pretty much wholly covered by the car except for her head, so she will probably get some armor points. Yes.
Shit, Sans, isn't it through the car as well as the door?
Well, Scow, your car's armor is 2010.
Yeah.
He cannot cause any damage to Joan.
Oh, thank God.
Hooray.
His gun causes 1d8 damage. It's low
Thank
velocity.
you, Buick.
Praise
Even
the
the
Buick.
regular
Wow, I got
car would actually be fine. And yes, you have dodged the crit. You survive.
Praise the Buick.
If only the Buick could be so grossly
Yeah.
incandescent.
So Ethan ducks as the man lines up a headshot on him, and it sails overhead, and the bullet that comes close to hitting Joan is stopped somewhere inside the car. Probably inside the door, on Ethan's side. Caleb.
Fuck you, mate. I'll deal with you in a sec. I'm going to shoot the one who's in the open view. I'll
Okay.
rattle off all 3 shots. Also, remember rightly, he hasn't had his turn yet, so he's still got fuck all dodge.
Yes.
Are you shit fucking kidding me? My gun jammed.
So you... What is your dexterity?
My dex is 11.
You are not in point blank range without moving closer. So you miss twice and then your gun jams. Call of
you've gotta be
Cthulhu combat,
fucking kidding
ladies
me!
and gentlemen.
I just toss it back in the car. I've still got that guy's shitty Colt pocket, haven't I?
Yes.
Can I have the stats on that? Because it looks like I'm going to need it.
Meanwhile, thanks to crits from last week, point blank range is now boosted to the point where I need to jam in order to not hit.
Excellent. So your skill is 60%, so hold on Just give me 1 second to check the book. So
Fine.
as to see... I'm starting to have this feeling that... Oh, Jesus Christ, okay. So, as a skilled marksman, you get 4 shots per round. If you were a master marksman, you would empty the magazine in a single round of combat.
If only I were a master.
Right, so...
Wait, a hammerless gun can be fan-fired then?
No. This isn't... remember, the master getting doubled isn't fan-firing, it's just them being able to
Flying
judge
gun
the
really
recoil so perfectly that they basically just move their hand as they throw the trigger, so it doesn't have any effect on this next shot.
Jesus. You see, whenever someone's like, you empty the entire magazine of a Colt, I'm just thinking, oh, they're just fan-fired and started aiming at the feet and worked their way up.
Nope.
Fair enough. I mean, 4 shots isn't bad.
So this guy is going to stagger up over here and basically use the front of your car as cover against you. So he staggers over and then just collapses almost and crouches in front of your car and is going to roll 3d3. So Ethan, Joan, and then Caleb. So Ethan, Joan, and Joan, because everybody hates the girl.
She was
I
driving as
think
well.
she's an easy target, despite being behind.
Alright.
I just had an amazing idea, and that's for Joan to just lean into the car and stamp on the fucking accelerator so it runs that guy over while he's in the front of it. Because he's crouched down, isn't he?
Yes.
Fuck yeah, you can break his legs.
Right. So he is in point blank range with you, so that's a hit and 2 further hits.
Next wife is Ivana, daughter is Ivanka.
I mean, he still has to hit you in the head.
He's right around the...
Ah, you're all fine.
You are in danger of taking 1 to 3 points of damage if he rolls really high. As,
What guns he using?
as you do have to avoid being, well... Actually, no, that's just Joan on the torso shot, as that... From where he is, the torso is behind the window rather than the metal of the door, so...
Oh boy. So... Dodge roll?
Yeah. You really only have to bother dodging the last shot.
It's my second dodge, so that's like 2/3 of what it normally is, right?
Mm-hmm.
He dodged
Just
too, I
figured-
forget.
Just figure that out real quick.
Is he hitting me at point blank?
He is hitting you, but because of where I've rolled his hit location, you are covered by so much AP from Scow's bulletproof car that you are immune to his damage.
Don't have to worry about dodging.
Alright. Low roll. God dang it.
Right.
He has to roll hider. No.
The window gets some cracks and is not pierced.
Oh, thank the Lord. Thank the Buick.
You mean thank me and my fucking Buick?
Yes. Praise your Buick. It's saved my life many times now.
I am firing at him at point blank range.
Okay, it is the new turn, so he does have full dodges. And while you make your rolls, I'll be just 1-2 seconds.
Fuck yeah.
Kill this person before he kills me.
Well, if anything, if you really can't hit him, I'm going to just like walk away. I'm going to walk around from the back of the car and just try and execute him at ultra point blank. As in, there's no cover. I'm stood behind him. If I have to, I'll just run around and just jack him.
If this keeps going, if he doesn't kill him this turn, I'm pushing the pedal on this car and running him over.
I mean, honestly, that might just be the better option. I'll try and shoot old Blokey back there anyway and just run that guy's legs over. You go before me anyway, I think.
Yeah. This'll work.
I love that, especially if he uses up 2 of his fucking dodge pools so he doesn't have the means to get away when the car suddenly just jerks forward and crushes his legs.
Hello.
Yes, exactly.
So,
That's right.
yes. Actually, the 20 isn't. It is 1% off of a special success. Actually, no, it is a special success. It rounds it's 98, isn't it? But
Yeah,
your skill is,
it is.
so yeah, that's 2 special successes. This poor man, he liked being alive.
I mean, I hear that being alive was pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty decent.
He continues to enjoy being alive as he continues to duck beneath your bullets.
Alright, run him over.
Yeah.
Kill him.
You
Crush
can run
him.
over now.
Yep, hit the pedal.
I still
Break
need
his
to
legs.
dodge twice.
Joan will just get back into the driver's seat of the car and push down the gas pedal, running him over.
Okay. I'll give him a dodge roll. He can sort of half roll out of the way if he passes. He doesn't realise what's about to happen until it's too late. 2d6 damage, please.
Sure. Not bad.
Crunch.
Above average, a little bit. 1 point.
You just smash him against the building, and he is completely incapacitated, and several of his ribs are crushed. He's probably going to die before this gunfight is finished.
Serge's right for trying to kill me.
Oh, the fucking repair costs on my Buick.
I'll pay for a cleaning later.
Yeah, they're gonna be asking questions in the garage.
This guy is going to try to... Well... I am actually going to give Ethan double chance to be shot at because Ethan has the worst cover of everyone here. And actually, Joan is just straight up back in the car, isn't she? So,
It's immune
Yeah.
damage.
Am I rolling something?
Not
1
yet.
to 2 is Ethan, 3 is Caleb.
Fuck.
He
I'm glad I've got this
decides
cover.
to just lean out temporarily and blast off 3 bullets at the
An
gingerman.
Irishman?
That is 1 hit.
Okay, what part of the body would it hit?
The leg. You are...
Like that noise then, I'm immune.
Yes, your Buick takes another point of paint damage. These poor people, their guns, they can't even cause hit point damage to your car.
That'll buff right out. This is great.
Sweet. Alright, am I able to move and still fire all 4 shots off?
You are, or I'm actually just going to roll a morale roll for this guy. He may just drop his gun and declare he surrenders.
I'm good.
He doesn't.
All right then. Yeah. How far can I move out and still fire all 4 shots off? Because I want to try and see if I can deplete his cover.
Up to 8 yards, basically.
Oh god, and this thing is in fucking meters and feet.
Meters and yards, they're the same thing.
All right, whatever then.
They're not actually the same thing, but roll bloody 20 doesn't allow yards to exist.
All right, we're gonna go
It's 3 inches.
just out here to ignore all of his cover and then just rattle off all 4 shots at him. Just blitz him.
Okay.
For the sake of sanity, we can call them yards, and it'll pretty much be the same thing.
No, you take sanity damage.
Okay.
Yeah, and he's point blank.
Oh, you got critical success in
I
there.
could get a crit.
Fails. He fails.
Really failed.
Fails and falls over and breaks his neck. Even if your bullets don't kill him, this man is dead.
Do I even bother rolling damage?
Please,
Wait, what's the damage?
if
Alright,
you
let's...
choose to, roll 2 individual d8s and then a second 2d8. 4d8 of damage.
Still down 2 because you got a crit success.
Yep. And you have an experience check. It is actually the fall and the broken neck that kills the man.
Yeah.
Although you do knock him unconscious, he is only...
So he's out cold before he hits the
Irredeemably
ground
dead.
and breaks his neck.
Yes.
Crack my knuckles.
Oh,
Should we look at the body before the Rosses turn up?
Yeah, we might want to get here pretty quick and before we declare like murders. Yeah, let's get out of here.
Sure.
Get the bodies.
Very quick loot body. Is it luck again?
yes, please.
I'll grab one.
I want to loot one of them too.
Go for it. I got the
Okay.
furthest body. Yay, success.
Same with mine.
Okay.
Once.
So those are 2 pretty much just standard successes.
Mm.
And in that case,
Don't you wanna help me?
1d10 times $5 and their guns.
1d10 times 5.
Yep. For each of the bodies.
$35. It's a profitable day to be Caleb. That might cover the costs of my damaged glass.
Probably not.
30 years. On my
And the guy Caleb is looting just has a regular Colt Pocket Hammerless. The guy that Ethan is looting also has a Colt Pocket Hammerless, except his has overcharged bullets.
Ooh.
Or rather, his magazine is full of overcharged bullets.
Sweet. Add on 35 more bucks to cash on hand. Oh, I'm up to 205 cash on hand. Did he have anything of importance on him besides a wallet with Dosh and his gun?
Unfortunately, he did not.
Alright, cool.
The other guy that Ethan loots also has basically another copy of the note that you got already, except this one doesn't have the nonsense syllables at the bottom.
Sweet. How long did it take us to search him? Because it might also be worth having a peek in the front of that van.
Maybe a minute at most. These people do not have that many pockets. But
There. Alright, just a peek in the front of that van. Maybe like a rummage in the
glove box.
glove box.
Yeah. Okay.
There.
Is not that much in there. there's a couple of spare magazines for a 32 pocket hammerless. Like 1, 2, 3 spare magazines. If you want to actually care about their gun and consider using that at any point in the future beyond now.
No, I've already got enough on me to reload the one I'm holding, and I can probably fix my SMG in the car.
Yep.
Rock and roll!
Yeah.
Let us cheese it.
Also, yep, just a... yeah. Also, what looks like a black and white photograph of the statue that you found in the possible assassin's pocket. Neither of these fellows have statuettes of Dagon either.
Okay, cool. We'll leave it there. Because maybe that will turn up interestingly in the news.
Fair enough.
Alright, back to the lodge or back to my place? My place is almost as armored as this fucking car, if that's any help.
Whichever you think is probably safest. It's your car, so tell me where you want us to go.
Well, let's find out if my boss is dead first, I guess. Probably a good start.
Probably. So back to the lodge then?
Aye aye. I mean, it'll suck if he is dead, because it was an interesting job as far as slinging booze is going. That said, trying to, you know, shoot down random gunners and whatnot, that was exciting. Could get used to that lark.
I'm back.
Oh, hello. That was much faster than I expected it to be.
I see there's no big red cross on Dr. John Scott, that's promising.
Yeah, also, his green bar is much fuller.
That's also a good sign. I see that Carl's hasn't gone down, so he didn't just sort of be like, quick, save him, take my blood.
So, yeah, when you get back, John Scott is sitting up in a chair, conscious, quite a lot paler than he should be, but he looks almost remarkably good for having recently been gut shot.
Hey up there, boss.
You look much better. That's good.
Hello. Well, Carl tells me that you have, you dealt with the bastard that shot me.
Oh yeah, he's right, dead.
Good. Good.
So, shall I make you the usual?
Please. Please do.
I'm gonna just guide everyone towards the bar again.
So, find anything that might have revealed some light on what this is all about?
Found this note on three guys? There's only two.
Just two.
Just two.
And we also found a little tiny miniature statue of Dagon, if you know who that is.
Yes.
6 inches by 6 inches.
Yes, yeah. Can I see that statue?
Of course. John will reach into her purse and pull it out.
That's my bloody statue.
Huh.
Can I run an archaeology check on it real quick?
You can, yes.
got a massive archaeology. Yeah, not massive comparatively.
Yeah. Looking at it a bit, it does look like it is pretty much genuine of old Sumerian descent. In fact, you're fairly certain that a couple of months ago an archaeological expedition came back from the Northeast African region and West Asian region that had brought back several similar statuettes of like this. But, it had been co-funded by the Miskatonic University and some anonymous private individuals.
Is that a recent acquisition from your trips away, sir?
Yes. Yes. Well, not my trips in that case. But, we put in some cash to do some expeditions out east, and a couple of the prize statues were found here. That damn thing is supposed to be boxed up in the basement.
That's interesting. The basement was quite locked when we checked.
That explains the note then.
Yeah. Looks like you have a snake.
Hold on. The basement wasn't locked. The back
the route
door was locked.
Right.
Somewhat importantly different things.
Yes, sorry, yes. Grand.
Well, that's peculiar. Can I see that note?
Certainly. Hand him over my copy of the note.
Dr. Scott would look over the note, hand it over to Carl, who would also look over it, and both of them just have matching frowns. And Carl hands it back over to Dr. Scott, and Dr. Scott says, wait. Sorry. This doesn't seem to make sense to me.
Didn't really make sense to me either.
Okay.
Has anything to do with the scribbles long bottom?
Yeah, that's just the copy of the note that Caleb has that has those.
Oh, right, yeah. I pull out another copy of it. First lad,
It
one
looks
who.
too funny when you say scribbles.
Yeah. Sorry, I go. Oh, it's not on that one. Right, shit. Okay, here you go. And I reach into my waistcoat and pull out a very similar-looking paper, albeit crumpled. Right. Took this from the one who actually had you just before he bled on it. Useful enough. There's some scribbles here along bottom.
He just reads the first couple of nonsense syllables aloud, and then John Scott's glass just falls from his hand and smashes against the ground.
For the slimmest moment, Caleb looks sad at wasted whiskey.
She'll take it.
Well, that can't be good, can it?
What in the hell's just happened? I must have Must be lingering after effects of that gunshot, making my muscles play up.
Sure. Let's do the that skill check that does psychology or psychoanalysis.
That skill check that does what?
Figures out when someone's trying to lie.
Psychology.
Psychology. Bam! You can't lie to a bartender when he's behind his amulets of power. Where I am right now, I am empowered and infused.
Yeah.
Let's actually make an opposed roll here.
That's an amazing picture.
It is, yes.
Yep, it's heresy.
Danny, you want a little more of this?
God, that's great.
So that
Alright, yeah,
whisper
so.
worked, right?
Yep, that did. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Alright, Caleb will give him a nod and he'll look a little bit unsure himself, but, you know, he'll grab a rag and go around front to clean up the smashed glass and whiskey on the floor before anyone can cut themselves on it. Goodness knows there's been enough fucking bleeding around here, eh?
So, have you gone to see whoever it is these folk were supposed to meet?
Well, no. Funny story, you see. We saw some lads doing a little bit of a escapee runaway in a van, chased them down. They immediately crashed like a bunch of fools, and then we gunned them down, got second letter, as well as a photo I didn't take photo with because it might be more interesting to leave that one to turn up in the news. A photo of that artifact, because I assume there's going to be more than one of them Dagon statuettes around. Or something similar, right?
I'll have a rest that were with that find those that aren't with us. They're actually scheduled to start going on display at the University Museum in a couple of weeks.
Well, ears open. If that turns up in news, then there'll be just a smip. I'm careful. It might be worth sending him a letter. I take it it's probably something you should do. I don't know.
Yes, we'll make sure to give them warning. But this second copy that you had, Miss Argent, I assume that was on one of the folks inside the van, yes?
Sorry, could you repeat that one more time? Stuff's happening at my house and I wasn't even going to hear that.
Oh, okay. This second copy of this note that you had, Miss Argent, that I assume was in one of the folks inside the van, yes?
Yeah.
I'm the one who had the note.
Oh, sorry. I thought it was Joan.
I'm the one who searched the body.
Oh, well, yeah.
Then that would have been directed at Mr. Everett. not
Yes.
Miss Argent. But he would have still said the exact same thing.
Yes.
And it seems to me, at least, that there is probably still someone there that you could meet, or interrupt the meeting with, if they both had these notes. And if the man in the van was the one who was going to be in charge of the meeting, why would he have the note?
Ah. Good point.
Of course, we can, at this point, just send in the police, but they're rather heavy-handed.
Considering we left 3 bloody blokes dead in our wake, I think we're pretty heavy-handed.
You ain't wrong.
You are certainly right there, but, well, you're still less heavy-handed than the police.
Just about. Alright, what time is it, by the way, in game?
At this point, 11:30.
Tell you what, I bet midnight, witching hour, is one of the more conspicuous times for such a meeting, especially if there's Dagon statuettes involved and shit like that. Guess we could head down there.
Yes. Although,
Certainly more exciting than slinging drinks, must be said.
I'm sure. You don't appear to have been shot yet.
Not yet.
You're not the one who's almost been shot in the head.
That's
My-
fair. I mean, they took shots at me, but they tried getting between me and old Bessie.
I was almost shot in the head. I ducked.
Very
And it's a
matter
good
of fact.
thing you did.
Thank your Buick. It saved my life probably a few times back there.
And they said I'd never need a bulletproof Buick.
How wrong they were.
How wrong they were.
Indeed.
I can only hope that the same result is. They said I'd never need a bulletproof house. it's happening.
And they said I never need a diving suit.
Oh, if somehow I found a use for that diving suit before Caleb's inevitable death, if only.
You might just. The rate we're going.
I'll leave it in as will to Ethan, a diving suit. Fuck knows why, mate. Oh, by the way, are either of your characters good with long arms?
No,
No,
that's Clarence.
that would be Clarence. Damn. He's going to be so jealous when he finds out that I have 2 of the rarest guns in the world. 2 of them. They're so powerful.
Cornite?
As in Demon Corn. Yeah. I mean, if you look at my character's picture, he's doomed to a death that's dramatic anyway. That character has never made it well.
Game of Thrones, right?
Hello.
Hi.
I assume that's Game of Thrones is in reference to Scow's Sean Bean character.
Yeah, so I said, I picked the most appropriate counter for a man who's literally doomed to die.
Yep.
I mean, it had to be
You
sure.
did.
It had to be. The moment I was like, I mean, roguish bartender-ish, literally doomed to die. It's Sean Bean. Sean Bean is the art this character needs. If I could do an actual Sean Bean accent, I would, but I can't. Get a rivet gun and become a big daddy with the full diving suit. Live forever.
God.
Do you think wasn't the stylizing of Bioshock like sort of approaching 1930s era steampunking?
Yes.
It was. Oh, it was 30s.
And all you need after that is a little sister.
Yep. Hey Joan, how's about you get started on Little Sister? I don't know. I guess into the Buick and off to the meeting.
Okie dokie.
Maybe poke the bullets out of the bulletproof glass of the window just so that, you know, it looks slightly less like it's been shot and more like maybe some punk kid broke a window. Tried to. Fucking, I'd like to see someone try with an actual rock. It would be like all of those shots of people trying to throw bricks at like charity shops and getting nailed in the face when they bounce back.
Although, glass does break rather differently, dependent on what hits it.
True. But I'm pretty sure that a rock which moves even slower would bounce off of bulletproof glass, right? Placed up against the glass and then hit really hard from behind so that there was no give.
I would need to look some things up, and I don't want to look shit up right now.
Fair. I mean, I could while we're flavor texting our journey across Arkham.
Yeah. So, if the map would be so kind as to load to decent resolution. No, that's never going to happen. You know, fuck it. I'm going to try refreshing the damn page. Nope. Sigh. Miserable GM noises.
That's fine. I'm looking through people actually doing answers into breaking bulletproof glass, but people are only referring to doing it with guns. I'm like, no. Actually just breaking bulletproof glass.
Alright. So you are heading for the corner of Peabody and Armitage, which I believe is on the corner of Independence Square, which, is somewhere around here, I think? Let me know how badly wrong I am, because,
I don't see Peabody itself, but I can see Armitage around there.
Peabody
that whole street is Armitage.
The easternmost bridge.
Then that is this spot right here.
I was pretty much right, wasn't I?
Yep.
Yay!
You were like off by A Street, but that's barely it. Yeah, let's change colour. There you go. That's the location.
God damn it, pets!
Merzandy. We have a winner. We have a winner, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh.
Okay, so if I zoom out all the way, literally as far as I can, then the map looks decent. And then I zoom in. Guys, the map's loaded again.
Hooray!
Yay!
It's just gonna need re-uploading as a lower res, I guess.
Yeah, probably.
Them PNG formats, yeah. Oh yeah, seeing you, it just for like arbitrarily seems to be working now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is PNG format, Scout. I wouldn't ever use a JPEG. It's just it may or may not be 2500 by 3322.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the resolution is far too high. But yeah. Right, so as you start out on your journey again, you quickly find that you quickly find yourself surrounded by police sirens, though.
As we like on us or approaching the location.
Approaching the location that you left all of the bodies in.
You know what? We're gonna take another. We'll take a street ahead. We'll go down to like South Peabody. Just take a straight line.
Okay.
Let's just not encounter the cops with our bulletproof car with bullets in it.
But with
the best idea.
a couple of astute navigational decisions, you work your way around that probable issue.
That and the fact that I think that the two distances are basically the same. It's just whether I turn right now or if I turn right later.
Yes.
So let's go with now and not into the police.
Wait, are you driving or is Joan driving?
That's a good point. Joan is still a better driver. I'll leave it to Joan.
Although
she's now had a martini though. I don't know. She good to drive? Is Joan a lightweight?
I was assuming you were taking it back, dude. Like the whole entire conversation earlier, like male pride.
All right, of course. That's a good point. We don't have to do any car chasing. Let's do this shit. I'm driving. I mean, I've had another brandy. It keeps me steady.
As you head down Miskatonic Avenue and take the left onto the very long Peabody Avenue. This is presumably one of the first times a lot of you been driving around Arkham at almost midnight. That's not really a very sociable thing to do normally.
I've probably done it a couple times because I'm at the Silver Twilight Lodge, which is where all the fucking creepers hang out. I've done a few late night rendezvouses, if you know what I mean.
Fair enough.
Oh no, my house is gone.
Dad, I meant to switch that to the map layer, not the GM layer, I'm sorry. I basically wanted it to not be selected on the objects and token layer.
Right.
It should now be visible again?
That's correct.
Yeah. So, while some of you are a little familiar with it, the city at this time of night is always a little unsettlingly quiet. Compared to the constant noises and constant traffic of Arkham at noon, Arkham at midnight is silent in everything but name. Swinging along to Peabody Avenue, heading up the streets to the bridge. You find yourselves thinking about just how empty the city seems to feel. As you start crossing the bridge, I'm going to ask people to roll spot hiddens.
I'm good at those.
I am not.
I'm decent, but not right now.
Your roll is broken.
It would seem so. Are you sure I can't have a 1? Oh, I know why. Here we go.
Yeah, you need to
Have a
put
zero
the
in them.
number in.
Right,
Yeah.
just the number of the base. The
Yeah.
bleh. Damn it.
And
I passed.
I blame the drinking. I'm distracted by it.
You're distracted by my pearly white smile. That's what's distracting.
Yes, exactly.
as you look out across the river, as you cross the Peabody Avenue Bridge, Ethan, of all people, the one who's supposed to be good at this, and, the one that's supposed to be good at these things is never allowed to actually be good at it.
I was good this time.
Yeah, he succeeded.
Yeah. He looks out across the river and sees little ripples. Ripples that look like something is swimming west into the city. Except the river flows out eastwards. Flows out almost straight into the Atlantic.
Guys,
Yeah.
Hey up, mate.
I just saw ripples in the water.
Well,
What-
it's a river. And of course, it'll have ripples.
Yeah, sounds about right to me. What, you don't see someone or something bobbing around in there, do you? I'll slow down, but I won't stop.
Wait, what exactly is happening again?
There are ripples in the water, except the river is flowing from west to east. The ripples look like they're heading in the opposite direction, except you don't see what's causing them.
I see ripples headed upstream. There we go.
Upstream.
Yeah.
Huh, that's weird.
If he points it out, are we able to see it, or...?
You would have to slow the car down, but then yes.
Yeah, I slowed down, but I haven't stopped. I'll peer out.
Okay. Yeah, with Ethan pointing them out, you can all see these ripples heading upstream.
That's fucking weird.
Yeah.
It's all this
Probably-
Dagon stuff. It's all sat in my head now.
Yeah.
Oh, stray.
A whole heaping of fish rape. That's what's going on over there.
Ugh.
Shoot at it, you're Americans. You're damn right, and we're all very armed. But also, there are police who are probably going to be very edgy about the sound of gunshots around now.
Yeah.
It's not like they've recently discovered 3 bodies with multiple gunshot injuries or anything like that. Oh.
That didn't happen
No,
at
that'd
all.
be silly.
You know what? How about we just pretend that we did not see that? Because I ain't got a reasonable explanation.
I don't either, but we should keep it in mind.
Yeah, tell you what, it's all it's all this Dagon stuff. Don't want it sitting around in your head. What do you guys know about Dagon anyway?
Megan.
What do I know about Dagon?
Is it worth doing a check to say what you know about Dagon, or?
I don't know. Would I make use? I don't really know what to say for this, so I don't really know about Dagon. Would I make a history check to see if my character knows about Dagon, though?
You could make either occult or history checks for the Philistine / Sumerian / Mesopotamian
I
Dagon.
rolled history.
No. No, I can't.
No,
Alright.
Joan knows no things.
Apparently, Caleb also knows a bunch about Dagon. What's the general pool of knowledge? Then we can bring Joan up to speed.
Something apparently.
He's an Eastern Semitic Mesopotamian, which is, Akkadian, Assyrian, Babylonian, Philistine, Amorite, Elban, Ugarite, which is Syrian, fertility god and god of fishing, but specifically fishing in these sorts of, loads and loads and loads of fish. Not fishing in the act, fishing in the huge bounty.
Right.
Basically, if you would like to just Google Dagon Philistine god and just not read Dagon in popular culture, you can read that, pick anything that seems interesting, and yell it at Joan.
Okay, let's have a look here. Dagon. Let's pick out a fun one. Oh, let's go the Egyptian route. That's probably where I would be. So you see, Dagon's got one of them. It's a far-reaching sort. A lot of the old Asian and Hebrew and that kind of stuff. Except he's got a representation in, I guess, most cultures right about now. In the case of, for instance, Egyptians, he's sort of the. Let's have an idea here. The fish form that he's made up of is sort of considered like a phallic symbol. There's an old Greek story about Osiris. Turns out his fruit and veggies were eaten by a fish in the Nile after he was attacked by beasts, and that's sort of said to be as blamed on Dagon as much as it is he's supposed to represent Osiris's missing manhood.
Huh. That's informing.
Yeah, in Egyptian culture, Dagon is represented as Osiris's missing penis after a fish bit it off.
Amazing.
Go on then, your turn to pick a fact, Ethan.
Trying to figure it out.
I mean, try and beat that. I picked the obvious best one.
I can't. He's been mentioned in the Bible a bunch of times. A couple times, anyway. Old Testament and such.
I see. That's not quite as a
No.
script as
No.
yeah. That's Caleb's there, buddy. Useful
They can't
nonetheless.
eat fish penis. Stray.
I mean, he's responsible for a lot of stuff, but in general, if you're looking at Dagon stuff, then you're looking at someone who is represented as being important to worship for great big old bounties, and he loves the water.
See.
If anything, if I could think of anyone who'd love Dagon, it'd be those old feckin' weirdos down Innsmouth. You ever see them?
Fortunately, not. I don't really stay in this state much. I'm actually from New York and up there.
All right. Well then, I recommend staying the fuck away from Innsmouth.
Duly noted.
Read.
I am right in thinking Dagon would probably be big in Innsmouth, wouldn't it? Because they're all fish weirdos.
Would you like to roll an in-character knowledge roll to get need to actually give you information on that.
Yeah, fuck it. Let's go for this thing. Is that a cult again, or is there one for
Your
just the area?
actual knowledge skill here,
Characteristics.
which is your education multiplied by 5. Which
Oh,
is
right.
No, I think.
Bam!
Hooray!
Yep. So Innsmouth, in the 19th century, early 19th century, it was a very active trading port. Mid 19th century, around the Civil War, almost a full half of its younger men were conscripted by the Union and died. And, well, a trading port that doesn't really have people able to serve as sailors or really anything, that's not a trading port that survives. Innsmouth started to decline up until the 1870s when Captain Obed Marsh returned from a trading trip, and suddenly Innsmouth became one of the major fishing capitals of New England. And in the past 20 odd years, the Marsh family, which has now become almost the hereditary mayors of Innsmouth, they're not actually hereditary, they just effectively are. There is never elected an Innsmouth mayor who isn't in the Marsh family. The Marsh family owns some gold mines, but almost appeared out of nowhere, but produce very good quality gold that is valued across New England. It's almost as... It produces almost as much as California.
There you
Just to
go.
say,
I
the
divulged
individual
that information.
town produces almost as much as the entire state of California.
Yeah, I let them know that, and then just also add, also just gonna put it aside there, they are right fucking creepy, and they don't like outsiders.
Yes. Innsmouthians are very ugly. They are known to have bulging, watery eyes. But they're too far apart by a half.
Yep.
Sounds like some serious disease going on there.
Oh, they are inbred as fuck. Which is sadly not unusual for most of the Arkham era of towns and cities, where you would just see people be like, well, we were dying out, so we just fucked each other until we stopped dying out. And bam, Lovecraft.
Yep. Right. So given that conversation started on the bridge, you're basically coming up to Independence Square now. And it is almost midnight.
Excellent. Which side of the car is more shot up? Because I'm wondering whether pulling up all the way up to that corner is worth it or not.
The passenger side, so the right hand side of the car is more
Damn
shot
it.
up.
Okay, we can't pull up right along there because they'll see a car pull up covered in bullets. That's not going to be a great move. I guess we could pull it into a little side alley here. Is there enough space for the Buick to go into to that alley, or not?
Let me zoom in. Yes, that looks like that is supposed to actually be a decent alley, so yes.
Sweet, let's pull in there. Oh, someone breathed the wrong way.
Don't die.
Right, I'm okay. I stopped trying to breathe alcohol.
God, I wish I could breathe alcohol right now. I've been sober for a week.
Oh god, you poor.
I know, right?
Ow.
Okay. You still don't have a gun, do you, Ethan? Actually, we have
still don't.
we have a bunch of Colts, but I think you probably still want the much better gun than those ones, so I'll give you back my Colt again. It's been cleaned and refilled.
Thank you.
And I'll also give you a spare magazine's worth of bullets.
Neat.
My SMG has been cleaned and unjammed as well.
Yeah.
And
although, actually, did you make a roll to do that?
oh, do I need a roll to undo? Okay. What's the roll required?
Either your mechanical repair or your gun skill. You only have to make a roll at this point because if you get a critical failure, you will actually fuck up the mechanism permanently.
Okay. Well.
You
Ugh.
roll until you pass or you critical fail, whichever comes first.
Okay.
There you are. You fixed the gun.
Woo!
Woo! Gun ain't fucked.
No.
Okay, good.
Yeah, it's not.
Not yet. We have like 3 other Colts. So it's the one with the overcharged rounds. Is it better than whatever Joan's carrying?
What is Joan carrying?
She has just regular rounds, I think, with the single action army cavalry.
Okay, and what is the single action army cavalry chambered for?
0.45.
Okay, so the Wildcat Colt does 1d8 damage compared to 1d10 plus 2 for Jones' revolver, but it does do it as high velocity.
So the Wildcat rounds are going to be armor piercing. That revolver does more base damage but doesn't pierce. Is that right?
Correct.
Cool. Hand her it just in case they've got armor. Might as well just have both guns. So I'll hand her that one. If any blokies in there are wearing something a little bit like this, and then I pat my waist jacket, which now on closer inspection appears to be a bulletproof vest designed to look like a waistcoat jacket, anything like that, then use this one instead. I'll hand her the Colt.
Alright then.
And I indicate the one that I indicate the one that Ethan's got, and I say that one will fuck up armor, no problem.
She'll accept the gun and put it in her purse, but have her regular gun in her hand ready to go.
Caleb is nothing but a gentleman. Even if he loves using curse words. In the face of a woman, no less.
I certainly know how to love the woman. Give her a gun and she'll
give her a gun and make her a martini. That's
exactly.
That's how you
That's the
win
way-
over a woman.
That's how you win over Joan.
Okay.
Now to win over Joan, you just need to get her some rare books.
I have both. I'm set.
Exactly.
I ship it.
Right then. So you are now you have redistributed your massive quantity of firearms. You are waiting for what?
What are we waiting?
Wait, did we see any cars like just parked up against the side as we moved into the alley?
Roll your luck. Actually, no. Roll party luck.
Party.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
just
different from party luck when Clarence is here. What's your luck skill?
80.
I knew it was massive.
It's big. I got big luck. It's because I burned 20 sanity, making my power stronger.
I think that basically turns your party luck to 55.
Sweet.
What's Joan's luck again?
35.
Hmm.
35.
Yeah.
And Joan is cursed by fate.
Yeah.
Yeah, 55.
Neat. Exactly. Oh.
Good quick mathematics. Alright, and so it's just a D100 and beat 55. Or, sorry, under 55.
Yep.
Well, shit.
Then, yes, you would, in fact, as you turned into this alley, you would have seen a nice little sedan, similar to your Buick, is parked up here, right on the edge of Independence Square. And,
Alright.
Critical
that is
success
the
on party luck. Does that give us any sort of bonus later at the end of the session?
Unfortunately not. It's
Oh,
a
well.
it's a characteristic roll still, so it only gives you something on a natural one.
Ah.
So, actually, if you will just excuse me 1 second.
That's fine. I might use this chance to make a drink quickly. Yeah, I will do. I'll be back in a moment as well then. I can fetch a drink. Sadly, I'm not alcoholic drink because I'm all out.
Shame. Been playing this little racehorse game for the makers of Pokemon as of late.
Mm-hmm.
It's called Pocket Card Jockey, and it somehow combines solitaire with horse racing. Hard to explain.
Yeah, it sounds odd. By the way, do you still need like the lore challenge for like in Battleborn with Shane and all that? Because I have Reyna now.
Oh, good. I still need like 3 rounds of Reyna. Yeah.
She's actually pretty fun. She's
Reyna,
actually
yeah.
pretty fun to play. She's mostly like overshielding everyone and like marking
Yeah.
targets to hit.
Yeah. Like Miko, but more offensive.
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Hello.
We were talking video games.
Okey-dokey.
So the makers of Pokemon made a horse racing plus solitaire game, which somehow works and is really hard to explain.
Yeah, that can only be hard to explain.
The game is Pocket Card Jockey, if you want to look it up yourself.
Hey, may well. Question from the audience, from Stray.
Already saw it.
Okay,
And I'm back.
fair enough.
Hello again.
Hello, Scout.
So we're faced with a cute little sedan.
Yep. A nice little sedan that's on the corner of Independence Square. So you ducked into the alleyway. There's currently a building and then a road between you and it. It does have tinted windows, so you weren't able to see who was inside of it, though.
Was the car's engine on or not?
You really can't tell just from looking.
Okay. If we, turn off the car and climb out, can we make a listen check to see if we hear car turned on?
Yeah. Yeah, you could certainly do that.
Yay! Let's give that a go. I've now put numbers into all of my. Oh, so close. Even with my untrained ass listen. So close.
Let's listen check.
Yes, please. All on you, Ethan.
No.
Have we really all got bass listen?
Yeah.
Hey, I don't need listen to read books.
True. Unless it's audiobooks by phonograph.
Yes.
If you-
All of
if you
the
need something
4
looked at, I'm your man.
characters in play currently have base listen skills.
That can only spell good things to come.
Yes. Good things.
The DM has found one of our weaknesses.
If you need something looked at from an archaeological perspective, I'm your man.
It's true. Don't worry. Eventually, when I die, I've got a character who I actually made instead of randomly rolled, and he's useful. Not as fucking loaded, but quite useful.
So, like Jonathan.
Yeah, but hopefully you can roll.
Fuck you, Scout.
You say it as though it's not true.
I meant to say it in a nice and affectionate tone.
Oh no, I mean I could feel it. It's a British thing. You can say fuck you to anyone and know that they don't really mean it. That's why we also get away with saying the word cunt so often.
Or do I perhaps mean it, but in a much more literal sense?
I am far too sober for that, sadly.
Yes. Oh. So, yeah, you've all failed your listen skills. None of you are able to hear the sound of the possibly turned on other car. Is that right phrasing? I think that's right phrasing. Fuck it.
Yeah, probably.
I don't even care.
Is there a way to very, very carefully ready a shot at something? Say, for instance, like lying down on the floor, peeking around the corner, and being ready to shoot out a tire if the car does start zooming away from us?
For something like that, I would ask you to start with a sneak roll to do it unobserved, and then, yes, you can voluntarily make a single attack at half your initiative value, but it doubles your normal range.
Okay, excellent. I'm gonna set up on the. I'm gonna try and set up on the floor because I think also my gun's the only one that doesn't have negatives at this distance.
It doubles your normal range. It doesn't actually double your skill, according to the actual rules.
So being careful and being there with my gun is actually just not useful to me.
It's useful to you, but it's useful to you in general. In this specific circumstance, you're close enough that you do not get a benefit from it. As with the gun you have. If you had a regular pistol, then yes, you would get a serious benefit from that. As it is with a Thompson SMG that is technically a short arm, but is basically a medium arm, you don't get a benefit.
Thank you, zero distinction. Actually, mine isn't the Thompson; it's the Schmeiser.
Schmeiser, sure. It's an SMG. I could do it such that you have separate skills for every single firearm, and that's needlessly complicated and means
this
that
is
you
not
are
this is not
really
Shadowrun.
unable to do more than one type of gun. Or I could do it such that SMGs are rolled into long arms, and then you have handgun and everything else, and then there's basically never a reason to use handgun. Or I can do it this way, and I like this way.
I definitely prefer this way. Mm-hmm. Because it's nice having a pistol and an SMG and be able to use both.
Your SMG actually has a meaningful range value, unlike
Yep.
every pistol ever. So
It's nice. The trade-off being is that it has less damage than my big pistol and cost more money, and malfunctions easier. Yeah. So potato. It might still be worth sneaking though to see if we can sneak up on the car. It's dark as fuck out, right?
It is dark, but there are street lamps. Although here you're not in uptown, you're in actual proper downtown. So street lamps are much rarer. However, Independence Square does have street lamps around it. So the car itself is right under a street lamp, but you could sneak up to basically the perimeter of the street lamp reasonably. That would also mean you're sneaking along the middle of the road, so if you're very unlucky, someone could just come driving along and run you down.
I look both ways before sneaking. That's actually a good idea, even when you're not looking at sneaking past a road. Always look both ways when you're sneaking.
Okay, roll your luck. Let's see if just a random car is coming.
Damn it.
A random car is coming. You have to wait there. For it to go past.
Tap foot, tap foot, tap foot, tap foot.
The
Okay,
car has
now
gone
sneak.
past.
Sweet. I actually am not trained in sneak at all. Are either of you?
No.
Damn it! Why aren't I playing gunner? All right.
Oh.
Sneak. Bam! Caleb is the knight.
Oh god, what have you rolled?
6.
I mean, that would be impressive if you had, more than 10.
It would, yeah. I mean, if it weren't for the fact that I'm rolling at base, that would have been an incredible success. As it is, I still
am
fucking
sort of trained in
succeeded.
Yes.
I did
Wait
train
a
a little
minute.
in sneak. I forgot I did that. I've got a 25 instead of a 10. Woo.
Sweet. But I mean, I've succeeded in getting around there. I guess I'll try and come in from the front of the car.
Okay, so, I'm just going to draw a little arrow for which direction their car is in.
You may even get accosted by streetlight people, says Stray.
Possible. So I go down the alley, like, in that direction, and then I'm going to come out on the other side and sneak up towards the car at the perimeter of the lamps.
Oakley dokley.
If only so that if they suddenly cheese it, I can just fucking full auto fire at the front of that car.
Yep. And
Which is something I don't frankly want to do, but I think that might be one of the rare cases where full auto would actually work, because hitting it's probably not the hard part.
yeah, there are interesting things about cars. Sorry, I put my S in the wrong place. Cars tend to be somewhat large, and large things are easier to hit with bullets.
Yeah, so I think that might because
My God.
pretty much it's around the block that, just firing full auto with a gun is usually arse. But in this case, I think since it's easy as fuck to hit a big fucking car when it's still just trying to kick off, it's actually not a bad time for it. Just to hit it with all the bullets ever.
All of them. All the bullets.
Well, all 40. It's a 40 mag, so I just still hold down the trigger. Just Thompson. Sorry, not Thompson. Well, fuck
I
it.
hope
Thompson the
doesn't
shit
jam.
out of it. So, who else wants to try sneaking now in position?
Also, I will say, before anyone else decides to sneak, being prone would count as one level of bracing, so that would also be a possible advantage for you to go prone. So
I mean, I'd be tempted for the bracing, except going prone in the middle of the road probably isn't a very good way to extend one's lifespan.
no. But
I mean,
if
I'd
you
love
can
that level of
reach
bracing.
the pavement, which you probably can, you may well be able to do that.
So I'll go sneaking.
Okay.
Yeah.
Apparently I'm better at it than him. No, he'll fail.
Okay, what is Joan trying to do?
She'll try sneaking as well, but instead of going the way that Sko went there, she will go up this way towards the back, but like where they're not looking towards instead of forward.
Okay.
So let's see what my sneaking skill is
And
here.
actually, which way was Ethan heading?
I would assume. I was gonna go with Caleb.
Okay.
So I may have just blown your cover. I don't know.
I mean, you have blown my cover, but at the very least, we're still in his getaway direction, and I've got an extra person to fire into them with if this car has actually got people in it and it suddenly decides it wants to get the fuck out of Dodge.
Sounds good.
Okay. Joan, please make your sneak roll. I did just want to check where Ethan was going to see whose cover he was blowing.
Alright. Maybe we'll get a low roll this time.
Oh, okay.
Nope.
At least I didn't go in the same direction you guys went.
Jesus, people.
What do you expect? I'm a folk dealer, I don't sneak.
Neither do I, but I at least know fucking tippy toes.
Fair enough.
So Joan starts.
Did know tippy toes. I don't know what just happened.
Joan starts heading up, across heading up Peabody, across Armitage towards a car, while Caleb and Ethan are heading around. Right, I think it's time for a roll from the car. Let's give this a 40% chance. That's a failure.
It is.
Right, so when Joan reaches the corner, the back door of the car would open on Joan's side, and out would step a man in a very well-tailored suit. His skin is very pale, although it looks somewhat prematurely wrinkled, and in some places it looks more than just pale, it looks outright diseased. As his eyes fix on Joan, they start to water. How wide and blue they are. There is no way that Joan can fail to recognize from Caleb's earlier description that this man is an Innsmouthian.
I fucking knew it, lads.
Apparently, you're beautiful enough to make his eyes water.
Yay!
I hope not.
Yes. His eyes are fixed on Joan. So it's pretty...
What do you think, Bookie? Do we put this man under?
hold on. You two are around about just here. You haven't gotten to head around yet. I'm afraid Joan failed a little too early.
Darn.
This can only end well.
I should have been like, I go first and leave because I knew I would succeed. I knew it in my heart.
I'll probably get a surprise attack off him if anything goes wrong. Oh,
So
this can only end well.
that was mostly for the benefit of the audience. You shush. You don't know these things, but bad shit
Right.
is doomed to occur to you.
Right.
It's not like I'm bringing your tokens across to this map, so you could possibly roll initiative or anything.
Yeah,
Oh man.
nothing.
Right. So yes. What does Joan do? There is someone just standing there, staring at her.
I'm glad we described Innsmouth locals to her.
Yeah. She will step back for a moment. Probably like just a single step between them, back further between them. and say, "Who are you people?"
Okay.
Nice citizen. Nice.
Let's reckon out a ball. Okay. Actually, does Joan have her gun visibly drawn?
Not yet.
Okay. The man would narrow his brow a little and say, "Oh yeah, if you had any reason to know who you were, you'd know already."
We should have warned Joan that also Innsmouth locals have an incredibly hard to decipher drawl.
Yeah, I can barely understand that.
That's
I kinda
entirely intended. So
Yep,
Okay.
that is how they speak. It's either that drawl or you still understand the voice.
Okay. Joan will just turn around and walk away before turning back down the alley where the van's at to try and go meet up with the other two.
Okie dokie, man. Then, as Joan starts turning back into the alley, Ethan and not Clarence, sorry, Caleb, turn around the corner.
It's another ginger whose name starts with C.
Another, yeah, I mean, we're swapping sea gingers.
Right, so
Oh, hell's Ethan, you seeing what I'm seeing?
Yep.
Ethan's roll was a fail by 28. What's this man's spot skill? That's not a fail by 28% or more. It's still a fail, but by nowhere near as much, so... yeah. Carry on. You see the man that was already described.
Okay.
Let's see, how good am I at lying and bluffing? Because that might be necessary, because I do have a weapon drawn.
I do too.
It's fast talk, isn't it, for make people understand for shit and be like, whoa, gotta get the words out.
Yeah, yeah. Fast talk is equivalent to bluff.
Excellent. All right. Oh, I like really crank up the fucking bartender voice and be like, "All right, then, mate, you're the one supposed to be meeting, right? Fucking statue."
What's your fast talk skill at?
65.
Just beats mine by 5.
He would, yeah. He would just turn on the spot to look at you, and say,
Like pointedly lower the gun a bit and then reach towards my pocket as though I've got something in there.
"Ah, yeah, good, yeah. Be quick about it. Yeah."
Not be seeing any other people around here, eh?
He would give a nod in the direction of Peabody Avenue.
Right, shit.
Some folk are already giving a look around you. We need to be quick.
Alright, fuck it, yeah, let's go quickie. And I will walk up close and hopefully have Ethan by my side.
Yep.
And be like, just so you know, fucking other people came by. Like, a while ago, shootout down the other side of bridge.
Well, fuck. Alright.
But we got your fucking statue anyway. It's alright, it's alright.
Yeah. And next week?
Alright, fuck, next week same, but You know, we might have to change another location if there's people walking around.
Oh, I realized.
Let's have a look at what his psychology skill is. Oh, his psychology skill is actually kind of decent.
Uh-oh, that's not what I want to hear at all. Yes!
Oh,
Wow.
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 The man is the hype.
Nod and say, still.
Alright, sweet. I'm gonna walk until
Need to be a museum.
Alright, fine. I'm gonna walk until I'm in point blank range, and then I'm gonna pull my SMG back up again and shoot him. I'm gonna fucking shoot the shit out of him.
Okay, I'm going to first make basically another psychology roll. That's what those things are. If he fails, he is taken completely by surprise. He's taken by surprise. He will not be able to dodge any of your shots if you roll successful hits.
Alright, fuck
Can I
yeah.
walk up real close to, or close enough for point blank?
That's correct.
Yep, you, if you are keeping pace with Caleb, you are definitely within your point blank range.
Oh.
That's still a hit, I think, even at point blank, because my skill's 60.
I always hit. I nearly always hit.
Yep, so that is 5 consecutive hits.
this guy is dead.
3d10 from Caleb and 2d10 from Ethan.
This is 2d10 plus 2.
Is it plus 2?
Yeah, it's
Oh,
a plus
right.
1, plus 1.
Oh yeah.
Right. So
So
14.
It's 16 plus 14.
He's just
30.
mattered to his van, isn't he?
Do
I mean,
you
it doesn't
see
count,
his,
isn't it?
Do
He's
you
in
see
the-
his bar?
Blap, 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 blap.
Yeah.
Alright.
You
Bloody mess.
He
Overkill.
trusted you a little too much, and yeah. Overkill. In fact, chunky salsa. You riddle him with shots, and his arms and
bloody mess.
both of his arms are just blasted off, and his head has a he has a second mouth in his forehead.
Yep. Sweet. Okay then. When that happens, does anything happen in that car that's like next to us? Is there a driver in there?
The windows are tinted, but yes, the car does just jump forwards towards you.
Is there going to be a chance to shoot that too?
I think it's going to be an initiative roll here.
Oh god, we've found out how terrible. My one weakness so far has been the initiative roll.
If you make the initiative roll, you can... Yeah, if you beat the driver's initiative, you will be able to shoot first. If not, you are going to have to just spend your whole time jumping out of the way.
Oh come on!
Initiative from everyone?
Is Joan close enough?
I mean, I would assume I heard the gunshots and I'd probably come running for it.
I still don't think Joan is close enough, so... He has a dexterity of 11.
Just like me, he just has to roll lower than 5. He has to roll lower than average on a 1d10. Fuck my ass.
Darn it, he's faster than me. He
Yeah.
isn't a car, though, so I'll give him that.
You are going to have to, first of all, make dodge rolls as the car just leaps towards you. And,
Dodge.
yeah.
I can dodge.
Please do dodge, or you will be run down.
Oh, God.
Am I able to barrel him with me if he's slightly behind me?
I'm a deer caught in the headlights.
Hi, Ethan.
Either way, yeah, it'd be like that, but
How about if I barrel him out of the way, but we're going to be unable to fire back at him completely because I got a body check him.
You might be able to do that, but I am actually going to have to ask for another dodge roll from you.
Okay.
it's be full or 2/3.
Full from Caleb.
Okay.
Oh, all right, no,
Oh,
I
God.
can't body check you. Sorry. Good luck,
Okay,
Ethan.
so
Good luck, buddy.
either Ethan or Caleb is going to be hit by this. I will leave
well-
it up to the choice of the two of you here.
You know
I'm
what?
the one who crit failed.
Oh, okay.
Wait, you crit failed? I'll take the hit.
Well, yeah, a 96 to 100 is a crit fail. So,
I'll take the hit. I'll take the hit. It's cool. I'll barrel you out the way and I'll get hit.
you are pretty damn close. So.
I was very close, yeah. But even then, it's still not a crit fail.
Yeah. So, the car leaps towards you, and Ethan is taken by surprise for a moment and then stumbles. Caleb shoulder barges Ethan, so he is thrown out of the path of the car, but his momentum isn't enough to carry him to a safe distance. Caleb is hit on the whole of his right side by the car. His right arm and leg are thrown backwards, and he spins for a moment and collapses with a sickening noise. Scowl, please make a roll for system shock.
But my hit points are like 15. It's not halved me, has it?
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, I've not been halved by it. I'm okay.
Well,
I mean,
fair
I'm quote
enough.
unquote okay. I'm at 8, so I haven't gone into shock.
Well, should I make
I-
some kind of sanity roll here?
I had thought that 7 would be enough for you. Fair enough. If it
No,
isn't,
I'm
then
just
yeah.
barely. Yeah, I've got 15 hit points, so 7 drops me to 8.
Yeah. Caleb is in a hell of a lot of pain. I am going to ask for a con times 5 roll to avoid long-term complications. Even if you don't have to roll system shock, you've still been hit by a car.
Sure. Sorry, what roll is that then?
Constitution multiplied by 5 here.
Oh god, my con is my worst skill.
Welcome to my world.
Oh
I'll have to
god.
walk with a limp.
So 1d8 times 5, gotta beat that in hundreds.
Wait, 1d8?
Sorry, 8 con times 5 is what I got. So.
Wait,
Oh.
you have 8 con?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Dear.
How do you have 15 hit points?
I don't know. It was just that in the sheet, so maybe I don't. I thought that was.
You
I thought it
do
calculated.
not-
No, you have the average of size and con as your hit points.
Oh, okay. Then I've
Size,
gone for
like-
the shot.
Yeah, you have 12 hit points. You do not have 15. I don't know why the sheet has given you 15. The sheet is fucking stupid.
12 minus set. Okay, so I'm in actually quite bad shape. So let's see here.
Yeah, you do have to make your system shock roll, I'm afraid, to avoid
to
being unconscious.
5, and that's still the con by whatever, right?
Yep.
Fuck! I forgot that doesn't work. I wish it did. That would be real useful if it did, because that's just an easy thing to type. This is
40.
40. Yes. I'm fine. I don't go into shock.
While being hit by a car is something of a shock, you do not suffer from system shock. Caleb remains conscious, though he is basically thrown into a twirl on the spot and may or may not have a broken limb or two.
Sure. Do I need to do the second roll then to see for complications of injury?
Not right now.
Okay.
I since you have had to make the system shock roll in the first place, at the very least, you have sufficient adrenaline to keep you going. So, Ethan, I believe you suggested you had to make a sanity roll.
Probably again. This is my second near-death experience in 2 sessions.
Sure. Let's, that does in fact sound reasonable for a sanity roll.
Woohoo.
You have 44 sanity.
Currently? Yeah. Wait,
Hold
no,
on.
I think
Wait.
I think I
someone
might
just
have
said
missed.
it's me?
No, I think I might. My character sheet didn't save from last week, so I forget how much sanity I added back in. I added sanity back in, and I'm higher than Joan. Sorry.
Oh, it's a success regardless.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent.
So,
That fucking hurt. Is there a chance then? Does it actually still shoot at the back of it at least?
yes, you can attempt to. Ethan can also attempt to, and Joan, now coming around the corner to see the car speeding down Armitage Street with some bloodstain on the front, although not as bad a bloodstain as it possibly could have been in
Could have been 2
headlamps
people.
alone.
Yep.
You can basically all take a shot at it.
Yeah, I scream tires and unload. Well, I don't unload, I fire off 3. I think unloading in this position is actually now a shit one again. Or is it? You tell me, is it worth firing 37 rounds from the floor where I am now? Because I'm technically braced.
You are technically braced, and the car is still in your standard range increment. So, Joan does in fact hit very well. I'm not going to suggest that you should fire 37 bullets, because firing 37 bullets in any situation is a bad idea, but
I'll say 10, and I'm going to have like the cool shot of its back tires. I'm basically just going to try and do a spray from right to left of its tires.
okay, so
Gonna fire a sec.
firing 10, you're at minus 20, but because of the size, you're basically at plus 20 again. Actually, probably plus 25. Yeah, so you're actually at a net increase of plus 5 for your skill.
Sweet, so it would be a 65, and I succeed.
Yep, and you succeed
My shot.
by 25%, so you hit with 8 of your 10 bullets.
Fuck yeah!
Actually, it might be even more than 8 out of 10. Let me check the
Only people
rules.
do.
Is it for every 2 that you pass by, or every 3? Automatic weapons. Yeah, okay, so it is for every 3 percentiles of success. So yes, you've hit with 8 bullets. Ethan has hit with 2 bullets, and Joan has critically hit with 1 bullet. Joan, please roll luck. I am going to say
God,
before you
Joan's
make the
luck.
roll. Okay, the car explodes.
Oh
One time my
man.
luck finally works.
So when I shoot, I'm actually firing at the rolling away wheels. I still managed to hit them all though, I'm great.
You bring the gun around, you shoot, but then the car just explodes for no reason that you see, and then you see Joan walking out onto Armitage Street with her gun smoking. Joan, you get 1d4 sanity because that was fucking awesome. You just got 2 crits in a row.
Alright. Now, or can I do that later?
Now, please.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh well.
Um,
This
your,
like
your
46.
initial crit meant that I was going to say you hit the fuel tank, but luck roll was to see. Is there anything special about it? Do you blow the fuel tank off? And then you got another crit and you just blew the fuel tank up? So the car exploded.
So somehow must have shot through an oil line, kicked up sparks into the engine, into the fuel, made a mixture of the two. Boom! That's the only chance the
Yes.
car has of actually blowing up, is if you manage to mix multiple fluids of flammable and kick off a spark.
Mhm.
And even then, I mean, it doesn't Hollywood, but it still pretty fucking fucks up a car.
Yeah.
Time Splitters 2 flashbacks. I mean, we did all climb out of a bulletproof Buick and start firing 1930s guns at a car and it burst into flames. There's pretty Time Splitters 2.
Oh. Now you're making me sad.
Yeah.
It's been so long since I've played Time Splitters 2.
I've never played it.
And also, do you know why they cancelled the new Time Splitters?
I didn't even know there was one being planned. Now I'm double sad.
Oh, it was nearly done, okay? The reason it didn't get fucking put up for sale is because they couldn't decide on someone to put on the front cover.
That sucks.
Wow.
What?
Basically, they were like, marketing basically said, no, since there are so many characters, no single character's identity is strong enough to sell the game, so they don't have anyone to put on the front cover. They don't want to try and sell the game because they don't think it will work. Never mind that it's a Time Splitters game would have done just fine. Literally, it just got stopped by a bunch of people in marketing because they couldn't decide who to put on the front cover of a box. That's the literal, you know,
Then
the
put
TLDR
everyone
version.
on the front cover.
I know, right? Yeah, no, that's the TLDR version.
I'm not going to literally head desk because then I'll be in pain.
Probably
But-
knock over a microphone or something.
Might
Yeah.
as well post it Twitch chat, R20 chat, and Skype.
Maybe they were mixing moonshine in the engine.
Maybe.
Ah, that engine shine is good. Actually, I wouldn't put it past them. They're from Innsmouth.
Mm,
Yeah, they're in with you. Never know what they might do.
right. One sec. Consider your next courses of action, guys. But you've got a
Can
corpse of
someone
an
put-
exploded car.
Someone loot that guy. I'm gonna climb into the back of the car. Then we need to fucking go. I'm gonna get up and crawl back to the car.
I'll loot him.
Question is, if there's anything left to loot.
I know, right?
We were again. It's like the police too heavy-handed. We fucking turned a guy into pulp and blew up his car.
You're sorry?
I didn't pass.
Dicks. That's not great.
The stuff's just too exploded. His wall has another bullet through it.
Alright, so Ethan failed his luck to loot the reasonably intact corpse. When I say reasonably intact, I mean the one that, has just lost its arms and has a massive hole in its head. Not the one that was literally blown into tiny pieces.
The one from last session?
Alright, so,
Did you check out last session, Scout?
Pardon me, sorry?
Did you manage to see last session at all?
I didn't get a chance because we were up for like 5 fucking hours. So I was just like, whatever, I'll get to it eventually, and just went to bed instead of listening to any of it. But no, that's like, I did listen to like the first 15 minutes, and for that entire first 15 minutes, Mazendi's microphone was muted on the stream, and I was like, oh, poor Maz.
So, what happened was...
It wasn't even that bad. It was like the first 2 minutes there was my mic, and then the next 15.
You missed my mic freaking out as well.
I have no doubt that it happened.
But what happened was, I believe, Clarence, with his automatic weapon, I believe it was a crit, managed to absolutely destroy one guy, obliterated him, even more bloody mess.
Right.
Yeah. I will generally just accept the whole bloody mess perk as an absolutely a thing that you will have when you get specials and crits.
Well, the best way to do it. Even just said he had another mag that exploded in his pocket.
Yes.
That also destroyed his wallet.
Yep. Right then. Yeah, so you failed your luck roll. 1d3 times $5 in actual dollars that are lootable. The rest, which actually looks like it would actually add up from whatever you roll to $200. So $195 in his wallet is soaked through with his blood.
Does he have any gold on him? Because he's an Innsmouth, and that tends to be also how they pay for shit.
You want to roll luck too?
Among other...
I'm totally playing to stereotypes. The old classic Innsmouth stereotype.
He's not amongst Innsmouthians, he's amongst Arkhamites,
So he's gone for dollar.
he has, like, a gold ring. It's very ornate.
Take it.
Stray reminds me that it was a shotgun Clarence shot the guy with.
Yes. Yes, shotguns will also generally just bloody mess people, as well as machine guns. Lots of things will bloody mess people. Explosives will bloody mess people the best.
Yeah, that's true.
His ring, his ring looks like a squid with its tentacles wrapped around his finger. You have to walk a couple of paces away from his body to find the arm it's attached to. You really are much more heavy-handed than the police. Jesus Christ.
Just by sheer luck alone.
Yeah. You go to a place, you're really lucky in the thing you're looking for is spare, and then you just shoot it. You don't even try to club it unconscious first. Just shoot it.
That's mainly because I know the odds of success for clubbing someone unconscious very low compared to destroying them with bullets. Didn't think we'd just crit him though, that's all. I just didn't think we'd succeed that hard. Just a normal kill is all we really needed.
So you pull the ring off of the disattached arm, and you start hearing police sirens heading in your direction. Yep, pretty much.
You should check out some old school
So... Are you going to do... Are you going to take the route out that Caleb is suggesting, or...?
Yeah. I'm assuming we'll take the route out since he's saying that he doesn't know really any doctors. I don't ask many questions about what happened. So, let's just get him home and give him some bed rest.
Yep, he's just sort of going to be laid out across the two back seats, and those two can sit up front side.
Okay then. So, Joan, please roll your drive skill.
Okay.
given the explosion of a car, the police are kind of really just trying to get here as fast as they can, so you really do need to actually drive off pretty damn fast.
Let's just hope this drive auto works. Can we get a little bit of advantage? Can we get a little bit of advantage because they're busy dealing with the other situation down there while this happens?
You will definitely have a bit of an advantage from that. You're also going to have a bit of an advantage from having a lead on them anyway. But, well, let's see, what skill did I give the police? My creatures and characters document, which I'm afraid I'm not showing on stream. I'm sorry, but
Don't want to give away all of the stat blocks ever. Good, smart man.
yeah. Well, it's more of a case that I don't really want to give away. What does Mazendi have a stat block for? Mazendi has a stat block for Dagon and Hydra. Oh.
Hydra as well. No, why doesn't Mazendi have a stat block for Tindalos?
Hail Hydra.
I know that guy. He's cool. He thinks I'm Tindalos.
Okay. So, yep. Then they also actually have 50%. So Joan starts driving away, initially heading a little bit slowly because of Caleb's injury, and it occurs to me I shouldn't have bloody closed that.
Am I gonna need to be making physical effect saves or whatever they are? That's to appropriately cheese it.
You are conscious, so you can basically just hold the damn thing over your, something over your injury, so you can stop yourself from bleeding out.
Excellent.
And yeah, this is 99% flavor texture. So,
That other 1% though might be a crit fail and kill me.
yes. Joan takes it a little bit slowly to start with your injury, but police cars start drawing in around Federal Street and Armitage Street, and one just starts seemingly out of principle heading down your way. Let's roll their spot roll, see if they actually notice you. But they instead turn right
pretty
down
burning.
South Federal Street here as you continue down Armitage Street.
I think instead of Armitage, we're going down Water Street, which is here and then, as opposed to one of the bridges then out of East Water Street.
Well, okay, you do need to head down Armitage a bit to actually get the road down to Water Street. The bad news is that in that case, you are going to encounter that police car again in a second.
Wonderful.
Which basically means I more or less get to give them advantage.
Jesus Christ.
I'm sorry. I was perfectly happy not to do that, and then you had to say, yeah, we're actually going this way.
Well, I don't want to metagame it.
It's
especially,
fine.
especially since I typed the route. I was like, here, take this route. And if we're following that route, that does mean, sadly, we're going to bounce into it twice.
That's the first rule of playing Call of Cthulhu. Don't open your smart mouth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Noted.
So, yes. In this case, when you reach the corner, from the road you are heading down from Armitage to East to Water Street does not have a name. So as you are heading down the nameless roads, and turning from the nameless road onto East Water Street, you find very quickly following you is a police car with its sirens blazing.
More to Jaws.
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
I started doing a siren and it seemed to slip more into Jaws.
Okay, so you have some options here. You can try to outrun the police car, you can try to pull over and bluff the police car, or you can try to pull over and gun down the police officers.
I don't like not option 3. I
don't like any of them.
They're all not great situations. How good are you at lying? Because Caleb might have to then just like sit up again.
Ethan,
Or theoretical option 4, you can just drive along at regular pace and maybe, just maybe, the police will not notice the cracked glass and small bullet holes in the side of your car and just head past you. That's an option. You can just trust to your luck.
Back to my luck.
True. Well, that said, pretty much all of the bullet holes are in the right side of our car. So if we can just, when we get pull over as close as we can to the back side of a house or a dock, so that Shadow's hiding the fucked up part of our car.
Question here.
I'm thinking maybe I can try and
Don't
convince him that.
American
I'm
cars
almost
drive
lying.
on the left-hand side of the road?
Shit, I forgot about that. Wait, do they even give a shit about that stuff in 1930? It's basically just our fucking road right now.
We drive on. Yeah.
Okay, so you are just trusting to your luck here.
I don't know. So I'm thinking here. What if we pull over by a house and I try to convince the police officer that we just had a drunken night on the town and we're just heading home?
Sure. No one say anything about any injuries? I'm pretty sure I've lost enough blood and actually drunk enough that I can fake it.
Exactly.
and I can lie almost as well as he can.
Sweet.
All right. And that's what we'll do. We'll go until we find like a little house with a lot of shadow on the road, and pull over right beside it, and wait for the officer to come up.
Okay. Please roll party luck, one of you three. If you do very well, the police car will just not pull over behind you and will just carry on.
Nice.
26 against 55.
Better than 50%. Don't know if that cuts it.
30 percentiles.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's 30 percentiles.
Yeah. In that case, yeah. You start slowing down, pulling over, and the police car just pulls into the right lane and heads on past you.
Whew. Dodged a bullet there, guys.
The officer briefly turns off and on his siren for a minute. Almost as if to just thank you for being polite. Or you could have tried Stray's approach and showed them Jones' tits.
Well, actually, my backup plan was to pretend to be drunk and then also palm him $200 to fuck off.
I don't even think about Jones' tits.
I assume Stray intended Jones' tits because Joan is the only one who has tits. Oh dear. My connection to the Roll20 server has been interrupted.
That's not good.
I hate it when that happens. I guess it mostly just means macros don't take a really long time.
Yep. Yeah, I'm like in cash on hand. I got $205, so I could have probably just been like, "Here's this cash. I'm very drunk.
I could have
Go
bought it on
away."
more.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Carrying over
probably.
$5,000 in cash on hand.
Oh, see that?
Are you just on a particularly jank one of the available servers?
I guess so. I've now refreshed the page and the error message is gone, but also is every speck of detail I had on the map.
Just to do the zoomy outy trick. It looks like it works because I can see that the other remote has popped back in again. It came in after 26.
Well, I've zoomed out a bunch, I've zoomed back in, it looks much better, but it still doesn't actually have the same level of detail as it is supposed to, but hey. Anyway, the police have just bypassed you. You have more or less escaped detention.
Let's continue.
And what do now?
Well, we continue on the route back to Caleb's house, I guess.
Okay, so you head downriver till the next bridge, head across the bridge, and then head upriver and stop at the Caleb estate.
I guess it would be the McGinnis estate, but it sounds fancy when he says it out loud as the Caleb estate, which is how he refers to his place. It's actually just a very, very a paranoid, like verging on paranoid level fancy house. It's very well protected.
As you initially approach it, it just looks like any old house in the south side of the Miskatonic. But the way the windows are laid out, you would be able to see every approach towards the house from inside, and slight balconies with slight buttressed pillars leading up to them. Look like they would provide decent cover in a firefight. And when you head inside, which I assume you are invited to by Caleb.
Yep, I pull a ring of keys off of a string that I keep around my neck and underneath the bulletproof jacket, and I let us in.
Yeah, before we go in, I'll idly remark that, reminds me a lot about Abernathy's home.
He sounds like a guy I quite like. Assuming he's all alive and stuff. I heard that you guys helped old Abe out of a problem.
Something like that.
Excellent. How's the old bastard doing?
Better once we got him out of it.
Excellent. You let him know if ever he wants himself a fancy drink. Caleb's house is open. Yeah, I will lead them in. So on the inside, this house is, again, very, very typical house, except you can see that the floorboards are particularly, like, very neat and well attended. There's no gap. There's two of them that, for some reason, do squeak when you step on them. But, like, otherwise the whole rest of the floor is solid and, you know, very, very decently well made. There are a couple of paintings. It looks like some of them are very similar to one seen in the Silver Lodge, but they're probably painted copies as opposed to anything original. And yeah, he's got one room with a very decent looking, probably a bit thicker than normal, yes. Yeah, there's a really, really decent looking living room. There's an armoire in the side that's got like decanters and bottles and glasses and stuff, very fancy. There is a great big old fireplace, although it seems like it's kept usually quite clean. More importantly, he leads you all through past that into an adjoining room. Like there's the living room, something else, and then the like the kitchen. In between these two rooms is there's like a showpiece set on the wall. There is a fully sized, fully operational diving suit, and it's leant up against the wall, pretending to hold what looks like a very dusty and antique bottle. It's got an arm propped up on one of what are 20 different crates. One of the crates is open, and from the view of inside, you can see that it is covering dusty bottles and bottles and bottles of what are probably very fancy and expensive alcohol. Also, very proudly clipped up onto the wall is two very, 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 very big guns. Like, they are fucking huge guns. They are, if I can find their name again.
Holland Royal Doubles in .600 Nitro Express.
That's correct. And then also a bunch of just boxes of ammunition lining the shelf beneath it. Like, of those guns, originally only 3 of them had been sold in all of America up until this point. Because I decided I wanted to own 2, 4 of them have been sold in America up until this point. But they are very, very rare, and I imagine very much that this other C-name Ginger would very much like them.
Not
I can't
in
even-
America, Scout.
World, sorry, the world.
Yeah.
I forget that all the time.
Clarence.
I will never understand these people's obsession with guns.
Okay, great. Shit. Oh, you're right, that isn't a bridge, I'll be damned. You literally have to go in through Arkham if you want to cross that river. Here it is.
You can also cross near Topsfield
Seems like a long journey.
or near Dunwich. Everyone
Well-
can cross at Dunwich.
No one wants to cross at Dunwich.
Nobody
Don't go
wants
down.
to, but you all can.
Yeah, let's not do that.
Don't know if it was or not.
But yes, he's got a fucking impressive selection. Of the crates of alcohol, it's about $1,000 worth of definitely illegal to own alcohol. And there's also a safe, which he goes over to and says, I figure I should thank you for helping. And maybe it's just the blood loss and the alcohol talking, but I think I very much like the 2 of you. And he walks over to the safe and opens it up. Now, I'm going to show you 2 books and not the 3rd, because frankly I haven't read the 3rd one yet, and I would rather look at that first myself. But here, have a gander at these. And he places, just on the top of the safe, in a little stack, the Pert M. Crew, which is an Egyptian book, and the classic Malleus Maleficarium,
Mm.
the Hammer of Witches.
Oh.
And they're both English translations. I'm going to take this one for a little bit of light bed reading. And I sort of put it underneath my not fucked up arm. I grab a dusty bottle of alcohol and then head towards where the bedroom is, leaving you guys the very fancy, like, living room area with its multiple sofas and big fire. Like, start up a fire if you want.
Ethan would like to roll an archaeology check on both of them, just because that's what he does.
You can't really roll an archaeology
I failed both
check
of them
on
anyway.
the Malleus Maleficarum.
Mm.
They are English reprints, so I don't think it would work for either of them to do archaeology. Instead, you would want to do cult or history.
For the Persian
Archaeology failed them
crew, I would allow archaeology to get you something from that. Malleus Maleficarum, I would just say you don't get anything from archaeology. But if Ethan does have history or occult, you can roll those skills as well.
History is the same as archaeology, so. History on both of them, you say?
Yes, please.
Both pass.
Scal, would you like to describe your books?
Yeah,
Although
sure.
actually, Joan, would you like also to roll first?
History?
History, occult, either will do.
Whoa.
Fucking hell. Okay.
Down your history.
Alright, so first of all is the Pert Imhru, which is the Egyptian title, and then written underneath it in a English translation is Coming Forth by Day. The book itself is like a translation of what was originally a set of hieroglyphic scrolls. And it concerns the beatification of the dead, and how they were how they were preserved so that they could stay alive and in condition even today. Well, alive, quote unquote, how they could stay in condition and even be capable of moving without breaking apart even today. And there is assistance and protections when you are using spells to shapeshift, and ways to, I guess, advance the dead themselves so that they could become as gods. It is very, very distinctly Egyptian. As for the other one, well, apparently as well, like the Put Emperor actually literally contains spells in it, but there isn't a set list, so it would be probably choose a few and then eventually make your way through the set if you wanted to learn from the book itself. Which I've not done yet, just going to put that one out there. I haven't learned to become a shapeshifter.
Yeah.
End game plans, though, you know how it is.
Although historical and occult knowledge wouldn't tell you, but this book has spells in it. That's mostly out of character knowledge. It's
Fair.
Historical knowledge would tell you that it is in some of those old scrolls that were translated, were said to have ancient Egyptian magics. That is, about what you would get from that.
Yep. Okay, and the other one is it is a fucking classic. It is The Hammer of Witches. It is written in Latin, but this one is subtexted so that every Latin sentence has an English one below it. It was written as a guide for inquisitors during the Middle Ages on the identification and torturous persuasion of witches and ways to hunt them out directly. This terrible book helped send an estimated 9 million people to their death. The German translation has the excellent title, Der Hexenhammer. You saw me take another book. Does anyone want to do like spot checks to try and see what I'm secreting away myself, though?
I'm curious about.
I might as well try.
Yeah, I'm always curious seeing what book, so why not? Yeah.
You poor fools.
Ethan, you catch a glance at the front of this book.
Ethan,
there is
roll
a strange...
sanity.
Yeah. There is a strange symbol on it.
Oh dear.
Roll 1d6.
You lose 1d6 sanity points, and Ethan is filled with a desire to, at some point, know more about this book. This yellow,
Ethan.
twirling sigil etches itself into the back of his mind.
Oh dear.
Oh, Ethan. Ethan.
It's something he would do. I'm sorry.
I know he would. I don't hold it against you. Again, it's one of those cases. Just somehow that's just how the dice be. That's how the dice be.
Probably a good thing I failed that spot check then.
Yes!
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you should be very glad you failed that spot check. I don't want to give all two of you a death sentence. That would be I'd feel really bad about causing a to be discovered TPK. Yeah. Also, probably a glance you would have seen inside the safe then with that spot check. It had like fucking gold bars in it and a couple of gems. I think that's everything of reasonable, viewable shit. Oh yeah, he also had a motorcycle out parked by his house, but it wasn't being used because it's not bulletproof. Or it might be for all you know, but it doesn't have windows, so it's really who gives a shit.
Yeah. Since we discovered that you could not actually afford a Tank Mark 8.
I really wish that we could have afforded a Tank Mark 8. That would have been wonderful to just also have in a garage.
Mm-hmm.
Why does this house have a fucking garage? Who needs that unless you're shipping container? Oh no. Here, it's a tank. So I'm pretty sure 1930s garages weren't really a thing unless it was connected to a factory, right? So it would have been like, what the fuck is this?
I think especially affluent people had garages.
Oh, okay. Well, in this case, it'd still be like, why does this house have a garage? Fucking tank! Start hearing Wagner. There you go. All right then. If I remember rightly, it takes me like a day to read this book, if even less, maybe.
Yeah, it takes you
Big
one
bad
day to read the book. However, let me reopen my house rules document. Actually, oh no, I don't already have it open. So give me 1 second to check the healing rate. Because I have specifically given you a faster healing rate for this game. Yes, I
Excellent.
have. Does anyone in the party have a medicine skill?
Clarence does.
Clarence
Unless-
is not currently a member of the party.
I know.
I have medicine, but it's not very good medicine.
Um,
It's only base.
Also,
Same.
first aid. If anyone would like to roll their 30% first aid, they could try to treat Caleb's car crash injury. Well, not really car crash. Malicious car ram injury, I guess.
Car assault. He used firearms, long
Vehicular
car,
assault.
melee weapon bumper.
Turk really needs
Oh,
to
you
do something.
succeeded! Thank
I
goodness.
did.
Thank
Yeah.
goodness.
What is it? 1d3?
Yep. That would restore 1d3 hit points for Caleb from your first aid.
2 hit points. There you go.
I appreciate the
Back up
fix up,
above
mate.
half.
Yep. I appreciate the fix up there, Ethan, mate. You help yourself to whatever you want in this place. There's fucking food in the pantry. There's plenty of firewood if you want to light up a decent fire, because it's cold as the devil's tit out there.
I'll see what's in the pantry and see. Grab
It is February, right? So I think it's cold as fuck.
Yep. It is the 25th of February.
If the medicine is-
now the 26th.
Yeah. If a medicine is fluffed, does it do more damage?
A critical failure for medicine means you get 0 hit point gain.
Oh, then I guess it's worth giving it a go.
But
Might as well try.
if people do not roll medicine, you automatically get 1d3 from natural healing rate.
Oh, so I should just leave it be.
Well, how many hit points are you down currently? I think you're down 5 still?
I'm still down 5.
Yeah. If the medicine roll is passed, then you get 2d3 increase. If the medicine roll is normally failed, you still get a 1d3 increase. If it's critically failed, you get nothing.
Let's give it a go then. Fuck it.
Who would
Try
like
it.
to roll medicine?
Just regular fail.
Okay.
1d3 increase from an overnight healing rate. And yeah.
You wanna roll that one again?
Stickler Call of Cthulhu GMs that listen to or watch, I guess, my Twitch stream. You know. Yeah, sure. It's normally by week, but
That's unreasonably
weekly
slow.
healing is really slow. Here's the thing, it's not unreasonably slow. It's perfectly reasonably slow. It's just boringly slow.
That's a good way to describe it, yeah. It's why in some systems I've used hero points as an augment for recovery instead, because second winding isn't a thing, but being out of a fight if you just had a hard first battle and there's plenty more shit to go is just shitty and boring. Six. Excellent. Can you roll another d3 then, please, Ethan?
I already. You get the one.
Um,
D3,
Oh, yeah. This technically failed medicine is a different roll to that other d3. I gain another d3 overnight.
And it
Because
really
you-
doesn't matter who rolls it. Just,
another
I don't know.
two.
I feel like I want to put that evil on him.
okay.
There
If
you
you want to just be mean.
Yep. All right, good. I'm up to 9. I'm feeling much better, or I will feel much better in the morning. But first, I'm gonna get a little bit of light reading because it's this thing that after I saw it, I really wanted to give it a read, like a whole lot. I was compelled to, you might say. Yeah. It's time.
You've read the book now.
I've read the book now.
You know your page reference, I think. To see your horrible sanity loss.
Yep. Let's scroll down.
It's like 87, I think.
Yep. Okay, sanity loss. It's 1d3 or 1d6 plus 1. So I'm going to lose a d3 regardless if I don't succeed this roll.
Hold on.
Right?
That's reading a book, yes?
Yeah.
You don't get a sanity roll when you read a book.
So I just get the loss.
Yeah,
So why is there a
but-
bracket then? What does it mean 1d3/1d6 plus 1?
Skimming versus fully reading it.
Yeah. If you just take, in the case of the King in Yellow, an hour or two to just skim read the book, you lose 1d3. When you fully read it, you lose 1d6 plus 1. But
Alright.
if you've skimmed it before, you lose 1d6 plus 1 minus your prior 1d3 result.
Okay, so I'll just... Ouch.
That's not really an ouch. You haven't gotten indefinite
I mean, I've dropped down to
insanity yet.
I've dropped down to 50, so I'm doing real good.
You're still higher than me.
sanity. Yeah, I'm still very sane.
I gotta
Alright.
fix my sanity last session too.
And now the sword of Damocles is above my head, ladies and gentlemen. The GM at any time can suddenly just go, "You die."
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Literally, at any time, it'd be like I could be lining up a shot, or I could be waking up from a pleasant nap, and the GM could be, "It's time. You're dead." That's it. And that'll be me dead, and it's gonna happen at some point within this character's lifetime in a month. I'm gonna die. Or go ultra insane, which is basically a death.
I'm probably in the same boat now.
No, I don't think I'm gonna let you read the book when I wake up in the morning. I'll be like, that was a bad idea.
That still might not stop my character at this point now.
Might not. We'll see.
Maybe. And you get plus 5% Cthulhu Mythos, which
Yay!
permanently limits your maximum sanity.
Yeah, I'm not too concerned about that. I don't see myself reaching 94.
I don't see you reaching out either, but you could. You theoretically could.
I would have to ultra crit every time now for the rest of my character's short lifespan.
But, just because you haven't heard of anyone lasting longer than a month doesn't mean you can't last longer than a month. Certainly your character probably isn't going to massively explode while you're not playing them.
Well, that's nice. I would like to actually be present for his death. Let's put it that way. But if not, if it just happens to be that we have a consistent group then for the next bunch of weeks, so then there is over a month of downtime, we can be like, all right, he died. It's why the moment we finished this, I was like, all right, and now for a backup character, because this one, when he's played, sadly is going to die at some point.
Yes.
So it's prepared. We knew this was going to happen. I was like, Mers, don't feel bad, and he doesn't feel bad because it's funny.
I initially felt a little bad, then I just stopped feeling bad. It was the dice that decided it. I gave Scow the option of
Taking out
just
the list of
not
books that I rolled.
putting that in the... Yeah. You didn't have to include that in your roll, but you did, and you rolled it.
Yep.
Yeah.
I went by fate, and it killed me. But it's going to kill me in a cool way at some point by surprise.
Yes. So, the next morning, you wake up. Caleb feels quite a bit better, though he's still pretty badly fucked up. And he feels badly fucked up from his nightly reading. As, well, that book is not fun. Ethan and Joan, you weren't hurt. So you feel like yourselves. Except for Ethan. Ethan still really wants to read that book. That book is awesome. You don't know what the title of that book even is. You just saw the cover for a split second. Just grabbed your attention. You want it. You want it to have your intellectual babies.
Alright, I'm gonna try a... is there a move silently, or is it just sneak again in this?
Sneak is equivalent to move silently. Hide is equivalent to hide.
Alright, so I'm not very quiet trying to sneak this book back into the safe. So if you want to make a wakey listen check to try and hear me waking up, Ethan, and stop me from rescuing you, now is your time. Oh, thank goodness. Alright. I'm gonna secrete that away in the safe. Oh wait, has he not failed by hard enough?
You have failed by 51%. Ethan has failed by 24%.
But he is asleep, isn't there something there to that?
There is actually a reasonable question there as to who woke up first.
Do you want to
Initiative?
roll? Oh, initiative, yeah, initiative on waking up. Let's do this shit. Initiative roll.
Sure. Although I will, I think, substitute your dexterity for your constitution. Whoever rolls higher with 1d10 plus constitution wakes up first.
Uh-oh.
I still win
Probably.
by a closer margin.
You automatically win, I think. Ethan.
Yeah, I can't lose to that.
Well, if you also
I
get a
did have a shitty
natural
morning.
1, I will possibly give you negatives to your rolls, both of you. Like, negative explosions. No, Ethan wakes up first.
Right. Alright, so I tried to sneak and you probably heard me.
Yeah.
Well,
Alright, I pause,
Time
like,
check.
look up from the safe. Hey, Ethan. How'd you
Hi.
sleep?
I slept alright.
Great. I fucking
What you
didn't.
got there?
You know what? I'd fucking lie, but I imagine it's not going to sate your curiosity. Just give me a sec. And he's going to, cover the front dial of the safe so you can't see it. And he's going to put the book away in there.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Fair
turns
enough.
around. Yeah, and turns around and locks it and goes, all right, grab me one of them bottles. We're going to sit ourselves down at the table and have a talk.
Okay. And I'll do that.
Cool. When he grabs a bottle, I will just uncork the bottle. It's a whiskey or a brandy at random. And he takes a long pull on it, and sighs, favors his right arm a bit, and goes, "By the way, thanks for the fix-up. I imagine I'd be in a lot shitter condition without it." Now then, that book. Have you ever heard of the Yellow King?
History, I would assume.
A cult or mythos? It would be a cult or mythos, not history. I don't think.
Yeah.
yep, Scow is definitely right there. Regardless, your 92 fails, whatever the roll would be.
48 also still hits. So, no.
Your occult was also 70.
No, my cold is 5. The second one. The second.
Do you have no mythos?
I do not have any mythos at the moment. Wait.
Shit.
Yes, I
Okay.
do. Never mind.
Oh, yeah.
I skimmed the one book.
All right.
I should
Freedom.
have some.
Roll
I
of
should have some.
mythos.
I skimmed the Livre Divin. I should have some mythos, right?
Skimming does not actually give you any mythos.
Never mind.
Basically, Ethan does not know about the Yellow King / Hester, so it is basically all on Caleb to explain here. So.
All right then. Okay. So there's this. I was going to say bloke, but frankly, is undefinable by any mortal imaginations. You're aware that there is shit in this universe, in this world, in this galaxy, whatever, in the great
Flash
out void. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Yeah.
Yeah, I just ran into one the other day.
Okay. Now imagine that there were millions and millions of creatures that looking at them would make a man's brain vomit itself inside out. Okay?
Oh dear.
And now imagine that amongst those millions and millions of creatures were at least probably some dozens of very fucking powerful people that for some generations think of as gods, you know, like Dagon, that kind of god era.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
They've all got ties to this outer stuff, and you know, messing with them tends to get you super very dead, or at least kind of insane. You know when old doctor back there at the Order said that, you know, there's the odd kind of person of a less than sane mannerism that comes by from time to time and needs a measure of help, but they'll get a measure of help better than the old Freudian stuff. It's because he knows at least that the at least glimmers of that madness in the outer realms, I'd imagine. He's a smart enough bloke.
She's done her.
Now, the Yellow King is probably one of the bigger ones, and he's not very good, and I'm not going to say his name out loud, because if I do that, it might just get me killed immediately.
Oh, dear.
I'm not going to lie, I don't know how the ruling works on that, but I'm pretty sure it'd be a terrible idea for me to say his name out loud. Especially considering I just read the play that he uses to fucking kill people and speak through them like little corpsey puppets. He's got his eye on me, okay?
Oh, no.
The Yellow King is very capable of destroying me and using me to pass on some message that maybe we won't even understand. I won't know it, I'll be far too exploded and probably doomed to a terrible, terrible death.
No.
So, yeah, don't read the book. Okay? I'm just gonna put that one out there. Fucking don't read the book.
Fair enough.
I might end up leaving it to you in my will because I've now explained very clearly that I'm gonna need a will very soon. And also I need someone who knows that this book is dangerous as hell.
Yeah, sounds like
And I mean, I imagine right now maybe it's a lot to try and understand and believe, but then if you're in the same location as me when I get turned inside out or whatever crazy shit happens, you'll probably be more inclined to believe me.
Yeah. After that cube, I'm inclined to believe you now.
Excellent. Okay then, so that book stays in the safe. There'll be a code in my will to gather that. There'll be some gold in there for a little bit of safekeeping. You take care of that gold, and you take care of the Yellow King's play. Then everything will be honky-dory.
Sounds great.
And then I walk off towards the kitchen, drinking heavily from whiskey.
Please make a listen roll for everyone around.
Okay.
Actually, security should
Want to-
track.
Yeah, info. No. So, both of the people we've established as awake fail. Oh dear. Joan. I think I am going to ask you to roll 1d10 plus your constitution. If you get above a 9, you're at least awake enough to make a listen roll. And if you pass, then that's going to throw you fully awake.
Okay, so it's 1d10 plus Constitution.
Yep. You can make a listen roll. You are now half awake, even if you are still actually asleep, because...
Woo! Thank goodness.
Okay. So... Trying to think of how to describe this noise, because it's a very particular sort of noise. Well, let's think about it one way, and that is. Oh god damn it! I closed the bloody book. Fuck. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to close the book. I need the book open.
It was too terrifying. It was too spooky. Far too spoopy.
Yes. Yes. Too spoopy for the DM. It's true.
3 spooky, 5 DM.
Roll 3d6 spoopy.
Mm-hmm.
You take 1d6 spoopanity damage.
Right, so, Joan, in her half-asleep state, starts hearing a sound like dripping. And it starts picking up, and then it just sounds like a whole quantity of water has been, like if you take a jug that's just full of water and you throw it. That sort of noise.
Throw a jug full of water? Okay.
Yeah.
As in the jug is jug 2, so it breaks, or...
No. You just throw the water out of the jug.
Okay.
So a massive
Sploosh.
splashing, splooshing noise, yes. So Joan hears that and is jolted awake from whatever dream she has been having, as whatever a Joan dreams about.
Electric sheep.
Yes. Joan is thrown out of her dream about electrical sheep.
You know what's
Pardon? Sorry?
genetics all died so far.
I think he's talking to someone else.
Okay.
If it was me, you're just hearing background noise.
Yep.
And my connection to Roll20 has been interrupted again, so...
Oh, wonderbar. All I did was an emote that said that Caleb goes and lights up a cigarette as he prepares toast and drinks whiskey. Oh no, that one went through.
That one came through.
Hooray.
I still haven't heard anything from Amjel.
No, he's not typed anything yet.
Yeah, I haven't
Yeah,
heard
yeah.
anything from him either, so...
He would appear to be here.
Ouch, knows those guys.
Okay, Amjel, would you mind actually saying something?
Sure.
Okay.
Were you worried that he wasn't coming through?
Yeah, I was a little worried about Skype being broken, especially if I say I haven't heard anything from a person.
And then they don't
Please,
speak.
If you are that person, speak.
Alright.
If I don't react to you speaking, then there's a technical issue. If you don't speak, I'm going to assume there's a technical issue, but it may just be that you haven't spoken. So, or you could troll me. You can just be massive evil trolls.
No.
You know how paranoid he is about Skype at this point.
Just throw out of
I've listened. I have attended too many sessions of odd jobs from Fabulosity.
Yep.
And the slightest thing, I will think, oh no, Skype has exploded.
Yep. I mean, and often you'd be correct.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, cool. So yeah, I'm in the kitchen, which is probably connected to where Jonah's sleeping. There is like extra bedding and stuff to go with the multiple sofas, so there's certainly places to have been sleeping. Unless you wanted to share a room with old Caleb. Which I wouldn't have recommended because Caleb was busy reading a scary book.
You probably just sleep in one of the guest rooms that you have, or on a couch or something like that.
Frankly, the sofas that he bought are probably nicer than the beds he's got in the guest room. The guest room is like, when people just turn up and it's like, oh, I bet you're going to throw up somewhere. You can have the sofa. And so you can have that bed over there. The salacious nights in the town kind of guest room as opposed to, oh, I think they probably want a good night's sleep. This sofa is much comfier than a bed. Enjoy. Or couch. You Americans.
I say sofa and couch interchangeably.
Wonderful.
Pretty much.
real life paranoid. It's useful, honestly, being that paranoid. At least you don't blame people being like Russian spies.
Fine. Then you're just crazy.
Duh. Sure. Caleb probably asks if he's had breakfast yet, while Joan is busy about to get spooked all over.
Right, so, hold on just a second. I need to establish the layout of Caleb's house here.
Sure. Am I allowed to draw boxes?
Yes, just, feel free to draw some boxes on this map. I'll just move the spooky thing off to the side.
Okay. So, that's the house. We've got doorway here. We've got like I guess that's more of a foyer. And we've got a hallway that connects to other rooms. There's a guest room here, guest room there. We've got a like multiple squares there. We've got the main bedroom, which connects to the side room. Connects to the side room.
Hold on, is this all on the first floor? Like the ground floor, sorry?
I would say it's all a ground floor building. There's no second floor. And then this is large dining room. So.
Where's the restroom?
Shit, I guess restroom would actually be this second room here. Nice big one, big bathtub, copper bathtub, etc, etc, etc. So, this is living room, safe and all of his fancy shit, kitchen, and then I haven't done this square right here. There'd be main room, where I live and keep my shit. Guest room.
Okay.
Hallway, foyer.
So, you have one guest room. Where do you have your couches that people can sleep on?
In the living room, there is one big one there, one big room there.
Okay.
Nice fireplace up against the wall here.
I will say you did get you got like a house in a fortified place, well, an especially fortified house. Sorry.
Yep.
A normal house in this period, in this place, is 2 stories.
Oh, in which case then might be worth just putting it in half and saying that everything that I've drawn here on the left side is actually a second floor.
Okay, so you don't actually have a first floor bathroom, you just have...
I just have a second floor really large one.
Okay. Fair enough. So... you wake up, you head downstairs to put your bedroom book in the safe. You put it in the safe. Ethan notices this. Joan is woken by weird dripping noises. What do, everyone?
Well, I'm in the kitchen making breakfast. Drinking whiskey and smoking a cigarette. Because that's what you do in the morning when you're a real man.
Okay, who has labelled the restroom as evil?
You know what? It was a hunch. It was a hunch, and I kind of did that.
Evil is just live spelled backwards.
Yes.
Well, I'm just gonna hazard a guess. There was a dripping sound, he said, and he asked where the bathroom was located. I'm gonna figure that's where we're about to get alien fucked, and I wish that I said the bathroom was ground floor when I had the chance, because now that means it's just got an entire room to just wander down and attack us from above. I'd wish I'd said it was ground floor. I really do.
Yeah.
No, too late now though. Again, I don't go back. I don't go back on the word for meta's sake, but I might have screwed us.
I'm in the kitchen with breakfast too.
Yeah. Making you toast as well and offering a good, delicious, healthy cigarette in the morning.
I believe I'm actually up right next to evil.
Especially if you insisted I take one.
Oh yeah, totally. I mean, it's you can't be a man in the 1930s not have a breakfast cigarette. Come on.
Ethan is especially peer pressured.
There you have it.
Sorry. Amjal, I think I heard you say you believe you are right next to evil.
I think so.
You'd be underneath evil, I think. Vaguely.
Because where Scow has labelled evil is the upstairs restroom.
Yeah.
And we're
And then,
down
like
here.
the guest room, like right beside it, like right below it, though. The room right below it.
Okay,
We're in
Like,
so
guest room.
you
We're in the
were
kitchen here.
yeah, so
like it.
you were sleeping in the guest room. You were not sleeping on the sofas in the living room.
I don't think I was. It wouldn't make sense to sleep on a sofa.
Okay.
I mean, I'm assuming like
So then,
they'd
when
offer-
Joan wakes up, does she decide, I'd like to freshen up and go into the restroom?
Rip in pieces, Joan.
Does Joan decide this? Where Scow has thought that evil is? Okay, so Joan opens the door. Joan, please roll sanity.
I wish I'd said it was first floor. I'm real sorry.
oh no.
Right, let's see. Okay, so where's the description? Where's
I got to be tentacles.
No, so much worse. Actually, you are about to be tentacles. You're about to be tentacled to death.
That's a way worse tentacling.
Yes.
So
This
as-
isn't
one way
Bossy
to
Fun
go,
Times
though.
tentacles at all.
So Joan heads into the restroom, closes the door behind her, and then looks up. You would lose 1d6 plus 1 sanity points, as in front of you you see a humanoid figure, except instead of its arms... Well, it has arms, but instead of any sort of hands, on each arm it has a single long spike, and its head is not a true human head. It
If
is
one
a
could follow to him.
horrifying, monstrous head of the horn-tipped tentacles sprouting from its face and shoulders, swarming all in front of it as it starts to leap at Joan. So,
Can I make a dodge roll and try and run for like any
It'll
door
need
into the
moving
hallway?
To the, top of
you
the thing.
first need to make a sanity roll.
Alright, another sandy
Well,
roll?
no, you have to roll
The
your
actual
1d6 plus 1 sanity loss.
Knowing my luck, it's gonna be the max. Okay, it's not the max.
Okay.
Back down to 43.
I'm sorry, Val.
That's alright.
So yeah, it is charging at Joan, and yeah. So I am going to roll its attacks. So 2 claw attacks at 25% each, and a massive tentacle attacks. So Joan, both taken wholly by surprise by this abomination, is able to duck and dive through its attacks. It doesn't get a single hit on you
Oh, thank the god.
because at the one time it matters, where the GM could just kill a character by themselves. No, I cannot roll any successes. It is the button. Yeah.
Now, do we hear this commotion?
I will allow new sanity rolls unless Joan yells or fires her gun. You are going to have to make some sort of roll here.
Yeah. So what Joan is planning to do here is that as soon as like after she's dodged all this, she runs out into like the hallway screaming like bloody murder and runs like downstairs like to try and find these two.
We rolling initiative?
Rolling initiative now. And Joan
Ray.
as well, please.
I'm good at this.
You know, the good thing is, I sleep with Joan sleeps with her gun on her.
Well, let's.
That's unfortunate. Mine's in the room past the evil upstairs. Well, no, I guess not past it. If it doesn't come out the bathroom straight away, I can get to the hallway in it.
Well, we'll see Caleb's initiative roll. Less than the monster, I'm afraid. Okay, so Angela,
Dash upstairs right quick.
so in the future I don't have to fill in your initiative every time. When the turn order is up, with your character you can just click on the number. It should bring open like a text box or something like that, and you can fill in the number
There you
you've
go.
gotten. Okay. So, Ethan, Joan is screaming bloody murder.
I'm
What
gonna go.
do?
I'm gonna go see what's wrong.
Okay. So Ethan heads upstairs. He sees Joan screaming bloody murder. Joan, you've screamed bloody murder. Ethan has come upstairs. What do you do?
I'm running out and going downstairs.
So you more or less run past Ethan. Okay.
Pretty much.
Ethan, roll sanity.
Oh
A
no.
lady in her bedclothes just ran by you. Take sanity damage.
Yeah.
You
Fucking-
lose 1 sanity point as bursting out of the restroom after Joan is a clawed and tentacled and horned abomination.
Oh dear.
It rushes at you, clicking and clacking and thrusting spikes and horns, more or less in your face.
Yeah. My sanity should be way higher than that, by the way, but I have no idea how much sanity I gained from last session.
Well, fair enough. So, 2 claw attacks and a tentacle attack. Everything
Okay.
misses.
Hooray!
You know, probably help this monster if it has some eyes to see us and try and hit us with.
It does, in fact, have some eyes above its
How many
tentacles.
eyes?
It has 2 predominantly visible eyes. One of its tentacles as well, that is one of ones emerging from the shoulder, but doesn't seem to be intent on stabbing at everyone. Seems to also be an eye. And when I say an eye, I mean that tentacle is covered in eyes. That tentacle by itself is about half a dozen eyes. It has at least 8
dear.
eyes that you can see.
Wow.
You do lose a single sanity point even on a pass there. So, Caleb, Joan has screamed bloody murder and is running downstairs. Ethan has run upstairs to see what's wrong, and but does Ethan have a response to tentacled,
He will
clawed,
also scream
horned
bloody murder.
abomination? Okay, Ethan has run upstairs and is also screaming. What does Caleb do?
Are you fucking kidding me? Alright. I'm already like drunk this morning, so hopefully that helps. I'm gonna
You
head
have
on up.
had the time to have one drink.
Come on, I've been swigging from a whiskey bottle.
You've had the time to have 2 drinks?
Oh, alright, we'll call it that. I'm a little bit lighter. Alright.
I like this.
In fact,
thing,
you know what?
This thing snuck in basically like a couple of minutes after you headed downstairs.
Okay. Alright then. I am gonna head on up there. I'm still holding the bottle in hand. I guess it's gonna be a sanity roll time.
Yes, please. Sorry.
Bam! Just
You
one.
lose 1 point. Yes.
That's cool. The
This-
fucking... He's come already! I'm gonna,
Is
I'm
that
gonna
him?
hit him with a bottle. I'm gonna throw a fuck. No, he probably corrected that it isn't anything to do with the king in yellow, but no, that was his first assumption. I throw the bottle of whiskey at him very hard.
Okay, roll your throw.
I did. That's the one success there.
Okay. So a bottle of whiskey isn't a grenade. It doesn't do grenade damage. Certainly not. It does 1d3 plus halved damage bonus in damage. So I think that's a d3 plus a d2.
Yep. All right. So it does 3 damage.
It might do extra damage now, though.
And is it possible for me to flick my cigarette onto it?
You will be able to flick your cigarette at it. I will ask for a second throw roll for that. Okay, so you hurl your bottle at it, and the bottle shatters, and the only effect it has is that the abomination shrieks, and a dozen more horned tentacles appear, and it starts rushing towards Caleb. And then you throw your cigarette at it. And now there is a burning monster charging towards you. Ethan, you are between this monster and its apparent target. It is now on fire. What are you going to do?
I am going to get towards a gun.
You would probably know that I've got my gun like in my bedroom, like guns plural in the bedroom, or there are guns downstairs on the wall and your own one.
Yeah, I grabbed the one you lent me, which is probably where I was sleeping.
That's back downstairs.
Back downstairs.
unfortunately.
Yeah.
Oh no!
I
So what it looks like is that you pieced out on me. Like,
I'll only shout, I'm
Ethan!
getting a gun!
Oh, okay. Like, Ethan, in this time of trust, we just had a bonding moment. You pieced out on me because of one flaming abomination.
So Ethan is running back downstairs to grab his gun. Okay, next turn, Ethan will have his gun.
Yeah, in the meantime.
Joan, you are downstairs. There is Ethan's gun. There are some guns mounted on walls. There are many guns. This house is too many guns.
This house is American as fuck, and you should be proud. Your town.
I'm very proud of you, Scout.
American.
Alright.
Got a bit creepy.
So, sorry, which gun are you grabbing?
Well, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back by the safe and all that where he showed us like the gun that's only like one of 4 in the world or something like that.
Yep.
Grab that, in some ammunition, hurl it back upstairs and toss it to him while I grab my own Colt from the left thigh.
Excellent.
Okay, so you are throwing a gun to Caleb, yes?
Yeah.
Yes, that gun is loaded.
I've
Okay,
literally made
so-
it clear as well. Those guns are loaded. Oh no.
Which gun is it that you're throwing here? I'm sorry. At some point I've missed in the inter-party communication as to which gun it is that Caleb showed people that was in this place that you could just grab
Caleb
and
showed
throw.
them the 2 H&H's that are on the wall, and she's just grabbed an H&H off the wall to throw to me, and I've made it clear as well. I pointed out, it's like, hell, they're even loaded. It's literally, she's just thrown me a loaded .600 nitro gun.
Okay, Joan,
You might
you
kill me
need to
by
roll your
mistake.
throw skill. Please pass your throw skill. This will go so badly if you fail badly. Please roll your luck.
I want to die. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Okay,
I'm so sorry.
everybody that is a PC, please roll your luck. So, Joan, Caleb, and Ethan.
I'm gonna die! I'm gonna get killed by a thrown gun.
So, you failed by 5%. Jonas.
Yes.
So, Joan grabs the gun and hurls it. Unfortunately, Joan's throw falls short. The gun smacks against the railings and slams itself shut. Doubly unfortunately, it fires as it slams shut. Right back at Joan. Joan.
Oh boy.
Roll a dodge roll. This is...
She failed the luck roll worse.
Yep.
Dodge roll.
I'm not gonna lie, that gun deals incredible damage.
Oh, thank the Lord.
Joan dives to the side as the wall has a foot-wide hole torn in it. More or less.
There is pretty much a scream of upstairs of, what the fuck are you doing?
Oh no! I've got the biggest gun to kill that abomination thing. I'm
You
scared.
I suppose also what you're hearing is, mop, because you're deafened.
Mop.
So,
Meep.
Joan pulls herself back up and draws her gun. Next turn she'll actually be able to shoot. Now this thing, does it have any bonuses against fire listed? It doesn't seem to. Scowl, please roll luck. This is now 1d6 or 2d6 fire damage.
Bam!
2d6 fire damage to the monster, please, as it is now its turn. Jesus Christ. Well, it isn't a human abomination. It is actually an eldritch abomination. It doesn't have to roll shock. But it's almost dead.
Okay.
Unfortunately, it's on fire, and it is charging at Caleb. That's 2 hits with a spiky claw and the massive tentacles.
First one hits, second one doesn't.
Failed. Ooh.
At least I didn't get hit by the worst one, or what sounds like the worst one.
Okay. So, your critical failure. Please roll dexterity times 5. If you fail that dexterity times 5, you fall over. And bad things will happen.
I'm okay.
Okay. While you overbalance yourself trying to duck the blow that you fail to duck, you are able to keep yourself on your feet. So... that is only a 31. It's only a 1d4. But it's on fire. So... 10 points of damage there, I'm afraid.
Oh god, he has 9.
Caleb is critically injured.
Yep, I'm about to die.
Yep, if he is not in a very short period stabilized, I'm afraid he will die.
Do I go automatically unconscious, or do I need to roll system?
When you are reduced to 2 or less hit points, you're automatically unconscious.
Okay.
By the system by itself, you're just now straight up dead. Because you have 0 hit points or less, but I do allow actual stabilization rolls because people are actually kind of harder to kill than the Call of Cthulhu system suggests.
Excellent.
Fortunately, the monster is on fire.
I hope it dies next turn when it comes
Probably
around.
going to die soon. Caleb, you're unconscious. Ethan,
I've got my gun and I'm back upstairs.
you have your gun. Caleb has just been badly mauled by the monster's claw. Also, we're going to ignore the fact that technically Caleb wouldn't be able to make his second dodge roll because he was already unconscious, and he would just have been hit full force by the tentacles. But we're ignoring that because I don't want to just kill you immediately just like that.
Not before I finished a will. He's got time to die.
Yeah. You have a chance. Even if you technically shouldn't. If you'll technically just be torn to pieces by the flaming tentacles. The flaming tentacles tear Caleb's clothes off, Ethan.
Oh no. Oh no, I was already handsome and shirtless. Who drinks whiskey and smokes at breakfast and actually wears a shirt? Come on now. Don't get unrealistic here.
They don't necessarily wear a shirt. They may, however, just wear a robe of some sort. A smoking jacket.
Oh yeah, smoking jacket is probably what it was. It's a smoking jacket now, actually.
Yeah. Well, it's not even a smoking jacket. It's like the smoking fragments of a jacket, I'm afraid.
Yep.
And the smoking fragments of Caleb's trousers.
Either way,
His underwear is miraculously untouched.
He's painfully erect, though. He's keeping the blood in there for safekeeping where it can't fall out.
Yes, so what does Ethan do? This abomination is on fire, but its attention is now switching from Caleb to Ethan. It lets out a horrendous shriek.
assuming I'm upstairs now, I'm going to fire at it with the gun that I now have.
Yep, you do indeed have a gun.
Point blank.
Yeah, I'm gonna assume I'm in point blank range of shooting it.
Yes.
So I'm gonna fire two at it for safety reasons.
So that is 2 hits. It has a pair of dodge rolls to make. Yes and no.
Yes.
You've hit it with your second shot. What gun are you using for reference?
The Colt that Scout gave me.
Yep.
So
that is
1d10
1d10
plus
plus 1. Yep.
I've
In
given
high
them shots now.
velocity.
It is HP,
Yes.
yeah.
That will matter quite a bit. So 1d10 plus 1 damage.
8. Please kill it.
I'm afraid my magic pixel has failed me. The pixels are in fact negative. And yeah. Ethan rushes around just a second too late, but still squeezes off a pair of shots, one of which takes this abomination between its awful eyes and... Oh. Are you familiar with the sort of situation when a water balloon is popped?
Yes.
Okay. Now let's take that, and instead of the plastic edge of a balloon, it is the oily, burning skin of a tentacled horror.
Oh yeah.
Unfortunately, for poor Caleb, the top floor, right at the top of his stairs, and right in front of his bedroom door, is splattered with slightly off-green goop, more or less. Goop is pretty much the correct term.
This is bad news for Caleb. He's not even gonna survive to die.
Fortunately, however, these parts by themselves are... But Caleb, make a luck roll, please. Don't crit fail.
Okay.
I more just want you to not roll your 1 on your d20.
Fucking nailed it is what I did. By a factor of 10.
Yes. Fortunately for Caleb, owner of this establishment... No, estate, sorry. It isn't an establishment, it doesn't sell anything. It turns out that these fragments are very small. They burn themselves out pretty much immediately. There are a couple of black ash stains on his second floor carpet and bedroom door and walls and stairs, but that's a relatively good way to get off here compared to, say, the building catching fire while he's
Very
bleeding
grateful.
out on the stairs.
Yep. Very grateful for that. If someone could stop me from dying, though, that would be rad.
First aid coming right up.
Thank you.
I don't think
No.
first aid's gonna be good enough in this case.
Someone else. Save my life.
I can try.
Joan. At face.
Roll of fate.
Oh,
Right.
Joan!
So, Ethan does his best for Caleb, but he really just doesn't know what to do. There's this massive wound. But, Ethan's training in first aid is more just
Limited.
pull
Put him in
out
a recovery
Splinter and wrap bandage around Splinter. And, well...
Meanwhile, Joan's seen enough of
An
the orphanage.
8-inch around wound? It is a bit much. Joan has lived a long and hard life. But not really that long, but certainly harder than most lives are, even if they are long. And she can work out roughly how to deal with this. Joan grabs a lighter from Caleb's pocket, heats up a knife, and shoves it in the wound.
It's gonna hurt. That's for your own good, okay?
It's his unconscious body is not responsive.
Yeah. Having done her best to cauterize it, Joan can patch Caleb up to a degree. Caleb, you've been spared from death. Thanks to the wonderful powers of Joan D. Argent. Not that you know this. You are sadly too injured to know this.
They'll probably assume Ethan did it again.
Maybe. And unless someone would like to make a further first aid roll, now that Caleb has been stabilized, he is still unconscious.
I could try again.
But yeah, you need to try again. You have to pass, and then Caleb can be brought back to consciousness.
I did not bring him back to consciousness.
Alright, Joan, bring me back. Bring me back, girl.
I'm gonna bring you back from life. Don't you die on me yet. Oh, dang it, so close.
I was gonna hope he'd wake up to them sweet titties.
I had an emote fucking typed up and ready in the bank, ready to cut and ready to paste. It's been cut. It was ready to be pasted if I was brought up, but I don't know. Maybe I'll get +5 for one-liners.
You know what? Sure. If you have the one-liner ready. Yes.
There you have it.
Yes! Joan is able to bring Caleb back to consciousness. I am also going to, mostly for the first aid success, give Joan an experience check in first aid.
Woo!
And a
Getting
1d3
all the
sanity
skill checks.
increase.
Getting all the experience checks tonight.
I have like 4 so far.
I'm gonna need an old priest and a young priest. Wait, we're too far back in the past to make Exorcist references. No!
Well, Joan is consistently gaining the same amount of sanity that she loses from whatever it is she encounters.
It's a good way to handle it. And if you think about it, it's like she fucking lost a measure of sanity, but she overcame the situation.
Mm-hmm.
Thematically, it's dope. It's just a shame also that she isn't rolling higher and actually just going up in numbers.
Although, actually, the two of you were conscious to see the monster be defeated. I will just give your sanity back to you. Sadly, Caleb does not get that back.
It's a shame because he was fucking radical as hell.
He was, but
Fucking
unfortunately,
flicking
being
cigarettes into a
radical as
charging
hell did not save him.
It didn't.
He could not duck and dive and jive and do whatever was necessary to avoid the near death at the hands of Brave Lord Mito.
Your floor down. Okay, she just goes, how fucked is my house? And how the fuck to get in here? Could someone please fetch me a new drink?
I'm not sure if I should or not. I'll go get him a drink.
That's a good boy. Fetch him a drink and a fresh smoke and he'll be fine.
Mm.
Oh wow, how fucked was I?
Pretty bad. Very,
Oh,
very
wonderful.
bad. Like, yeah, if you would have died if I didn't do what I did.
Thank you very much for making me not dead.
No problem. Well, we should
Sure.
really get you. Should
Sure,
really get you
if only we had fucking 16 syringes full of laudanum, eh? It's a shame Caleb's chest has been fucked a new vagina. This wasn't the way the ship was supposed to go. There were already tentacles involved. It was a step too far and too fast. But it's true. If it's badass enough, life finds a way.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah.
Here's the rule of cool. He's correct.
So,
Alright then. I request
How
being...
Jurassic Park happened.
Yeah, exactly. I request being just thrown into a bathtub. Just so I can at least do some degunging.
If
Like, I've been
Don't
gooped on.
can't lift him, Ethan will.
Yeah, I've been gooped on pretty hard, haven't I, by
Yeah.
alien. Yeah, I'm just like, please put me in a bath.
cleaned
Please.
up and we'll get you cleaned up and taken to a hospital. Or something.
and
You need a doctor.
actually, Ethan as well came into pretty into point blank range of the monster. Ethan has also been gooped pretty hard.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, unlike Caleb, who just had his clothes pretty much entirely cut off of him by horrible tentacles, Ethan's clothes were not cut off of him. Ethan's clothes have been gooped as well, except...
Well, it's a good thing my character is rich, because I own a spared suit.
So does he.
So Ethan's suit is gooped and has burn marks on, which
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna burn this later.
very
Looks like you're already halfway there to doing it, mate. Tell you what, in one of my closets is a bunch of suits. There's probably one there that fits you. Also, if you see a thing that looks like a waistcoat, it's a bulletproof vest, and I hardly fucking recommend using one.
Mm. Yeah. Yeah,
Maybe.
I understand.
Also, when you go through the closet for clothes, can you make a luck check for me? Because then there might be something in there. Mezendi might remember what this is.
Here, there. Luck. No,
Fuck. That's actually
I don't
bad news for me.
I don't even find the bulletproof jet.
No. The luck is actually more in my case because there are things
One?
just better not seen. No, what you find is of course there is exactly the suit as he said is there. There is also an incredibly beautiful like chic designer dress. Like it's the most stunningly beautiful dress you've ever seen. It probably cost a couple $100, and it's still like got the plastic wrap over the top.
Why does he own a dress?
Good question.
I asked myself that same question, but it's there and it exists. It's literally in the fucking bag. And if I remember very correctly to Mezendi, I was like, there's no way that this is going to ever come up. But if it does, I'm going to have a fucking great time. There you have it.
So I crit fail. Do I not see it?
Oh no, you see it. It's more like I wanted you not to. There are things better just not seeing.
Okay. I'll come back with the suit and the bulletproof vest, and then inquire about the dress.
Does Ethan bring the dress with him?
I might as well.
And with the crit fail, I think it's more than just Ethan saw the dress there. It was like when Ethan opened the wardrobe, the dress was just the first thing that Ethan saw. Like, what wardrobe? Dress? Everything
low,
else,
doesn't he?
masculine clothing. Singular. Extravagant dress.
I assumed this was just a random roll.
Do you actually come and you're still carrying it as well?
Yeah.
Oh god. Like, I guess I look up from the bath where I'm still very weakly strapping myself down. Like,
They have this.
oh, for fuck's sake.
It's like, you live alone, don't you?
I do.
So, what?
I can't wait to see what Okay, so there's a funny story, you see. It's a very pretty dress. Say, out of random chance, what's Joan's size characteristic?
She is a. Give me a second to find it. 12.
This would not fit you. Definitely would suit a much taller lady. Yeah, he just looks utterly fucking stunned and very pale. That might be most of the missing blood, though, for all you know. It's a very pretty dress. That's why. You could kindly put that back and not let the lady see it. That would be fucking fantastic.
Okay, I'll be a bro this time.
Thanks. Thanks, I appreciate that. Yeah, it's the 1930s. That's like a fucking social death sentence.
He actually wears it, and this wasn't just for a jilted lover.
No, it actually is.
Well, it's in the plastic wrap, I thought you said.
It is in the plastic wrap, but it's also size category 15, and for some reason would fit him very well.
Well,
He hasn't
Suspicious.
yet. He hasn't yet put it on, actually.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where
like
every
it
time.
it looks like it would probably fit Caleb, but without actually seeing it on Caleb, there's no way to tell. It is
It's one of those
cut
moments where
exactly for Caleb.
Yeah, it isn't cut exactly for him, but it's close enough that he could fit it. It's one of those because, of course, how could he possibly have gotten it cut for himself? Like that he get destroyed.
30.
But yes, it's one of those moments where every time he goes into that cupboard, he sees it. It's just like a small wistful sigh, and then goes back to his fancy suits.
Oh dear.
That's $200 well spent for that moment.
I love it.
Yep.
Wow.
Your character was so stupidly rolled, and I love it.
I know. It's incredible. It's incredible. It's a shame that he's got a death sentence, but also it's the best that he's got a death sentence because he's trying his fucking hardest not to die at the moment. I love that irony where he's literally like, so I mean, I'm gonna fucking die real soon. Ah! Ah! Really? Already? Fucking, are you kidding me? So, yeah, I probably need a hospital pretty badly once I've been dragged out of the bath and put in something resembling clothes and given more whiskey.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wait, do I see my downstairs with a fucking hole in the wall?
Ethan, Joan, do you allow Caleb to be carried downstairs? You are carrying him, so it is entirely up to you.
You kind of have to carry him downstairs to get him out of the house.
But you could carry me downstairs and just out the door as opposed to downstairs into the living room.
No. I am afraid that, because of the whole thing of, Joan was throwing the gun up and it hit the banister and fired from hitting the banister, there really is no way that Caleb... Actually, Caleb, make a spot roll to see if you notice it. Because it is
Still pretty
pretty much through a doorway. But there is just pretty much a hole in the wall.
It's only a failure by... I can't
Well-
think of that percentile.
Sorry, I asked for a spot.
My spot roll is a 10%.
You should have a spot of 25 as your minimum.
Oh, I misclicked and clicked sneak. Yay. Alright.
I am taking the 22.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
So
No.
Caleb notices that there is a hole in his wall as he's being carried past the door that
I
leads
don't-
from the hall to the living room.
I don't want to sound ungrateful, but how the fuck did you do that?
Well, panic. Threw a gun. Probably shouldn't have thrown the gun.
You threw the gun?
In hindsight, probably should have thrown it. Giant tentacle monster was after me. I was not clearly of mind.
He takes a deep breath, or as deep a breath he can physically take, and scrunches his eyes shut and goes, I can probably afford to fix it. I can probably afford to fix it. I can probably afford to fix it.
I'll pay for it. It's my fault.
No, it's good. You saved my life from fucking tentacle death. You know, I can live with a hole in the wall instead of a holier in me. There's a hole in me, but it's not as big as that one, so we're okay. We're fine. We're cool. Everything's cool. I just... Ow.
Yeah, let's get you to the hospital real quick.
Yeah, that would be fucking fantastic.
That's great. Meanwhile, one of you
No,
with
it
Mythos.
doesn't.
The OTP doesn't come crashing down over a hole in the wall.
Yeah,
She went fist deep in me. I don't think the OTP goes crashing down anytime soon. And it was so hot. Oh god, it was so hot. She went fist deep in me.
the burning
It
guy.
brought me back to life.
I think the only appropriate response is me. Ow.
It's the correct response, is what that is.
So, yes, someone was asking about
Precious.
people with mythos.
Yeah,
Yeah.
with the mythos. What was that?
Yeah. What the fuck was that?
I'll make a mythos and then I'll make an occult. If I somehow
Does
nail.
anyone even have mythos at this point?
I do. I've got a 5 and I was so close. Let's see if I can occult it. I occult the shit out of it too, though.
Yeah.
That was almost a special success too.
I would normally only allow anything from a special success, but you were really damn close to your mythos success. So, I will allow Ethan and Joan to make occult rolls if they want to.
Sure.
See if they get a special success themselves.
I'm not gonna get a special success.
Joan is still
9
panicked from the thing.
9. Okay, so Caleb, in his small reading of the Cthulhu mythos, which is to say, the shit that's explicitly spelt out in The King in Yellow, which is very little, he
Yep.
hasn't come across something like that, but he's come across something similar enough in that, and something similar enough in just his general understanding of the supernatural, that he can put a couple of things together. So, certain deities are known rather well for interbreeding with the mortal races.
Oh, Dagon, you bitch.
And certain deities are rather interventionist. And certain deities have claws and tentacles and wings. And while Caleb isn't wholly certain of the name of the deity, in certain readings of certain texts, Dagon is not the supreme lord of the seas. He's in fact subordinate to the dragon of the seas.
Oh, fuck.
Who
That's not
is
the dragon that sees.
really... well, it has draconic scales and draconic wings. It has the claws of a crab, the face of a squid, and the body, of course, of a man.
Yep.
And the dragon of the sea is its spawn, when it has spawned with mortals, has the face of a squid, as that thing did. And the hand claws of a crab, as that thing did.
Yep. So, I mean, I describe vaguely, like, I'm pretty sure this thing is the bastard offspring of some elder god messing with some humans. That thing might have even used to be human if it wasn't just born as that. But then I pause and go, but we're in good news, Ethan, because that one doesn't belong to the King in Yellow. So, I mean, it's not my time yet, which is always...
Silver linings.
Yeah, silver linings. I apparently
Just means
really
we
could
pissed-
use a silver lining.
It just means we pissed off some other eldritch god.
Oh, well, probably. I think we probably killed one of his high priests with his SMG, and then didn't die when his mate tried to run us over.
Oh. Why did I ever accept going down here?
What, you don't think this is exciting? Look, I'm having the time of my life. As sure as it's about to be.
I'm afraid for my life. I want to live a long life.
Oh.
Tell you what, when I'm all shacked up in hospital, can you send a lawyer my way? I need to probably sort out some documents.
Well,
Sure we can.
Ethan doesn't mind living fast and dying young.
We had such good times with that. We did. Yeah, it's Tiamat. Sounds like a very 1930s dream to me.
Mm.
Yep.
I want 2 cars and a chicken in every pot.
Okay, so you pretty much have solved your thing. So, I mean, we can start bringing the session to an end now. I assume bring Caleb to a hospital.
Yes.
They were actually taking me to a morgue. Oh no.
You know, morgue, whatever. Anything.
Well, let's face it, the
would do,
hospital was
really.
just, they would probably just be there to run the paperwork before they morgue me.
Well, fair enough. So once you've dropped Caleb off, are you going to head back to the Silver Twilight to just report in as to what happened to you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess so.
So as to not
Well, get
necessarily
pictures.
exclude Scowl from this RP section, even if it is really unsensible, I'm going to suggest that you do that first.
Okay, cool. I can wait to enjoy the hospital and morphine.
Yes.
That is possibly me being like, let's fucking tell the boss man, because, I mean, I'm in a bad way, and I might have to take a couple of days off work.
Only a couple? You
Just I've survived so far. I can only assume that it's just gonna be a couple of days of bed rest, and I'll be just bright as rain.
So you go to a hospital. You, Caleb gets given some morphine. He suggests that if you bring it up with the doctor, he will say, yeah. He'll probably be able to go back to work after a couple of days. He shouldn't until a couple of weeks, but he could. And
That's just talk. That's like people who say you shouldn't have morphine and also drink alcohol. That's just someone saying you shouldn't have a fucking party.
the doctor will say, yes, you're absolutely right. Those people are idiots. Morphine and
right.
alcohol go together just as, you know,
Just as God intended, right, me boyo?
exactly.
He's really up in his Irish now that he's missing all of his blood.
Now, if you want to go, head back to your office, explain why you were out for a couple of days. Yeah. It's not like doing that is going to agitate your stomach wound any more than the travel here has already, so, yeah, do whatever you like.
That sounds like a doctor's yes to me. Let's fucking do this. I'll be back in a little while. Also, if you know any good lawyers for writing up wills, I would appreciate it. Not gonna say I'm gonna try and make a habit of this, but if it turns out to be a habit, then I probably want to deal with that nice and early.
Okay.
I'm sure the doctor knows someone who writes up a decent will. He's a doctor.
He is in fact a doctor. He probably can direct you to several lawyers. But, yeah. Anyway, skipping right ahead to the Silver Twilight Lodge. You head in. Given how obviously injured Caleb is, even if he is, you know,
Being a man about
morphined
it.
up, Carl Stanford will just immediately pull you into the lodge officer's office and give you all very nice seats and sit down himself. You
Hey, buddy, how's it
immediately-
going?
Yeah. Everything is alright here. I'm sorry, very sorry that Dr. Scott can't be joining us, but unfortunately he's... well... He's supposed to be staying in hospital for a couple of days. Make sure that there are no complications.
Come on, a few days. I mean, I should probably not be here. What a slacker.
Joe will pipe up. You're only here because you're too stubborn to stay in a hospital.
There's no such thing. If I was too stoned to stay in a hospital, how would I get more morphine after?
Stubborn, I think he said.
Oh, I thought you said stoned. I can't hear you. I saw the morphine.
Yeah, there you go.
Stanford would already be reaching into a drawer in the desk and then pause and would rent it. Wait. Caleb, would you like more morphine or not?
I'm coasting pretty good on this one right now. I'll get a pick-me-up when I get back to the hospital. You keep your own stash. I'm sure you might need it sometime soon. Everyone has morphine. 1930s!
You know, I think
Morphine
it's very
overdose.
little. He would hand you just a small tube. Just sniff this. It's not technically morphine, but it'll help. Yeah. Don't mention it to a doctor. They'll probably say that this is dangerously unsafe. Because every doctor has said that, but, you know, neither I or John have ever had any serious medical issues. Except for gut shot. And a gut shot really doesn't count as a serious medical issue caused by inhaling morphine.
Excellent. He takes a decent hit and then hands the tube back. You're a hero.
I did mean for you to keep that if you wanted it.
Oh, it's already empty.
Well, fair enough.
Just let it go on.
So, I would assume that something more than you initially expected to happen when you met whoever at the corner has happened.
He's like vaguely listening to the conversation, but you can see that his mind is elsewhere right now.
Fair enough.
Huh? What was that? Oh, right. Yeah, we went to the place. Talked to the guy. Not a guy. Innsmouth. Barely a guy. Fucking fish-eyed fuck. Then his car exploded. Looks away over the distance again.
His car exploded.
You can confirm.
Yeah, I kind of did that.
Ah, okay. Yes, that was the sort of confirmation I was hoping for. His car exploding because you shot its fuel tank is one thing. His car exploding by itself, that's a different thing. That suggests
Wait, you
a
shot
third
that?
player in the
Fuck!
game.
Just immediately speaks over the guy and like just looks up over his shoulder. I fucking thought it's because I fired all those bullets. Fucking hell, Carl. Sweet. Leans back again. Oh, sorry. Carry on.
The flirting's just intense.
You know what?
Meanwhile,
You know what? I'm going to do something here. I'm going to ask that a lot of you wait until it's done, and then if you have any questions, you ask them, and then maybe you hear me out. Caleb, come here and sit on the desk. I need you within arm's reach.
Alright. I'm watching you, though. And you. And also you. And his face doesn't look away from the same direction as Ethan. I'm watching all of you. And he'll just haul himself up, and probably a bit wobbly, and then plonk himself on the desk.
Just 40 at Ethan every single time. Got it.
Right. So Carl will again offer Caleb an inhalation of morphine, and will say as he offers it, "Look, to do this. I'm basically going to have to touch your injury, and that hurts a bunch. So
Oh fuck! I can't
if
feel
you
anything.
aren't
Go
sufficiently very well."
He like wipes his mouth just to make sure he's not dribbling on himself.
Right. So Carl Stanford would rest a hand on Caleb's massive hole,
Yeah.
and then start speaking impossible words. Words that
Oh.
just sound completely wrong for a human voice.
Uh-oh.
And after about 30 seconds of speaking, unless one of you interrupts him,
Oh, no.
Caleb regains 5 hit points.
Hooray.
Sweet.
Okay. After that, Joan will speak up and ask, "What the hell did you just do?"
That was fucking awesome. I can find another of those things. Let's do this.
He suddenly turns into Dr. Cox.
You have just dealt with Innsmouth locals.
Oh no, that was last
I
night.
know a little more about Innsmouth locals than you do, and if you are willing, I am perfectly happy to teach you such powers as that. And Carl's hand just drops from Caleb's gaping injury to rest on his cane again, as it was previously.
As bad as Innsmouth locals might be, this wasn't an Innsmouth local that did this to him.
Oh yeah, no, the Innsmouth local was last night. This was this morning.
About right.
Yeah.
And it was fucking tentacles and goo. And fire. The fire might have been me. And tentacles and spikes and crab claws. It's you know the thing, right? You know it's the child of the thing. It's from the seas, fucks the woman, makes the monster child.
Yes.
One of those
Yes,
attacked us.
the child of the dragon of the seas, the child of Cthulhu.
Oh, but I'm not going to say that out loud. Right. I know him. I know all about him. No, I don't. Don't know why I said that out loud. What do you know about the Yellow King?
Well, I know a lot about a lot of things, but, well, I think I have to start with a question. I've shown you what I can do. I can heal your injuries. That's not the most impressive thing I can do.
Great. What else have you got in your sleeve?
What exactly are you doing? It's like you're trying magic or something. How is this possible? What? It doesn't make any sense.
Would you like to know? Would you really like to know? Would you like to understand the powers beyond the mortal realm?
I honestly don't know.
Sure, they're gonna explode me in like a month anyway.
What? What? Okay, clearly I need to be around to speak with you two, since I don't even know what to do with you anymore.
I don't know what to do with me either, but I intend to enjoy it to the last.
Alright. So these things, gods or whatever, they're real?
Yep.
Yes. Well, everything is real, in as much as real is real. Right now, I would like your decision. Would you like to know what is real, what isn't real, how to tell, and how to use that knowledge to do more than just know how to do things? Or would you like to live and die as simply you are?
Joan will angrily step up to the desk and slam her hand on it, saying, "Stop spouting nonsense. Give me a straight answer about what is going on."
To be fair, sir, you're waxing a little bit lyrical here with the explanation.
I'm not giving an explanation.
I never said you were.
I'm trying to see if you would really like to know what I'm going to say. Because if you wouldn't like to really know it, I'm not going to say it. Because you would never be the same one way or the other.
Just don't say his name out loud and we're fine. Caleb is apparently just in using half of his conversation, mixing it with the other half of the conversation that's going on entirely in his head. But it looks like a confirmation. He seems down to clown.
Yes. OOC, this is basically red pill or blue pill.
Which option is smash both pills together and snort them? Like sweet, sweet morphine.
Continue as Caleb is doing. However, that's not really an option that Joan and Ethan have.
Okay.
So,
I think I'm in deep to this already.
Joan will
Okay.
continuing in her anger, will say, "That thing attacked me. Weird shit is going on that I don't realize. Tell me what I need to know so I can protect myself from this crazy thing."
right. Very well. Yeah. And Carl Stanford vanishes.
Whoa.
At the moment he blinks away, I probably throw a vaguely drunken-looking fist in the general direction of the nothing.
Yeah.
Call it it's some kind of fucking drunk foo reflex, but woof doesn't actually hit anything.
Roll luck.
It strikes the slight electromagnetic charge in the air still.
I wiggle out my hands.
I was hoping it'd hit one of us. Honestly.
Yeah, I would just fall straight off the desk and slug someone in the chops. Oh fuck! I didn't mean to hit a lady. No, it's Ethan. Fuck.
There we go.
And then, you would start to hear the sound of people just shuffling out. Since the lodge officer's office is right next to the entrance, you can from here generally hear when people enter or leave, and there's a lot of sound of people leaving.
And...
And
Wait, where did he go?
I'm not sure I
He was
trust
here a
this
sec.
person's
Did I
feelings.
black out?
You might have, but not for very long.
Oh, okay. Sits there then and apparently doesn't need any further answer. Just sits and sways on the desk.
And then the door would be opened by a man that you've generally seen before as Stanford's driver, Max Reed. He gives you all a nod, steps in, and just has his hand in his pocket, and following him is Stanford again.
She just kind of does like the Caleb does the standing tries to do a standing ovation, but he's still perched on the desk. It's the Just picks up in rate of impressiveness. Like, that was pretty fucking cool. Unless I blacked out and imagined it.
No, not this time.
Oh, wonderful. How do I do that?
I assume practice.
Sweet. Oh, God, I don't have time for that. Never mind.
That particular item is a little beyond the normal rate of practice. You may eventually be able to accomplish it, but
Oh, I won't.
trust me, the Yellow King, I believe it was the Yellow King you said, yes?
That's right. The Yellow King himself.
Yes.
Keeps
he's
like
a little-
nearly saying the name and stopping when he gets into the A.
Yes, the Lord of Carcosa is a little slow.
I wouldn't say that, he's bloody listening to me.
But, well, he's only successfully territorial when the Hybrides are in the sky. Now,
Alright.
What are in the sky?
I don't know. Space ghosts.
a
What
set
did he
of
actually say?
stars. It was the Hybrides. I may have just said completely the wrong thing, but
Basically something star signs. Something.
Hmm.
Yeah, I was just like, so I mean, it's just, gonna put a quick question out there before any of this magic-y learning stuff. How much can one learn in a month?
Some, I would assume.
I hope so. I won't get to use any.
oh yeah, Hyades. That's the thing.
God, man, let's get it together. Alright, let's have a gander here.
Oh.
Hooray!
Yeah.
Melot 25. It's really close to Meloette, the Pokemon.
Not far.
You can learn plenty in a month.
Excellent.
In fact, if you are under someone's personal tuition, you can learn more than enough in a month. Certainly you could learn the dismissal words.
Those sound like useful ones. Is it like, hey you there, tentacle bastard, fuck off?
Except for the fact that, well,
Takes a lot more to tell them to fuck off than you might.
yes,
I'm
well,
just saying fuck.
yes. Even saying fucking off in a language they understand, that by itself isn't enough. Now,
No.
If they're as powerful as I hear they claim they are, just telling them stuff isn't going to make them do anything.
well, let's put it this way. I, or Max here, could, with a gesture and a couple of words, cause one of your limbs to break down and act as if it is 80 years old.
Oh God.
And
Can you do the reverse? Because I think my liver is taking a kicking.
Maybe. Now, I could theoretically
Oh, Witherland, right?
alone dismiss the Lord of Carcosa.
Dismiss the... Alright, I'm listening.
But, well, I am one of the strongest humans alive.
Oh, that's useful.
Well, like
No.
physically strong or mentally strong?
He's got a cane, he's got to be mentally strong.
Okay.
He, draws the sword part from his cane out.
Ah, classic.
And then
I met a guy once who had one of them. He was cool.
with a slight and then with a slight gesture, the sword starts glowing blue.
Are orcs nearby?
Yeah, there are orcs here. God, I was thinking the same thing.
It was right there.
It was right, yeah. I mean, he set that one up for you. Who were you but to spike it?
Yeah.
Now, I know exactly what it is you've encountered so far. If you're willing to swear yourselves to me, and to the one
Fuck,
from
shit.
whom I draw strength, I can give you some of my strength. For every ounce of your loyalty, I can reward it with an ounce of mine. And if my loyalty is repaid from the one I draw strength from, then there will be a grand repayment on the day of all things.
No. Alright, you see here, buddy. There's probably a very, very good reason you're the strongest person alive, and that's probably because you keep making this deal and profiting damn sights well out of it.
You're far too clever, Caleb.
I'm also
Far,
high
far
off.
too clever.
I'm also high off my ginger tits. But I tell you what, I will not tell a single soul about the stuff you said, but I don't think I once going to tie myself to your power and loyals and stuff. If I can enter this land with an understanding, then that's wonderful, but I don't want to go tying my soul to something.
Joan will just say, I don't even know anything about you or your lord or whatever. I'm not doing this. I'm out.
Ethan just stands there, still in awe of this man.
Well, I'm afraid I think I may have misjudged you a little. I thought, Joan, that you would agree just to know what it is that happened. And Caleb, just to have the strength to avoid 20
Yes,
days?
I know. I don't look the type, do I? But if there's one thing I at least hold some measure of faith in, is that there's a big man up there, and I don't think he'd appreciate me giving my soul away to nobody. I genuinely do thank you for the offer that you're making, because I'm sure it's a wonderful offer. But yeah, I'm gonna take my chances and see where fate takes me. And it's probably not gonna take me anywhere nice, but I've come to terms with that.
Joan will just say that she doesn't want to learn magic or anything like that. She just wants to know why these things are going after us and everything like that. And back to swear loyalty to some lord for that.
Oh well, I can tell you that just for free. You were in the wrong place at the wrong time.
That's it.
Do you know how I fell into this?
No, I don't.
Read a book.
Would you be willing to tell us?
I would be, yes. I happened to be born to wrong parents, and those parents decided that they were going to go on a cruise through the Mediterranean. And the cruise ship they chose, it just so happened but some Tunisians decided they were going to attack it. They were going to seize it, kill all the male adults, rape all the women adults, and take all the children as slaves.
Sounds like a shit beat, frankly.
Yes, it was. And from there, taken as a slave, seeing my father murdered, my mother raped, and then murdered.
Yeah.
Not exactly the best place to start with life, is it?
No.
No, it's not.
No,
And it's
usually sounds like a
so
situation most end their life in.
Indeed. Then sold to an African witch doctor who decides this white child is chosen for supreme things. He has a white skin. Therefore, he is closer to the spirits of the outer life.
Oh God. Nothing can end well from that.
No. Not really. But then going from there, he decides he's going to teach me how to call on the spirits. Because even with my natural talent, I won't get anywhere. And I call on those spirits. And they answer. Because maybe he's a little right. But then he's a little too right for his own good. And those spirits tear every scrap of flesh from his bones.
Ah.
And they bind his spirit so it would never join them. They bind it to something rather particular. He flicks his wrist, and in the after image of blue generated by his sword cane, there is for a minute, well, not for a minute, just for a couple of seconds, the image of a shrieking skull. And he's still here, he's still taking what's his due. But I spent the time to learn from him, I spent the time to get what I could. Starting in the wrong place, at the wrong time. And you, my dear friends, you just ended up wrong place in the wrong time.
Ah, I see the cyclical
No, it's-
nature of your story here. Very well planned and enunciated.
Except, of course, I don't intend to allow you to murder me and entrap me in your sword canes.
I wish I had a sword cane. Fucking. Anyway,
Oh no.
no, I think I'll decline. On the again, I've kind of got a I've got at least I would hope a deal up with the big man upstairs that probably gets negated the moment I start fucking with souls.
Really? Really, you think the big man upstairs exists?
Hey.
If he would allow you to just find what you have found, to read what you've read, knowing the full consequences of that.
Aye, because sometimes you just have shit luck.
But would any god upstairs, any god that would just give you a deal for an eternal life, just by being born, would they really allow you to have luck?
It's not for me to second guess him.
I would not have pegged Caleb as that faithful.
He's Irish. He's got to. How can he not be?
That's very true.
He's Irish since the 1930s. He's a god man. He just doesn't, he doesn't do the preachers and night out and night hours, but he'll still do church and he still believes in the Lord.
Mm.
Yeah. He was an
I
atheist.
myself don't. I think it's all tosh, but that's.
Well, yeah, of course. It's just the role playing.
Mm.
Mhm.
I think there is a friend of mine that you would do well by meeting. If you're willing to wait a moment.
Well, it's not like I've got anywhere to go besides hospital again. That's just gonna be a lot of lying down.
Before he goes, I'd like to ask, in what are the negatives of what you've sworn to in everything that you do?
The negatives. Well, there is something I have to act towards accomplishing. And if I fail, then there may well be nothing accomplished by it.
Back to Caleb's wobbling.
Phenomena.
You haven't exactly said what the consequences were for not accomplishing this goal. I'm assuming death?
No.
I assume eternal life is a secret hell all of its own anyway.
I
mean,
don't
shit,
suppose you would know. Yeah.
I wouldn't know, that's true, but also I can't imagine living a life where I see everyone I know and care about slowly pass away, trying to make those connections over and over and over again, and just simply seeing them crumble to dust while I live on, unchanging and unsympathetic as every single action takes away a little piece of my heart every single time. What was I saying? Morphe is quite fantastic.
Would you like another head?
I've still got the tube, thanks. And he takes a hit.
Wow.
Really, the consequence of failure is simply failure alone. Because...
What if it's a critical failure? Set out of character.
Really, it's the consequence of success that I have to be worried about.
Mm.
Consequence of success?
Well, quite simply,
Cost of it.
if I succeed at what I'm trying to do, I succeed. If I fail at what I'm trying to do, eventually it happens anyway. It's just that what I'm trying to get for everyone is guaranteed not to be gotten. Now, let me bring in my friend.
Sure.
He would step out, and
Is the Max guy still there?
yes, he is still
Damn it.
there.
Caleb is still might actually forget that he's there though and stage whisper a thing. No, this time he'll watch.
Would this perhaps be more appropriately resolved by a spot roll for Caleb to actually notice that he is in fact still there, given that he has made no action other than just, being there?
Okay, if he comes back and the cane sword thing is out, do any of you still have a gun ready? Because I couldn't bring one with me into the hospital.
Joan will just whisper back, we're not shooting him. You see what
I
crazy
know,
thing-
but if he looks like he's gonna sword us, maybe we should. I'm hoping he doesn't, because that would suck.
Okay, if he does attack us, then we'll shoot. But not
Great.
a moment before.
Oh, no, not before. He gave me morphine. He's probably an alright guy.
I'll just leave you to your morphine haze.
I'm never alone when I'm in a haze.
I'm sure you're not.
Oh, kiss.
Right. So, pretty much as soon as you finish that, the door opens, and in enters a slightly balding man. His skin is very pale, though across the face slightly burnt. Wearing a fine suit, though cut just a little imperfectly. As if it was cut for his father, and he simply inherited it. What's most remarkable is that as he enters, he's wearing a pair of sunglasses, despite being inside.
Uh-oh. I got it.
And as he closes the door behind him, he removes the sunglasses. And please roll spot, and if you pass your spot rolls, I'm going to have to ask for a sanity roll.
Ugh.
Is this the
Please
man
don't.
who,
Don't let this be the one time I pass.
Oh god, that's an exact pass. That sucks.
One time
Ah.
I pass.
Wait, what check is this, sorry?
A spot hidden. If you pass spot hidden, sanity.
Sandy check.
Shit! Well, I'm amazed Caleb did, frankly.
God.
I'm amazed Ethan did.
I'm looking too deeply and the darkness is looking back.
Every time.
Okay, so Joan loses 1 sanity point. Caleb loses 0, and I will be just 1 second.
You know, all things considered, I've stayed roughly the same sanity throughout this whole entire thing.
Yeah. Awkward silence.
There's silence. He had to get up for something.
Yeah. Back to ponies.
Hello, I am back.
Welcome back.
Hello. Right, so this, Caleb and Joan both passed spot, yes?
Unfortunately.
And then I
Yeah.
passed sanity.
I
So-
failed.
Both of you notice that this man does not appear to have any
Eyes?
sclera.
Oh.
Anyone now? Sorry, I couldn't hear it.
Clara.
Sclera. Okay. Yep. Alright.
In fact, the only part of his eyes that you can see are, you think, his pupils. Because they are pitch black. Just all-consumingly black.
He's a sand trap.
But dotted with occasional points of light.
Oh, dear. I'm afraid you have galaxy eyes.
Well, I'm afraid that Ethan doesn't notice.
I know. I'm saying that out of character.
Okay.
In fact, that sounds like something Caleb would say. It's very nice to meet you, buddy, but has anyone told you that they hid the stars in your eyes? Because that's possibly where they're hiding right now.
Joan
Yes.
will just say, "What? How did that happen to you? Were you born like that, or was that some sort of a, I don't know. What happened?"
They have indeed told me that, Mr. McGinnis and Miss Argent. Well, it happened when this single speck of matter exploded into everything you have ever known and loved.
Sorry, what now?
Well, you see, when a single infinitely small speck of something became everything. It's quite simple, you understand.
Yeah, sure, right. Simple.
Very,
Huh.
if you understood. Of course you don't understand, though. You most likely never will.
That's entirely possible, yeah.
Ah,
At least I'm comfortable enough to admit my ignorance, I guess.
yes. Yes, that is for best for you. If you
Oh, no,
admit
rest-
your ignorance, you can go beyond ignorance. You can go to knowledge. And if you go to knowledge, then, when you think you have knowledge, you admit your ignorance again. Then, and only then, can you go to wisdom.
That sounds like some of them crazy Oriental Nirvana-y shit things.
Indeed.
It says
Things
racist
you
in the
know,
1930s, not racist in the actual 20s.
Mm-hmm.
Things you know, the things you know you don't know, and the things you don't know you don't know.
Exactly.
And then the
Ah,
fourth
so you're
thing I
saying your
include-
friend here is a Buddhist.
I include a fourth thing with that: the things you don't know you know. There are a few things like that.
And those are the most dangerous things of all.
What about the things you know you knew? Ah. That's right. Old McGinnis has got a past tense for you. Throw out your little loop.
But what is the past?
Usually a terrible display of one's own mistakes.
But does the past really exist?
Sure. You just asked that question and then I answered it just now. I answered a question you asked just a bit ago. It must have happened.
Must it have done? Or did you simply imagine it?
I don't know, are
Did
you
I
here?
simply imagine your response?
I mean, it's entirely likely that I'm imagining the shit out of this right now, but I'm willing to believe that, no, the past sort of exists, sorta.
Well, it exists, sorta. Yes, most certainly. A respectable starting point.
Caleb nods firmly and returns to his swaying on the desk.
Now, my good friend Carl, he has told me that you seem to think that there exists a big man above.
I seem to know there exists a big man above, or how do any of us get here?
You are familiar with the works of a Mr. Charles Darwin, are you not?
Yeah, sure, isn't he that guy that ate all those birds?
Yes. He encountered many rare species. He examined them. He gave reports of them. including reports of how they behaved according to his tongue and stomach?
Yeah, I suppose. But here's a big question for you. Where'd that little speck come from? That's right, big man in sky. Let's face it, if it's gonna get down to a theological debate, then you're trying to argue with a man who is stoned off his gills. It's not gonna end well for either of us, and a lot of time it's gonna get wasted.
Do you care about time?
Evidently, yes, I've kind of run out of it, frankly. And I'm alright with that.
Then I suppose in that case I must care about time as well.
I don't know, whatever I care about might not be what you care about. That's just crowdsourced thinking.
Well, if I'm trying to convince you of something, then if you have a time limit to be convinced, then I have a time limit to convince you.
I suppose, unless you really don't actually care, in which case you're lying. And then it doesn't matter twice, I think. How badly do you need to convince me, sir?
I don't need to convince you, I just want to.
Alright, fine. Carry on as you will.
And what do you want to convince us of?
I lost track ages ago.
What?
I think he's trying to tell me that his friend's got the galaxy in his eyes, and that means there's no God. Crazy man.
This is the guy with the galaxy in his eyes talking. Carl hasn't actually come back yet.
He didn't even respond to Ethan when he said that answer.
Oh, I didn't say it. I didn't notice.
Yeah, he's speaking. Yeah, exactly. He's speaking about the galaxy man in the third person.
Well, it's quite simple. I want to convince you that what you think is true isn't necessarily true, and that you should open your eyes, have a look around, and then decide again what's true.
How's that any different from what we've been trying to do? We've been trying to figure out whatever those things were that were doing whatever to us.
Oh, right, yeah, we're all here because of some fucking mystery again.
Oh, right, yeah, we just totally lost scope of what we're...
God, you see, this is what happens when you get involved in theological debates with an Irishman.
Well, this is really what happens when someone misjudges your thirst for power and...
Joan was interrupting saying, what thirst for power? We don't have a thirst for power. We're wondering what happened and why this is happening to us. We don't want power or something like that. We just want to know why this is happening to us.
Wait. Are you saying that the reason we're in this shit is because someone else wants power and we suddenly got in their way?
That is one truth. And dear Miss Jones.
He just turns around and goes, when he hears that's one truth, he's like, oh, fuck you.
and dear Miss Jones. Yes, that is the other truth. Dear Carl thought that you did have a thirst for power. And that you really don't. You just want to know what's going on. And he thought you would like to be able to define what's going on. And he was completely wrong. And now, whenever we next talk, I'm going to have to laugh at him.
Huh. I mean, I guess I'll feel bad for the guy.
Will you?
It depends on, frankly, whether I'll be able to remember any of this. What, can you honestly blame me?
No. It's
Not
really
arrested
just
you
more...
and put it down.
It's really just more of a question, for me at least, as to whether you'll ever be able to remember anything again, given what's happening to you, Caleb.
True. Like as not, I'll be able to remember it for a little while, and then I won't. And that'll be the end. And then I've got whatever the end is, which I don't know yet, and I'll find out eventually.
Long series of very, very bad days, according to Battleborn.
Sounds about reasonable. I'm off to Valhalla.
Sounds great.
I think I've been asked to come and speak to you just a little bit early. Just a little while before you had a chance to properly understand, sir. Unless you have any questions for me, I think I might be off.
Like, yeah, she sits back and ponders as though he might be able to think up a question, but nothing's coming to mind. Question.
There was a thing that attacked us.
Oh, right,
What
yeah.
was that?
What's it called?
What was that?
That was a beloved of Cthulhu.
Alright, great. Awesome. Alright. See, we can tick that one off the... That was so easy. We can tick that one off the box. Beloved of Cthulhu. Done. Sorted.
Was bingo a thing yet? Because
I think it was.
Google, when was bingo invented? 1530, yeah, bingo exists.
Jesus
the one to mark off
Christ.
the roadside bingo sheet.
Yeah, fucking 1530. And the bingo as a game has been around since 1914. 1-4. So
Wow.
yeah. It's in fact, it might even be considered still pop culture to make a bingo reference. Enjoy.
Whether roadside bingo or not was a thing yet.
Roadside
You know,
bingo?
Where you mark things off to it's not traditional bingo, but the thing you might do on a road trip where you write 25 things in and then mark them off as you
Probably.
as you see them. As
Maybe.
you see them on the road trip, you'll mark them off, and if you get a bingo, hey, you got a bingo.
Okay.
Sweet.
Okay.
It's entirely possible it exists.
I'm getting tired.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I know. The sun rose a bit ago, Mars.
Yeah, I know. You know, there's a reason, but the guy is asking you to just... If there's anything you want to ask me, or I'm leaving.
Yeah, no, Caleb has no more question.
Since Jen hasn't gotten any answers anyway, she's not going to ask any more questions about it.
Jim has had some answers, just not necessarily sensical answers.
Yeah.
She'll get there in
Ethan's
time.
just really confused right now and is yet to think of a question. So I don't think he's ever going to think of one at this point.
Oh. Oh.
I'll ask questions in a moment. I never have questions when they ask. Do you have any questions?
Oh, right. Before I forget,
Hmm?
thank you for fixing, at least somewhat fixing the bleedy chest. Do appreciate that. That'll be a couple of days less hospital time. I'll probably be at work tomorrow. I don't know.
That was
Yes,
Stanford.
yes. That was Carl, but the guy with the man with the starry eyes would reach out, touch Caleb's chest, and Caleb was restored to his full hit points.
Fucking shit fuck.
Now you can thank him.
Did that sober him up as well, or is he still high as a kite?
Would Caleb like to be high as a kite or sober? Because I
don't
think
know,
it's not. I will just assume Caleb would like to be healed fully, but would he like to be high or sober?
I think he'd be fine with being sober.
Then
He was only
yes.
high as shit fucking hell because he was in an incredible quantity of pain.
Caleb feels like it has been about 3 days since he has had alcohol and has only had coffee since then. Nothing else. Only coffee.
Oh, my brain. Thanks for the pick-me-up. Did you get the number of the Mark 8 tank that just ran me over, though?
I believe we learned that was a beloved of Cthulhu.
Oh, right, yeah. Oh, great. Ugh. I should probably avoid the hospital. I'm got a very, very confused doctor.
Probably for the best.
The man with the starry eyes would stand, walk to the door, turn, and say, "Your doctor will remember exactly what it benefits him to remember."
Great.
I think for now, it will benefit the three of you to remember everything that has happened here.
That'd be appreciated.
Perhaps in time you will go from memory to understanding, and from understanding to wisdom. Or not. Who knows?
I certainly don't.
If you did, you wouldn't be standing where you are. You'd be standing where I am.
So then are you saying you're like us once then?
Sorry?
I was asking if like he's like was like us then like human immortal or anything like that before.
I'm
Did he
not-
always? Was he born with starry eyes, or was it Maybelline?
Was he born like that? Like with anything like this knowledge or anything like that, or did he become like that? Like was he like us in our position right now?
Maybe he was bored with it. It's Maybelline.
I have not lived one life as you have done. Once I was as you were. As each of you are now. One, seeing the miracles and refusing to believe them. One, seeing the miracles, unable to understand them. One, benefiting from the miracles and... well, as one benefits from something, one cannot really speak about it fairly. And then later on, it was simply a fact of existence, and then I am now.
Alright. I will take all of your commentary in consideration and likely think this through for a very long time. Or, well, as long a time as I've got.
You have as long a time as you need. Or at least you have 2 weeks.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Ethan's contemplating in favor of this stuff, just so you guys are aware.
Oh yeah, no. Caleb blames nobody for being interested in the man who is offering eternal power and eternal life. He smells a scam.
Joan just doesn't want to believe it altogether.
Ethan really wants something interesting in his life.
Fair enough for Ethan.
Maybe Ethan will finally be like, I can't resist. I've got to look at the fucking book. And then it'll be like, gonna need that eternal power now. I've kind of made a mistake. I just realized that.
So, if none of you mention anything else, the man with the starry eyes will leave.
I think we're good at this point.
Okay. He leaves, and Stanford steps back in, and he would say, well,
We still haven't confirmed that one of them isn't Batman and one of them isn't Bruce Wayne.
It's true. Also, I feel bad that I missed the chance for a killer stars in their eyes reference, but oh well.
Well, you have heard what my friend has had to say. If you haven't decided from that alone, then it isn't my place to force you. I will say to you that if you mention what you have heard here today to any other man, then he will most likely dismiss you as a lunatic. If you're particularly unlucky, he may outright denounce you to the police as a danger to yourself.
Yeah.
That goes without saying. Trying to explain that a man with a galaxy in his eyes tried to have us renounce God, believe in magic, and I think that it's pretty clear that we'd all lose our jobs. Plus, I mean, I've been here for a few years. I'm kind of used to seeing the crazy come in and out.
Very good. Well, in that case...
So who wants a drink?
You're all free to go to the bar.
I guess I clock in for work.
Joan, Ethan, I assume that you are not going to renounce your memberships.
Oh.
Not at this
No,
point.
at this point, I'm even contemplating lifetime membership.
Very good. Very good. Caleb, if you would like to actually officially register as a member as well as being on the payroll, you can.
Couldn't hurt. I'll move some funds around, drop a block of gold somewhere, and sure.
We can work out the nitty-gritty of a work somewhere else. And for tonight...
Sure. Also, how's the life
three of
insurance
you,
plan?
Life insurance?
No, I'm kidding. That's a joke. That one is actually not a character. He's not stoned enough to make that joke up.
Now, for tonight at least, don't charge yourself or either of these two for pretty much anything.
Got a hard cider or something?
Then he would pretty much just wave you out of his office.
Even Ethan's contemplating drinking at this point.
I mean, Caleb would be headed off to work. Work being, I don't know, like a minute's walk up some stairs into a bar.
There aren't even some stairs, there are just, like, 3 doors.
Well,
3 doors, then behind a bar.
Behind the little bar door thing. Clunk, clunk. Of course, I'm like, I never did get toast in the end. Darn.
oh. Ooh.
A mythos gain is not a good thing. You should not go ooh at a mythos gain.
Oh, come now, everyone loves a mythos gain.
Mythos gains permanently limit your sanity.
I wasn't going to use
We're
all that
not
sanity.
anywhere close to that sanity mark.
Please low, please low, please low. God!
Joan
Well.
is now limited to 94 sanity. Ethan is limited to 93.
I am limited to 91. Yeah, baby. I've already gained 8 mythos.
Oh dear God. Yeah, you have. You
At least
have
he's
the book
not gonna.
already.
At least he's not gonna.
Yes. But, yeah.
Oh my God, I just checked his
let
sheet
you
again, fucking
create
42.
Gunner with the whole idea of. Okay, so after Scav's first character dies eventually, how will his next character generally be? Yeah. Yeah, this will be about where they'll be in the general campaign structure.
Yeah. Like, this guy's going to be informed enough that you aren't carrying around a clueless mook. Assuming you don't all die as well. I won't give any actual details about him. Needless to say, he's not crazy yet, so it's okay. In fact, I'm pretty sure his sanity total is still way fucking higher than any of your characters. Yeah, it's still 50. That's quite funny to me.
Every character Sandy will always be higher than mine.
Well, his max sanity is incredible. It's incredible.
If sanity gains.
Yes, speaking of sanity gains, you were able to eliminate the person who shot John Scott. You were able to eliminate everyone he was working with, and you were able to eliminate the people he was working for. However, you at no point were able to establish the why of any of those things.
We kind of exploded just sheerly by chance every single one of our leads. Yes, that did happen.
Yes.
I'm not saying anyone's to blame, but Mr. Critical Success, the other Mr. Critical Success, maybe could have succeeded just a little less hard, so we had people intact.
I have no control over the dice.
You don't. And that's why I'm not actively penalising you. You just aren't getting the possible reward for if you were
It's like,
able
yeah,
to
that
establish
if
the
we-
why.
Yeah, it's like, sure, maybe we did kill that guy, and if we'd killed him and killed the driver, we'd have both of their stuff, all of their gear, and all the things in the car. Instead, it's just like, nope, one of them got turned into pop, and the other one's car exploded. Like, oh, well, there go our leads again. Fuck. Yeah, done.
In some Arkham gangsters were meeting with some Innsmouthians, so
I mean, there are still totally leads to chase. It's just that they're going to be much
Yes.
more abstract than actual names and locations.
yes, you do have something. You just don't have as much as you could have done if you had not exploded people and had only cripplingly injured rather than
Destroyed,
outright
yeah.
murdering people. So,
Also, Joan Caleb shipped. Considerably shipped.
yes.
How tragic.
Much OTP.
We'll find some way to cure you, Caleb. No, we won't. I'm
No,
kidding.
it's impossible, because Caleb won't give his soul over to the ultra powers.
So, I am going to
Yes.
give you a 1d4 sanity increase for having run down John Scott's assassin, a plus 1d3 for having stopped the people associated with him, and a further plus 1d3 for having eliminated their employers, as you were able to track them down. So, that is 1d4 plus 2d3. And Joan comes out the best. Very well.
Finally.
I'm up to 54 again, baby.
I'm up to 44 plus whatever sanity gain we got from last session because that didn't come through.
Alright, I'm up to 54.
The sanity gain from last session was a 1d8 plus 1. If you don't have it in the chat log, you can just roll it again now if you want to.
I might as well. But I'm tired.
Yeah, it's actually almost 1 a.m. for you guys. I'm sorry.
That's
It's
alright.
fine.
I thought this session wouldn't go on for as long as last one, and then it did.
And then it went beyond that.
Anything, it's like way earlier for you guys over in like where you're at and everything like that.
Oh yeah, it's 6 in the morning right now.
Yeah. If anyone has any experience checks, please roll them, and then we can pretty much just bring this to an end.
Fairly
I
certain
have-
I have not.
I have a lot to roll.
If you have done something that you think would
I killed the monster with my gun.
suggest an experience check, but the rolls didn't give you one, you can petition for one. So yes, Ethan, for killing the monster with his gun, can have an experience check.
I pulled a lot of occult out of my arse, if that's worth anything.
Yes, you can have an
No, I
experience check in
succeeded.
occult.
Sweet. How does an experience check work? Because I don't actually know.
You
You
have
gotta-
to roll 1d100 and you have to get more than your current skill level. If
To
you
fail the
do
skill-
that, you get 1d10 increase. Yeah, that is a very good experience check. Well done.
All right, and now up to 64% occult.
It's almost like you had a couple of pretty much clearly crazy people coming and telling you about occult shit.
Yeah, it's kind of like I've got. Not only that, but I still managed to pull occult wisdom out my ass as well as getting lore dumped by them.
Yeah.
Also, Joan should also get a.
Nicely done, Joan.
I know. This puts my history at like an 89.
Oh, wow. Oh no,
Man.
that actually sucks. You're 1 point off a sanity increase.
Oh.
Oh.
It's going to be very hard for you to get above 89 on your next experience check. Holy shit.
I know.
Poor
Did
Joan.
Joan crit the listen check? Because if not, she deserves it.
I did crit, so I'm gonna roll that next, actually.
Oh. Very nice.
Nicely done. Is there one for dodging? Oh no, I failed to double dodge the car, or I did totally petition for that. Never mind.
I dodged that crit.
You didn't. I booked you out of a crit.
Oh yeah.
No, you booked him out of just
Being run over, sorry, yes.
being run over. He did dodge himself out of a crit.
Yeah.
Also, his roll, if I remember rightly, his run over was a crit failure, so.
Yes.
Yes. I think that, yeah, that will pretty much balance itself out there. So.
Oh. Oh well.
Look, if I get hit by a car, you don't get experience for not getting hit by a car because of me.
True.
God, Jonah's making bank. Jonah's been a fucking player.
Every skill check I have has succeeded.
Yeah.
God.
Dramatic, has there been one for firearms? Because you blew up a car with a bullet.
Yep, I rolled that. That was a +9.
Sweet.
I am going to say as the GM,
Mhm.
convert that +9 to a +11.
Okay.
As you didn't just get a crit on your shot, you got
it was a
a
crit.
further crit on your luck. I'm basically going to automatically give you a +2 for your short arms because you just blew up a car. Dear God.
That was amazing.
That puts my hand at like 51 now.
Yay! You're now 9 points off of getting an extra shot per round.
It feels real good having 60, I'm not gonna lie.
Mm.
Oh, it feels so good.
I'm at least high enough that both my shots will hit if I'm in point blank distance.
Yeah,
As
that's a
long as my
wonderful
gun
feeling.
does not jam.
Yep, it's a pretty great feeling.
Mm-hmm.
I think you are all at that point now, actually.
Correct.
Still.
When I heard the
Uh,
point
my-
blank
my-
rules, I was like, wow, guns are even more terrifying.
Not to
Guns
mention,
are
my
just
point blank distance is
objectively.
way higher than both of yours.
Pardon, sorry?
My point blank distance is way higher than both of yours.
This is true. Your point blank distance is balling out of control.
And what I was saying was that guns are just objectively better than melee weapons.
A gun is
no
a better
two ways
melee
about
weapon
it.
than a melee weapon.
Yeah,
It's practice.
except when you get in like actual square to square range. When I will, even if it's not written in the rules, I will give you a slight advantage if someone is trying to shoot you from literally right next to you and you aren't tied up and they're pressing their gun against your head. If they're pressing your gun against, if they're pressing their gun against your head, not your gun against their head, that would be a very bad idea for them.
I'm so tough. I'm gonna deflect this bullet.
Yeah, let's pretend I spoke correctly for first way around. They press their gun against your head. I'm sorry, you're dead. That's how it is.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Don't let people take you captive if you think they aren't actually going to let you live.
Fair enough.
But yeah. Do any of you have any other experience checks you would like to request?
Nope, I think I've only got the occult. That sounds
I don't
about
think
right
I
to me.
spotted anything too. Oh wait, I'm the only one who spotted the ripples in the water.
Oh yeah, you're the only one who ever spotted anything ever, baby. Oh yeah, except for Star Eyes, but Star Eyes doesn't count. He was lowballing.
Yeah, I will give Ethan an experience check for that.
Alright, I'm going to bounce out the
Oh,
call, and
damn it.
I still have not eaten today, so I should probably do
Fair
that
enough.
before I sleep.
But before you go, I will ask, did you enjoy yourself today?
Of course I did. This was a lovely time. And Caleb
Oh, I
McGinnis
love
is a fun character. It's really, really interesting playing someone who I know is literally a candle in the wind now. It's possibly gonna get more hardcore if he turns up for another session.
Okay.
The reality is you probably won't see Caleb much, or maybe you will, but he'll be an NPC technically while I'm, because if a session's not happening, it's often enough going to be my fault instead of you guys' fault, because I'm the DM.
Right.
Yeah, although I'm fairly certain that someone has said they're not going to be here next week as well. So.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm not gonna be here the next 2 weeks, actually.
So I'm going to be missing my waifu for 2 weeks of Call of Cthulhu. I don't know.
Yeah.
Seems
I'm sorry.
unfair. Poor Caleb.
Oh.
He'll have to just do gun bonding with the other C-named Ginger.
Joe's gotta process quite a few things of all that happened.
Gotta go set some accounts straight.
Yeah.
It's been very nice to have you, Scout, and while there is an experience check still to be rolled, I'm basically just going to end the video. So, thank you, everyone who's been watching. It's been very nice to have you. Thank you to Stray for being
Being
our
here for
active
6
Twitch
fucking hours.
commentator. Yep.
Nearly 7.
We have no choice but to be here. He chose it, which is weird.
I mean, you could yell at me that you would like to go to bed ages before now, though, but basically just, mark down where stuff had gotten to, and you could stop there.
It's all good.
Yeah.
It's fine.
It's
like
okay
my
when
favorite.
it's fun.
Almost having your character killed makes it very interesting.
Yeah. It's happened twice to me now. Twice to Scout, too.
Yep. My characters often court death, but they go into that more willingly.